Alright, hello everyone, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons. And using our new 2.0 overlay, which does have a little bit more adjustment to do before, it's fully finished, but I ran out of time and wanted to get the stream started, but I'll get it fixed up in just a moment. Either way, thank you all so much for coming on by. Let's go ahead and turn it over now to Cirrus for the recap. Sorry, you were kind of kidnapped, so I figured that was,
You heard him. Game's over. Everyone is actually dead.
No. But nonetheless, did have, let's see. Believe we last and ended off with the Lemonade Party disbanding.
A lot of things happened after that. There was one whole session after that.
Oh, am I going a session too far back? Whoops.
The ice cream party finished right, or the lemonade party finished right at the beginning of last session.
Okay, good. Then I'm on target.
Or rather, it technically finished the session before, but people were still there and hanging out a little bit.
We were disbanded.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, Nim wandered off a little bit disheveled from what I could understand of, well, the party was not as good as it could have been. But certainly brought out something in Zim for sure. Or Nim, my apologies. But nonetheless, something was brought out and, well, it's shaken some of the party, it would seem, as the owl left early, a bit disheveled as well and disgruntled by what had been witnessed. I do believe that Cray left on their own terms, comfortably enough, and Elemen was alongside our newest fellow to arrive for it on. Everyone went their separate ways, and all of us had our own little adventures, as the owl was kidnapped after being polymorphed by one of their own products. One of the old ones, but still one of their own.
Oh no.
Thankfully, the owl did not die, courtesy of their ever lovely little demonic hamster pulling just a few strings, many strings, all of the strings. And so, while our now shared foe with Cray is quite angry with two birds, at the very least there are the options to deal with them now. Though that said, Nim had gone off with Silver on something of a whim. Their mana piece that they had been holding on to, responding well to something nearby, and, well, rather possessing poor Nim, who walked right into the Azurius Senate in the middle of court proceedings, unheeding of the guards and unheeding of the judges, and only preserved by the what can only be described as channeled energy of the mana, keeping everyone at bay just enough that they don't die. A little discernment later as Nim came to, and it was discovered this is a fantastic little knife that calls out and it informs of all forms of deception. And Nim held on to it because this could be useful to protecting the friends and all around. So this will be something interesting to address later, but at the moment, it is currently well hidden with someone that Nim knows well. And, as a result, it'll be worked around later, once the heat dies down, because a certain angel is going to make sure that this highly valued mana artifact is not going to be linked to them. Because, well, that's really valuable. You can imagine the chaos about that. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, nothing, I'm sure.
Absolutely nothing.
Oh. All said, I do believe that Element and Cordon got along quite well, interacting back at the lemonade party as it is finished and negotiating how they would proceed. And after a little while going out and wandering over to Craze to check in, surprised to find the owl there. A very shaken and concerned owl, demonstrating an unusual lack of presence. But I'm sure that's nothing. Either way, with the arrival of Nim and convenient misunderstanding, because, well, I do believe Element wished to address the incineration of the poor soul who was torched twice. But Nim, I do believe, misunderstood, for they went into panic mode, fearing that the knife had been discovered. I'm sure this will all go fine. Anything I've missed, perchance?
Oh, you forgot the part where Cray won the lottery and is now the richest man in Ravnica.
Ah, well, I didn't know about this. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure we'll get to that then, I suppose.
Don't worry, the Orzhov is here to collect their cake.
Do they want to die?
Will you pay your taxes? Will you pay your taxes?
I don't care who the IRS sends. I will not pay my taxes.
This shall go well. I do suppose we might see about bringing Clay up to speed with the day's events. Because to the last of my understanding, I believe Elemen, Cirrus, and Coradon were preparing to track down Nim the day after.
Well, not the day after. I think it was still the same day.
I want to say there was a period of rest. So, from the Lemonade Party to some chaotic events to the end of the day, with the Owl, Element, and Coradon all finding the rest. Coradon, yes, I remember now. Coradon fell asleep in a closet, standing upright. Perfectly normal things.
He likes space-efficient spaces. He was just the right size for that room.
Ah, yes, the submarine bunk.
It was rather
But
comforting.
nonetheless, along with all the fun, I do believe we also learned that Coradon cannot stand still for too long lest they lock up.
Apparently, he can't move his arms if he stays still for too long.
So, I do believe that would cover it. So, where shall we pick up?
Everything okay?
Pardon? What?
I was hearing something concerning in the background of somebody.
That was coming from Digi, yeah.
Yes. My mother has broken her arm. But this occurred some time ago.
Oh.
It's not recovered. It's...
Ow.
I hope it's okay.
That is...
I hope it'll be okay.
It's better than it used to be, but it's not, done.
Bones take some time. And a lot of alignment. And not moving them as they heal.
Now, who to pick up with? Because I think there's a surprise little event in order somewhere else in Ravnica. On their usual runs, a pink rabbit would encounter someone very curious. If we may begin with you.
I'm perfectly fine with that.
A curious man wearing a white and red mask with a very happy face carved onto it, and a blue and black suit, who seems to be ready to start handing out balloons. Only, from where you can see, the children begin to scream and flee. As well as do most people. As one of the balloons bursts and lets out a most ghastly wail as some intangible thing escapes from the inside.
Oh no.
And as everything else runs and flees, the jester stands there with its arms crossed, looking very perplexed.
Good sir, what performance is this?
I don't understand. It seemed like such a fun idea. Oh, hello! Would you like a balloon? Woohoo!
I am never one to pass up a gift given in earnestness.
Well,
And-
delightful then. Here you go, little one. He seems to have taken you for a child despite your garb.
Yes, he's the garb, which would totally be appropriate for children, aka it wouldn't. He takes a balloon.
The balloon is very light. Actually, it feels like it could lift you almost. Like you have to grasp the string with both hands and like pull back against it a little bit. It's floating, and you hear something.
Okay.
A voice that seems to whisper your own secrets back to you.
From the balloon.
Yep. Along with haunting whispers of, you will be betrayed by the end of the day. They will string you up and make clothes from your sinews.
Oh.
What? No, I wouldn't. No.
You will die on the street within 7 hours, boneless, with no possessions, harvested, and with your mind intact until the very end. Isn't he fun?
Oh, indubitably. Might I suggest you rebrand your particular act, perhaps as a phantasmagoria?
Phantasm what now? Phantasm. No. I really want to I really want to entertain the children. I want to see them smile. But I just don't understand. Nobody likes my shows, no matter what I do.
Because it's horror themed. Do something with your
Horror themed? What are you talking about? This is perfectly normal.
Is this guy Is this guy legitimate? Can I
By all
peer
means,
into
roll an
him?
insight check.
Can
Or-
this
or-
also?
or-
Yeah. Can this also? Can I also see? Oh wait, sorry.
Present your argument to me, and I will say yes or no.
Can I? Oh, never mind. With this, I don't have to do what I was going to do.
Yeah, no. Curiously, he seems perfectly legitimate. He really doesn't understand why people don't like this. Why this is not appropriate for children.
Hmm. Well, you know, goodness, I'll tie that balloon to my waist, just at the back.
Oh, you like the ghosts? I hoped you would.
Well, yes. Give me a lot of buoyancy as I do a insane backflip.
All right.
In fact, I'm going to roll for this backflip for no reason.
Don't kick the balloon.
Don't let them out. I spent 10 minutes catching that one. Very morose. Very unpleasant.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just nothing I can do. I can't reason with him. The creepy balloon with the eerie message has whispered into my ears. I guess I know what I must do, and I leave.
Escape.
What am I going to do? Kill this guy for being a bad performer?
There have been worse murders in Ravnica.
He's legitimate. He's not a secret messenger. It's not. I mean,
Don't worry, Cirrus almost died for the same.
oh my god. You know, maybe what I'll do just to do it is just to be a nice guy, because I got this really awesome balloon, is I rebrand his whole gimmick on the spot and then attract people to it with my skills as an entertainer. To show him how he would do it. If that makes sense to you.
So,
Yeah, so like, hey, everyone, one and all, come and experience this phantasmagoria. Face your fears.
no, but that's not what I want. There's so much of that already in the Rakdos. There's
I give up, I leave.
Wait, did you just leave him?
What, he's not doing anything illegal, I think. Am I? Is he?
not
No.
really. He's just terrifying people with terrible attempts at the wrong crowd.
I mean,
And
if
I-
Boros didn't like him, he could probably slap him for disturbing the peace.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care that much, and I can't take 2 balloons because then I would float away.
The way you would.
One is already threatening to lift him off the ground, as apparently there's a specter trapped inside there.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. That actually makes sense.
Vector would do it.
Yeah, so I take the Spectre balloon.
This
I
is an
attach it to
Orzhov
him.
balloon.
Actually, how conspicuous is this balloon?
It's
mean-
not very conspicuous. It is brightly colored, and and currently tied around your waist. It threatens to lift you much farther than you intended with every step. So it is straight up in the air.
As cool as that is, I think with my current job, I need to,
Remove it.
yeah, so pop.
The specter screams and soars into the air until a knife just whizzes through the air and pierces its form, causing it to dissipate. No, none of that. And I've done this 3 times, he says, turning to the rest of the balloons, and I'll do it 3 more until you learn. Don't leave so fast. Ask first. It's the polite thing to do.
Yeah, so I leave. I leave him alone, knowing that I have only 7 hours to live.
Congratulations.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Have fun, prostitute child.
I mean, you're not too far off, except with the child part.
What?
Said goodbye.
Oh, goodbye. Sorry, I might have something in my ears. Those...
It's probably ghosts infecting your ears and giving you horrible tinnitus.
Oh no, I eat those. I
Tinnitus.
touch. It must be something else.
Well, you know, diseases are caused by ghosts invading your body.
Wonderful.
As the rabbit escapes.
Nigerun dayo.
Fair. It's very much that situation.
Yeah, my character just thinks this is random. He doesn't understand what's going on.
I do
Welcome
not
to
know.
Africa.
Goodbye! Goodbye!
I guess I check just as I'm gone. I check myself to see if there's anything on me that wasn't there before. Even with that natural 20, I still believe I might have had something sneaked onto my person.
Well, checking yourself, you do find one thing. There is a sticker on the back of your wrist with his smiling mask on it.
I'll take the sticker off, but I'll put it on some object like a piece of paper. Okay.
It is an unsettling reminder of this encounter.
The man who scared children and thought he was being entertaining.
I don't understand why they don't like it. It's so fun.
So fun.
What could I be doing wrong?
Stop chasing me, old man.
And for those who I don't think I've ever shown this picture actually. Some of you may recognize this man.
Where are you showing that?
That is the clown that he encountered.
You know that
Oh.
that kind of reminds me of the Joker from Persona 2.
Oh. I don't know about that.
Lovely, lovely.
He's
And
got some style. He's just crazy. He's just...
Needs more color and frill.
He's not a very good chester. But he's wearing a fucking bodysuit under a suit. He's...
Huh.
I'll describe my character if I bump into another person.
Yeah. You, there may be no negotiations with that man unless you find a creative approach that can capture his attention.
Why? What does he have that I'd want?
Nothing that you know of.
Dark carnival interests.
Dark carnival.
Job. No.
Anyway.
I feel like I'm playing some sort of game and I talked to this guy and a quest popped up and he just says, find out what he's about or find out what he did. And I'm just like, I just spoke to him. What is yours?
You have 7 hours to live.
Discover these sins.
Objective, survive.
You've been perish-songed.
Achievement get speak to a mass murderer.
I mean, I guess he could betray me in 7 hours and steal my flesh and items.
No, what would be a remarkable achievement is it's getting an achievement saying survived the apocalypse, and you look around, but everything's the same.
Hey, it didn't say it had to be our apocalypse.
I'm sitting
Anyway.
here working on the overlay stuff, and I see Wostein's icon, and I'm like, what the hell did he just change his icon to? No, it was one of the Pokemon that was right in front of his icon in such a way that it looked like it was part of the icon.
You know, hilariously, I looked at it and I thought that it had actually picked up my icon from the server and inverted
That's what I
it
was
upside
thinking
down
too.
and zoomed in on half the face.
Remarkable.
That was great.
This is very fun.
Yeah.
Now, where was Element again?
We were at Quay's house.
Preparing to
Right.
venture off after Nim homing in on them. As bravely as can be done.
You're going to get a call on your mark.
One moment, it's here somewhere. There it is.
Element answers the Marten.
All right. It's Tanya. Hey, have you seen Oswald?
Oswald? Who is that?
Clown guy, played piano in the training room. I advised you don't talk to him.
Element rubs his chin. I haven't really been out since I came back from a lemonade party, so no.
Oh no.
Have you seen Nim by any chance?
No. Actually, I was gonna talk to you because Oswald got out. I'm not sure when he left. Usually he needs a chaperone, but I looked away and then he was kind of just gone.
Is that a bad thing? I imagine it's a bad thing if you're calling me for it.
No. And I also take this opportunity to ask, is this a conversation that we hear Element's side out loud?
Actually, no, you don't. I am speaking telepathically to them in the Marten.
Well, shoot. Oh well.
But Element will probably relay the information that the moment the call ends.
I shall await this.
I'm just waiting for Digi to answer.
I'll lend you time, I'm sure.
Testing, testing. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Affirmative. I
Yep.
can hear you.
Okay.
Anyway, sorry, I'm back.
No worries.
No problem.
Welcome back.
Okay. The last thing element that is this a bad thing? It must be if you're calling me for Ed.
He's got good intentions, let's call it that.
The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yeah, especially when someone was born in the Rakdos.
Oh. Oh no. Ah.
So, yeah, keep an eye out for public disturbances or something. I'm gonna see if I can't track him down. He's not answering either. Probably because I could not get him to fill out the paperwork.
I could.
These squirrels need to be a bit more cooperative.
I could head to the borders and see if anybody has filed a complaint.
Cool. Yeah, keep an eye out for an ambiguous clown then. Ambiguous.
Got it.
And she hangs up.
Elemi is gonna sigh and rubs his temple as the Marten call ends, and he gives another strawberry to his Marten. It's one thing after another. He says out loud.
Do I? No, I dare to ask. What more has happened on top of all this?
Well, besides him running away from me, I just got a call from an associate of mine telling me that. Huh?
Understood.
So sorry there.
No
I just
worries.
just got a call from an associate of mine telling me that a certain acquaintance of it that's a bit of a troublemaker has gotten out of their view. Let's say. Apparently this person is some sort of jester from the Rakdos.
It's basically the Rakdos' name. Or rather, the ensemble's name.
And well, my associate told me to watch out for any public disturbances. I was thinking if it's something, if it's something that has caused enough attention, somebody would have probably filed some sort of complaint at the boroughs. I was thinking of going over there and checking.
Is this one that loves to put on a destructive performance, or is this something more tame? Do we know?
I am not aware. I barely know this person. All I know is that what they told me, that he has good intentions, but he does the results of the things he does are left much to be desired.
Okay. Well, I've committed to joining along for this, so whichever you would like to pursue first, I suppose.
As much as I do want to find him as soon as possible, I should probably head to the borders to see if there's any information on this guy. Considering how powerful my associates are, I don't want it could be possible it could be possible that the situation could escalate.
Alrighty, well, I'm fine with putting out other fires later if we find it'll help us find Nim. Let's go deal with this next one.
All right, I appreciate you coming along with me, Cyrus. You
We will see how this progresses. We'll see.
yeah. Are you coming to what was your name again?
Coradon, if I remember.
Coradon. Coradon, yes.
It would be good to see more of the outside world.
All right, sounds good. Alright.
Excellent.
All right, the three of us are heading to the Boros, or 4 of us can Rubicon, if Rubicon is coming.
He is somewhere in the owl's feathers, like poking his head out now and then just to make sure that nothing's going wrong right now. Because he is very distrustful of most things.
It makes sense.
A fine sentiment.
So yes,
Events, yes.
on the way to the Boros, you are told that, well, once again, your squad is performing oddly.
What are
It's
they,
been a while.
what is it this time?
Well, they can't seem to nail down their competence level because on one hand, they can somehow take down single targets very strikingly efficiently. However, when it comes to general peacekeeping, they tend to make trouble wherever they go. Things get less peaceful when they're put on that patrol route.
Element rough system. It's something we're working on, and believe me, I talk to the rats whenever I have free time.
Yes.
They
However,
seem
it does seem to be to the point where, so to say, they did an experiment to see if it would truly become less peaceful if there was just no patrol route, and no. Them doing a patrol actively seems to inhibit peace. It is more peaceful if there's just no patrol there.
Element rough system. Okay, that is concerning. I am gonna have to observe what is it that these three get up to whenever they go on their patrol, but I can't. I right now I am working on something else, but I would like you to help me with something regarding this tree.
Go ahead.
Leave them how they are right now, because well, I don't want them to disturb the peace anymore. But when I am available, I'd like you to put them on the route once again, and I am going to try and follow them incognito, so to see what is it that happens, that they cause so much
They just
mayhem.
fuck up so bad.
Just so you all know, we do have a communal reroll. Thank you, Lars.
Ooh,
Well,
that would be
Nice.
useful.
yeah, I understand that, but seeing firsthand what is it that exactly happens will help me help them better.
Alright. So, would you like to join them for a patrol now, or... I understood that you came here for something.
Yes, I am actually wondering, has anybody made some sort of complaint here, reporting a clown, a well-dressed clown?
Oddly specific, yet oddly I do have an answer for you. It does seem that there is a clown that seems to be terrorizing children by the streets.
In what area?
It seems to be in the Orzov district.
Hmm. All right. All right. And thank you for the information. As soon as I'm done with my meetings, I will return to work with my students.
Please.
Of
The
course.
sooner the better.
Of course. Alrighty, Lemming is coming back to Cyrus and sorry, what was the name of the other character again?
What I done?
Cordan,
Cordan.
yeah. Sorry,
Wake up.
it
Hold the line. This hamlet shall not fall.
sorry, sometimes it takes
Divine
me a while for
Warrior
name
01 raided my
for name
stream with
mistakes.
5 viewers.
The first use of the new raid animation. Yay!
Oh.
Divine
Ooh.
Warrior, thank you very much for that raid, and welcome on in.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Lemming is returning to Cordan and Cyrus, and then, all right, I got the information I needed on top of another assignment I'm gonna have to come here to do later.
More
Apparently,
unruliness or something a little more stable?
something a little more stable, but at the same time unruly. You could say I have a bit of problem. Boros rookies under my wing.
Ah,
They were actually they were actually rookies about to be expelled from the academy, but I convinced them to let them take to let them be under my command when I took my test to become a representative.
okay.
Yeah, and they have improved a bit, but they still have a long way to go, unfortunately.
Well, I imagine it's hard to set aside time to deal with them with the events unfolding.
Yes, you're not wrong.
All right, well, I'll see what we can do, I suppose, but try not to have your table too full here.
Actually, now that I think of it, I think you could if you don't mind, maybe you could help me when it comes to my apprentices.
Hmm.
When the receptionist told me that apparently whenever they do their patrols, they actively make the area that they're patrolling less peaceful. They even tested it by making them not patrol for a while, and apparently the area is more peaceful without them. So I was thinking of going on a patrol with them, but basically doing it incognito. But I am not the best at stealth, but you are. You are very good at stealth.
Oh, I suppose I could see what I can do.
Yeah, perhaps you could help me basically collect information on what these flaggers get themselves into whenever they patrol.
And before I acknowledge, what level of intervention am I expected here? You're telling me all this, but you realize that, for all I know, these could be level of Markov.
You're not.
So,
They're not that bad.
okay, then we might have an arrangement.
Yes. Although the rats do can get themselves into a frenzy if you get them riled up enough, but they're they are more easy to talk to than Markov is. That's for sure.
No worries. I plan to keep my distance if so.
Yeah.
If you could just give me a little bit of the route and I can see about working in about that.
I will give you the information later. We need to go to the RSUB now. I got the information on the associate that I was talking about earlier.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll keep with you.
Your voice is ambrosia.
Okay.
Rightio.
All right. Element is going to lead the way to towards the area that they told him the clown was at.
Thankfully, they gave him a street address.
Yeah. While on the way, Element is going to use the Marten to call Tanya again.
All right. What do you say to Tanya after she picks up?
Mm-hmm. Hello.
Hello. What up?
I think I'm.
Working on a
what
dozen things at once. Well, I didn't bring up the Marten thing.
Okay. Go ahead and do it if you want.
It's already passed. Go ahead.
Okay. Tanya, I might have the place where the person you were talking to me about is at right now.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Element is gonna relay the address to her. I am heading over there right now myself to confirm it. And if I spot him, I will make sure to keep him there until one of you guys arrive.
Yeah, all right. I'll get.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's probably harmless.
Probably what?
I mean, he's probably harmless. But she doesn't sound confident.
are any of you guys harmless? If he's part of your group.
All right, not quite how I meant it. I meant he won't just kill people.
Understandable.
Christ, I'll double claim it.
Okay.
As her confidence fades further, and she hangs up.
Element gives another strawberry to his Marten. Okay, that's concerning.
Why do I hear boss music? No.
Gordon's just watching just the city around him. Just
Oh
Ooh,
yeah,
that's
let me go
interesting.
ahead and switch the music.
oh no.
Ah,
Well,
what's... Oh, pardon, go ahead.
I was just gonna mention that while he's walking towards the location that they're going, Elvin will make sure to basically point to locations that he's familiar with to tell them to corner them about, since he's basically his guide at the moment. To give it to help him familiarize himself with Ravnica at least.
Pardon
Now.
if I may. Did you happen to get the description of this fellow we're looking for? I don't know what we're looking for still.
He's a clown. He is a clown wearing a suit under above his outfit.
What kind of race is a clown?
That's It's not a race. It's
A profession.
a profession. I am not sure what race he will be underneath the mask, but he would his but if he's I'm not entirely sure how his mask would look because there's tons of different clown makeup, but
You
it
did
might
see him whenever you walked into the training room. He's basically the one that summons the dummies.
okay. He is basically wearing a jester mask, if you know what that is.
The clown stat block
Ah.
comes with a +2
I've
and
heard they
-2
are
for
all the
charisma.
rage at court, but I have never once attended.
Clowns are fun and also horrifying, negating their charisma bonus.
This is interesting. At least a color of suit, if you may.
Black.
Okay, I can work with that.
Yeah, it was black, and if
suit
I
and
remember,
a mask.
yeah, black suit, and if I remember correctly, his mask was red and white.
Correct.
Should be distinctive. Should be distinctive enough.
The owl is now actively watching for it.
Cordan as
Now-
well.
Loot, Cyrus, and Element, I'd like you to each roll perception checks.
Oh? Oh.
As you. Well, depending on how it goes, I will give different information.
Element sees nothing. God damn it.
Oh.
Wow.
You sneezed and close your eyes.
The owl is on alert. Head on a swivel.
All right. Loot, you notice what seems to be a Boros individual, judging by their armor, with a small entourage going in the direction of the clown. Cyrus, you take special notice of that rabbit that seems to have taken notice of your group and is now observing them as if they know what is down that road.
Element, someone's taken interest in our group. The rabbit over there, gesturing carefully.
Element.
It doesn't help that the rabbit really stands out once you actually pay attention to them.
Oh no.
I will describe the rabbit now. The unusual pink and white rabbit stands at about 3'6", carrying himself gracefully with a full command of his surroundings. Their well-toned body wears what appears to be a colorful, almost veil-like fabric jumpsuit, opened in such a way that it drapes off the elbows, leaving his torso nearly bare, with a waistcloth going just above the knees. There's a subtle scent of perfume coming from his fur.
Oh no, a harlot.
Not
Ah,
the worst description he's had.
There it is.
if you hadn't said the black suit, I'd certainly have flagged them as our clown.
Element is looking at the sky because of his horrible perception check when Cyrus tells him, "Huh? What? What are you talking about?"
Oh, the one over here, and giving a little more direct point, and then a small wave, and gesture over if they will.
Loot
huh?
comes closer.
Oh, hello there, citizen. Wait, is there anything I can do for you?
Well, hello, fine sirs. I couldn't help but see you were on your way to that alley street over there.
Yes.
Yes, that's quite specific. Anything we should know?
Oh, nothing much, unless you're here to deal with that jester.
Element points at the rabbit. That is exactly what I came here for. You seem him.
And I've spoken to him.
Is that so? What happened?
He gave me a ghost balloon. He terrified children, and I have only 7 more hours to live.
What?
Element blinks. What?
Curious.
Unimportant. Let's just say the balloons tell your exact time of death.
Okay.
Is there any way to prevent that?
Oh,
That you know of?
No. But
Okay.
I don't put much faith that it's accurate.
Hmm. Well, I wouldn't completely cross it off, even if it is unlikely.
Hmm.
I wonder if you have been cursed.
Well, maybe. I know this is crazy because I just met you, but maybe we
Here's
should
my
work together
number.
on.
Call me maybe.
not-
I'm sorry,
not
I
in a
couldn't
professional
resist.
sense. Not in a professional sense, I assure you. Not in a
Oh, damn it.
Maybe we should work together. Sorry, I thought I heard someone make a joke at my expense from the other side of the city.
Hey,
Well-
this is crazy. And I just met you. But here's my Marten. So duke me, maybe.
I accept.
And
Enemy.
thus we were derailed.
Anyway, greetings, I'm Luchador, a famous courtier.
Oh my
You are-
god, no.
You just
Absolutely
got
not.
You
No.
just
Well
got
for
that.
you.
Loot a door.
What?
How did you let that
Yes.
happen, Digi?
What?
I thought it was
I don't.
Very
What?
funny.
Hold on,
Besides,
please.
you're the only one to get it. It's sneaky enough. It's
What?
How
That
could
Are they a
no?
luchador?
over my head. What happened?
Someone explain.
Explain.
Door.
I don't get it.
The
What's going
pun.
on?
Is this an anime thing?
no.
I think it's because my name sounds like Luchador.
Yes.
Yeah, but that wasn't intentional. I just did it knowing that people would say that.
Really? It's not
Okay.
a.
Oh, so it's not something else. Okay.
What's wrong? What's wrong with that? I don't get it.
It's a
Luchador's Mexican
pun!
wrestler.
What do you have against puns?
That's not even
Really?
a pun. That's more like a play on words, I guess.
It is more of a player.
It is.
Yeah.
Whatever the hell you want to call it.
It's not a sin.
Oh,
Sim.
has it only just clicked for Zim? Is that what's
This-
going on here?
It's not a. This is not a sin, Sim.
I was literally about to ask if he was a wrestler because I thought he said luchador, like legit luchador, not lootador.
Lootador.
Tudor.
Loot
Tutor.
tutor.
I
Oh,
heard
loot.
loot.
Loot
I-
tutor.
Hmm?
I mean, it
Tudor.
doesn't work if you know how that name's actually pronounced, but yes, sure.
Meanwhile, we over here.
So that's it's
Tudor.
2 words.
Tudor.
It's 2 words, and it's a viable sentence that could come up.
In my profession, I know how to give people the correct push they need, and I could probably help you in the similar manner.
Hmm. Well,
I mean-
I'm mildly concerned, but go on.
I should state in his defense, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it would be called too, is a loot tutor.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and Elaming is finally answering. Well, I you have already seen the person I'm seeking. I would at the very least would appreciate it if you took me to where he is.
I'll lead the way. As
It is
Lieutenant.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you, Lute. I am kind of hoping that you are not cursed.
Yeah, that's not.
Actually,
Is that his name? I thought that was his profession.
No, that is his name.
Lute Tutor.
Judah.
It is
Is
Loot
it?
Adore.
Oh, there's a T.
Oh,
There's a T in there.
Loot Tudor.
Oh.
Tudor.
So his name is Instrument Profession. That's his physical name.
Not tutor.
Tudor.
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 Yes.
Hearing
Mr.
one of
Tudor.
our most famous dynasties being mispronounced is actually making me cringe in real life.
Okay, how do you pronounce Tudor in the proper pronunciation?
Tudor.
Tudor. Okay, then I'll go with
Tudor.
Loot. Then I'll go with Loot Tudor.
Lute Tutor.
Lute Tudor.
You're an instrument teacher.
Somehow
now.
that's even worse.
But it is accurate.
Can we move on, please? We're beginning to faff about.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Beginning to?
I know everyone wants to know my name.
It's a pretty.
Oh, Cordan hasn't said a word to you yet. This has all been behind the scenes shenanigans.
Yeah. Also, actually, I could, if you are cursed, I could try and remove it. Although my potency of removing curses isn't that big.
Oh, maybe we should make sure I'm cursed first.
Fair enough. Alrighty then, lead the way then.
Da-da-da-da.
Also, I distinctly remember that what is Rob's character again?
Cordan.
Cordan. I remember Cordan saw something else while we were looking for while we were before we met the rabbit. What is it that he saw?
He was just looking around at the buildings and taking notes and being genuinely sort of quiet touristy.
Oh, okay, so we only found the rabbit.
Yes.
Okay.
Discovered a rabbit. Look
And
at
with
us.
Cyrus's high roll, got a lot of insight on the rabbit, paying very, very much attention after seeming to discern where you're going.
Fair. Okay, fair enough.
The
I'm
owl
going-
remains on the swivel.
Yeah, I go straight to where I last saw the jester.
He's still there, only now he's tying the balloons into other shapes and seeming to want to draw a crowd, but all that are bold enough to dare approach do not linger one way for one reason or another.
Welcome to the Phantasmagoria.
Are these friendly shapes?
One looks vaguely dog-ish.
Good enough.
However, those twitchy, shaky movements and occasional pulsation are certainly discomforting. But balloons shouldn't pulse like they have a pulse.
Rank up. Hold the line. This hamlet shall not
This
fall.
one's not.
Gravy
You
Train
mean-
raided my stream with 6 viewers.
Let me rub his chin.
Gravy Train, thank you very much for that raid. Welcome on in, everybody. I am Rosin. We do variety gaming here. Gravy, how was your stream? We do all sorts of things here. A lot of tabletop games, D&D, Pathfinder, I forgot to do all this earlier because I was so excited about the animation, but you know, we do D&D, Pathfinder, World of Darkness, Exalted. We've got a new Pokemon Mystery Dungeon tabletop game coming in the near future. And then, of course, I do other games as well. 2 Point Campus, Heartspace Shipbreaker, a lot of Phasmo. So make sure you hit that follow and come join us again. I'll be in the chat now, though. Carry on.
Having had the discomfort of some things, namely all the polymorph, loot. You haven't seen them turn anyone into those balloons, right?
There are definitely people inside the balloon, but I'm not
Wait, what?
sure. Well, I mean, in a manner of speaking, they're people.
What do you mean in a matter of? Please don't be obtuse.
Okay, there are screaming ghosts inside those balloons.
Okay.
Oh, fascinating.
Okay, it's not live, people.
Okay.
That
Still not good, but not the
That's-
worst.
It's
Yeah,
not as bad.
that's not as could
Yeah, it's just
definitely
Stone's eternal soul.
it could definitely be worse. I mean, ghosts are just not my jurisdiction, but still, this is not appropriate.
Okay. Element, this is your associate. I'll let you approach this.
Yes. Element is approaching the clown. The jester.
Yep. He's currently tying them together and twisting heads, unraveling and re-raveling them before he notices you approach. Oh, friend, hello.
Oh, hey there. What was this guy's name again?
Oliver.
Oh.
Or no, wait, it was Oswald.
Okay. Hello there.
Oliver. What can I do for you?
Hey there, Oliver. I wanted to. I heard a call that somebody was disturbing the peace around here. Do you know who that person could be?
I can't imagine.
Hmm.
Would you like a balloon? You're a bit old, but everyone loves a balloon.
Let me rub this. Okay, sure. Give me a balloon.
All right, and he will certainly hand you a balloon. He whispers things to you, uncomfortable things. Somehow it speaks your mother's name.
Element blinks.
Aren't they nice? Friend balloons.
Is it audible to me, perchance?
It is not. They seem to whisper specifically for the one holding their strings.
Okay.
Hey Oswald, could you hold it? Could you hold for this for a moment? Could you hold my balloon for a moment?
Okay. He has been holding like 12 of these things on a string. And he reaches over to take back the 13th balloon now in his possession again.
Element is rubbing his fingers there. Also, I gotta ask you, do you hear something? Is something coming out of those balloons?
Yes.
Do you hear what? You hear a voice when you hold them, right?
I do. Isn't it great?
What does that voice tell you?
All manner of things. It tells me things that only a friend would know. Therefore, it's a friend.
What kind of things does it? What kind of things that a friend would know, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, about my family, my history, things I've done that I would have confidence, and all sorts of things.
Wait, what was the last one?
Things that I would only share in confidence. You know, if I trust someone, isn't it nice to trust someone?
Yes.
See, you get it. You get
Um, Oswald, could you tell me something specific that one of these balloons has told you, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, all right. Well, let's see. I got it. It told me. It reminds me about that contract I made with that Orzov fellow once upon a time. Very uncomfortable. I can't believe I'm so easily tricked. Oh, but I guess I'm not as literate or open to the possible perceptions of words. Oh, I had to work with them for a very long time until I figured out that since it was duplicitous in nature, it didn't hold me quite as strongly as he thought it was, and so I painted 2 houses as orchids.
Well, I'm glad you were able to get out of that contract, but now here's a question for you. Is this
I kept having to add water just so he could spread further.
now here's another question. Is this memory that the balloons tell you about, is this a good memory to you? Is it pleasant?
Well, the beginning isn't, but then I remember the final. But then I remember the conclusion, and it's very funny.
That is understandable, but I gotta tell you, those balloons, they seem to do this to everybody that holds them. You know that already, right?
Doesn't everyone want a talking balloon? It seems like such a good idea.
I don't think most people would like this kind of talking balloon.
But why? They're friends.
People do not like to be reminded of uncomfortable things. At least not all the time.
Well, what of loot here then? Loot, you said yours gave something that you weren't familiar with, something ahead?
That mine did something. It predicted that I would die in about 7 hours.
Oh, that's just a bit of Rakdos humor. Don't mind them.
Oh, so that was just a ruse.
Of course, it's just a ghost. It can't see the future or anything.
But if it was a ghost of someone who could see the future,
that would be a very special friend.
Yeah, seeing the future isn't an ability that everybody has. I don't think that ghost. I don't think that particular ghost would just randomly have it.
And again, if they could see the future, they would have done a better job trying to escape me.
Trying to what?
Well, I have to go and catch these things, you know. I've tried entertaining ghosts before, but they're just so hostile. So I decided I'd use them instead. I can't just make a balloon talk, after all.
I mean, as far as I know, ghosts are either people that are the spirits of people that either are bound by a contract, or they are lingering in the world because they have something that they regret. It's not exactly the kind of entity that would be easily entertained.
They could at least humor me with a little. I'm trying my best material. They do that.
I'm
DG,
sorry,
you just broke out like every other word there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
can we
Well, they could
side?
at least humor me with a chuckle. I've been throwing my best material at.
What have you done to try and entertain them?
Jokes, dancing, gifts, shows, pranks, all manner of things. Not even my best stand-up.
We
Can you
sidebar
believe
for a second?
Huh?
Sidebar just for a second?
Okay.
I meant in character.
Yeah.
I just put 2 and 2 together. Whatever you do, don't agitate this clown.
Huh?
This clown is really strong.
I am aware of that.
Oh, never
It's
mind
quite
then.
obvious.
I just know not to upset anyone this fellow travels with.
I am trying. I am trying.
Just
I appreciate it though.
Anyway, sidebar over.
No, but Element is gonna whisper to you. Don't worry, I'm just trying to buy time right now.
Why don't we just tell him to go back to Rakdos, where people appreciate his humor?
He is not part of the practice right now.
So he can't.
He can't. As
If he would just rebrand his comedy into horror comedy, it would work so much better.
Hello, friends. What are we whispering about over here?
Branding.
Oswald, personal space.
Personal what?
You can't just go up to people like that and eavesdrop them.
So close to me.
I needed to tell this fellow here something in whisper.
Special friend whispers. Okay.
Well,
Yep.
you could say he is a friend. Well, I need Oswald. Would you mind doing one of your performances that you have done to the cause to me? Like, would you show me one of them?
Oh, well. Gosh, I've done so many. Which one would I do? Just anyone?
Pick one that wouldn't harm me. If any of them would.
Us, please, not harm us.
Oh, yes. Good thing you were so specific. See, ghosts have different states, as you know, and well, corporeal as you are, some of my entertainment might not have been quite as suitable for you.
Exactly. That's why I specified it.
Right. Well, and I would like you to Element and Cirrus roll perception. Element with advantage.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Damn it! It didn't went. There we go. I actually got a better roll in the one that didn't went through.
I am too fixated on the surroundings.
Element, you feel mana.
Element rubs his chin. I feel mana.
As the floor under you changes, as practically the entire street is overtaken by a checkered pattern of red and white squares, and Oswald is gone.
Element looks around. Oh no.
Oh, that's different. Does this happen often?
cloth walls rise and come together at the very top. It's not dark, but you do seem to be inside some sort of tent now.
Some sort of what?
Tent.
Tent.
Very large circular tent.
We're inside a circus now, aren't we?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the show! He is somewhere, but his voice seems to be very omnipresent at the moment. Before he appears before you, as several graves rise from the ground. Oh, Tom-de-Dom-de-Dom. Oh, it's so droll here. There's simply no body willing to listen to me. And he taps one of the graves with one of his shovels. Before sticking into the ground and going for another one. Man, all of your funny bones must have been taken.
I guess I could try to laugh and try to be convincing.
Convince him that you think his stick is funny.
Yes.
Well, the owl is pleased that it's gone better than anticipated.
Element is observing.
Gordon's just looking at all of this like,
He
does
doesn't
this
get it.
happen every day over here? What on earth is going on?
No, this is not an everyday thing.
No, just be on your toes. Well, be ready for anything.
Before he reaches down into the ground. Wait, no, that's right. Reaction to your laugh, if you're going to roll that.
Oh, is it? What would you? Deception, right?
Probably. You put on a very convincing false laugh. Oswald seems very pleased, enough to pause and say yes, you get it. There's the funny bones. There's the funny.
You're pulling my leg.
No, I'm pulling more than that, he says. He reaches into the grave and pulls out a skeleton. Mrs. Jensen, you have a visitor. No, they're not your grandchildren. I know they've stopped coming around, but it's been 5 years. They've got things to do. Oh, don't get so huffy with me. You knew what you were drinking. Back down you go. It's time for your timeout. As he shoves it back into the ground and the hand.
Question here. Oswald is having a conversation with the skeleton, right? The skeleton is not answering, right?
It is not.
Okay.
It seems to be prop comedy.
Oh no. Oh no, he's evil.
Element tilts his head, not understanding.
So, I think how am I gonna put it? Comedy is very dependent on the culture you're from and the things that you learned. Some jokes just don't work in a different environment. You have to kind of learn what the comedy in each area is.
That is true. I'm not expert, but I know that much. So I heard.
Yeah, this is too morose if you're going for a general audience.
Wouldn't it make more sense if the skeleton actually talk?
Yes.
Oh, that's a good idea. I'll need another ghost. Is it reaching for a balloon?
Have you tried ventriloquy?
Oh, no, that's Ren's thing. Gets very unhappy when I use strings. Why, I
Okay.
dare say he tried to strangle me
Ooh,
Oh,
for
why?
several hours.
I know.
Wait, Ren?
Yes.
Is this the Ren we're familiar with, perchance, or no?
Oh, do you know him?
Ren is the one that gave Elemi his string, right?
Yes.
The one that saved him, and he's also the one that opened the door for Cirrus.
That's
Or
the
it was
one.
that?
Okay.
Oh, I see. I wouldn't think he would be. I wouldn't think he'd be upset like that if you were using it for your axe.
Think. Very touchy, though.
Huh.
Intriguing.
I had a very hard time going about my day with a crushed neck.
Ow.
Yeah. What if you
Very inconvenient.
what if you organized your skeletons into a xylophone and played that?
Oh, that was a more musically inclined act.
Oh.
I mean that sounds fun though.
Well, no matter which of these acts I did, nothing at all. Not even a humor laugh. Or a regular laugh. Like that one over there. Aha! I got one.
Ah.
Hmm.
Hello again, not child prostitute.
Well, this act I'm not sure how funny this act was. I couldn't really get it myself, but it didn't. It seemed benign, so I suppose that's fine. But I'm sorry to say that the balloons is not going to work out.
Friends you don't even have to try for, because they already know. Well, when you hold the string, you just share everything. So since you've shared everything, you're friends.
Oswald, you do share a lot of things with your friends, but you don't share everything. And friends don't tell you about the bad things that happen to you all the time. Those bad friends do that.
He seems confused.
Elemi has something in mind to try and get him to understand it, but he's also afraid that if he says what I have in mind, Oswald will actually attack him. So he's refraining from speaking.
It's kind of a last resort thing.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to roll something and call high or low.
Hi.
Congratulations. As something impacts the tent wall from outside. Ooh, a guest! One moment. Hello! Before a familiar fist tears a hole open into it and stomps on over. Tanya! As you might be able to imagine, she reached over and firmly grasped his throat. Oh, the neck again! Very
Element, is this one that you were familiar with?
Yes, she's the one that I call.
Okay.
She is my associate. She's my associate.
Let's see.
She then arches her back a bit and drives his face 2 feet into the ground, burying a portion of his upper body.
German suplex?
Well
Ellen-
then,
Um,
thanks for finding him.
Is he dead? Or is
No,
that
he-
or is that not enough to kill him?
Oh, that's far from enough. That's
I was afraid you'd say that.
Pleasant.
So, who's your new buddies?
Here's to new beginnings.
Ah, well,
Um,
these are new acquaintances of mine. This is Cyrus. I met him after. I met him after going on a mission after. What was the name of the one that has multiple mouths?
Starling.
No, not Starling. The one that has multiple mouths all over her body.
Oh, Greta.
Yeah, after Greta gave me a pamphlet that I needed to investigate.
Hi.
Yeah, and here this is Cordan. He's somebody else. He's somebody from outside Ravnica. Another one of these.
Oh,
But apparently he
must be the end times if many of your people have shown up.
she apparently showed up after Markov did an experiment that went awry.
I haven't seen that blue boy in a while.
Yeah, I need to see if his teacher has seen him. I'm kind of worried over him. And well, and this guy I've just met, he's actually the one that led me to Oswald. What was your name again? Was it Loot?
Loot tutor.
Yes.
Well, it's better than loot at me.
I understood that reference. Okay, so now that you found out, what are you going to do?
Hold him back, obviously.
Okay, good.
Wait,
Thank
what?
Hmm?
Was this one that with you that? What?
Well, I mean, he means well, but going out without a chaperone is against the agreement.
Ah, I think I can see a little bit of that. Alrighty then.
Alrighty then. Well, thank you, Tanya.
All right, good luck to you, boys, and then she stops and just looks at the rabbit. Well, ain't none of my business what company you keep.
Huh?
As she just starts to leave.
With Oswald and two.
Yep. She's dragging him, though he does seem a little dazed, as seemingly the circus becomes undone and vanishes like it never happened.
Huh. Yeah.
So,
You know, I was actually pretty afraid for a moment there.
oh, okay.
I knew exactly what to tell him to have him understand what is it that what was wrong with those balloons. But I was afraid that if I said it, he would have attacked me. And considering he just materialized this tent out of nowhere, I wasn't confident I would win.
I'm sure you
Yeah.
could have protected me.
Huh?
I am sure you could have protected me. I've faith in you.
I appreciate that. Well, but that's a problem. That's one problem taken care of, though. Wait, we never asking if you were actually cursed or not.
I
You-
do believe they said that it was just Rakdos humor, as they put it.
Hmm.
Which, morbidly, I could see that being the case.
I mean, yeah. And just I would have liked to make entirely sure that that was the case, but I, s-
well,
Well,
I
look
could
at it
spend
this way.
I could spend
This
6 more
task
hours.
is addressed. Oh, sorry, Loot. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I could spend 6 more hours with you.
Yes, exactly. I was about to say, we're going to go look for Nim. And, well, if you can get them into right mind, well, as their favorite phrase goes, I'm sure Loot here will be fine.
hmm. That makes sense. If you're not dead by the time the 6 hours are done, I guess the curse was just hogwash.
I would recommend caution, though.
It's always good to be cautious, regardless of whether there's a curse involved or not.
Yeah, and I have no clientele today, so my schedule is quite open.
Hmm. Okay then. If you wouldn't mind joining us for a bit, that would be lovely.
Very well. I would
Onward
love
and
to.
wayward, then we go.
Okay.
Let's make do before anything more occurs.
Hmm. Elaming is actually gonna talk to his Marten and ask if Nim's GPS is still active.
Nim has not turned it
Yes.
off, so it would be.
Okay, and Martin, could you lead me to where Nim is, or where Nim's Martin is rather?
It will give you directions to
Okay.
his current position, which may update if he stays mobile.
Okay. Elaming is heading towards the direction that the Martin is taking him.
Curious, is there a fashion of, like, can you just ask this Martin to direct you to any person with a Martin, or is this only those that you permit?
These Martins are these Martins have a feature that they allow for them to locate other Martins, but it's apparently something that can be turned on and off. Nims has it on though. As far as if I remember, Nims has it on though. I just asked the Martin, so we can find him, even
There he is.
even if his Martin is not directly on top of Nim right now, he'd be near him.
Okay, I'll be sure to clarify that. I've been considering one of them. Well, carry on.
Elaming is basically leading the way. Is going towards wherever the Martin is telling him to.
Alright. So, Nim, where are you? Or rather, where have you run off to?
He kind of just blindly ran off in a direction.
Alright,
Again.
fair enough.
It's kind of his specialty at this point.
Maximum fear.
Run somewhere. Therefore, let's see where you end up.
Owl maintains on the alert.
You're in the Golari district.
What was the Golgari again?
Those are basically the trash keepers and people
Waste
who
management.
people who take the dead in wrath.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
Sorry, one moment.
That's yours.
Yep, yep.
Okay.
I can't wear anything less conspicuous.
How could someone wear something less conspicuous?
It's,
Why,
I
that's-
have. It's about my image.
Impossible.
Okay, sorry about that. Roommates just got back and slight
Oh.
distraction there. What was
No
all-
worries.
what did I miss there?
Oh,
No.
nothing much. You're somewhere in the Golgari district. There appear to be many people writing, and they don't seem to care that you've basically barged into their office.
He barged into an office. All right. I can work with that. He is going to hide under a desk somewhere.
All right. You hide under a skeleton's desk. They pause for a moment to make sure that you won't chew on their femur before getting back to their writings. Curiously enough, they do not question you.
Nim is very much okay with that. He is just going to be hiding for the moment. And listening for the approach of Element, because he's sure that Element will probably find him.
Yep. Element, you are being led to the Golgari district. Taking wagons about, you come upon a house of scriptures.
A house of scriptures?
Yes. It seems that these are documenters. Archivists, if you will.
Enemy is gonna knock at the door.
The door opens. Yes. Do you need something from the archives?
I'm actually looking for somebody somebody that might be near here. Have you seen a wolf around here?
But we've seen two. Which one do you seek?
The one with orange fur
And 4 wings.
Brown.
and 4 wings, browns. Sorry, it looked orange in your icon.
It depends on the light.
Yeah.
Of course, they're being very behaved.
Ah, fantastic.
By the way,
Did you
Rob,
need
we
me
are
for something?
hearing you click and scroll your mouse wheel and stuff and type.
Which person?
Rob.
Well, you're not hearing typing because I haven't touched the keyboard.
I am hearing something that sounds like typing on a laptop keyboard.
I haven't
Mario,
touched the keyboard.
Mario teaches typing.
Either way, I definitely hear the sound of a mouse wheel scrolling.
You definitely hear the mouse wheel scroll. Yeah, sorry.
All right.
This mic is too sensitive.
Okay.
Could you let me to where this wolf is, please?
Of course, right this way. And they will take you inside, where there are many skeletons writing things on very long pieces of parchment.
The owl is very mindful of their step, not to step on any such.
Hmm.
And they will gesture to the desk that Nim is residing under. He has been
Now,
otherwise very still.
does Nim hear elements? Or pick up his scent?
Quite probable, as I don't believe Element is attempting to conceal his presence.
In that case, Nim is dashing out from under the desk and looking for an exit as quickly as possible.
Wait, wait!
Do we need to catch him?
You may need to capture him. You may.
Was that the DM or one of our party members?
That was the DM saying that.
I don't know. I'm asking the people in my party.
Yes, we do need to catch him.
Okay. Then I try to find the exit and head him off. With blinding speed.
Oh boy.
What is your speed?
55.
Okay, well, it is faster than Nim. However,
As you make your mad dashes around, desks shudder, papers flutter, as there's suddenly a flurry of movement in this otherwise almost completely still, other than the movements of wrist and hand, room. I would like opposing dexterity checks.
not required.
Fair enough.
Nim seeing the exit blocked, he uses Dimension Door to teleport outside.
Silver is alarmed and unsure what to do as now Silver is scrambling every which way, no longer seeing Nim.
Hey, question. Can Dispel Magic cancel out the Dimension Door?
No. Counter spell could.
Okay.
Dispel Magic is for lasting effects.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
To be fair, he can only teleport up to 500 feet. And he is choosing 500 feet through the door.
Just in that direction.
Yes. Unless he can see through the doorway. In which case,
I
he
assume
can...
take Silver with you.
Yes.
Alright, just making sure. Just
Element rubs his temple. I forgot that he could do that.
and the skeletons check their papers and begin rearranging their desks from the sudden excitement.
Elemi look around at the small commotion and he bows. I am sorry for that for the little inconvenience.
Well, it will be documented. As another skeleton seems to pull out another scroll, unfurls it, and it says "Incident Report" at the top. They mark the date and the details of the event, or rather, they make an addendum to dog has entered the facility. Not quite sure how, but does not seem to be making any trouble. Addendum: dog made much trouble as friends came to collect them, dashing about and then vanishing.
Hey, do any of you know counterspell by any chance?
Yes.
I was actually asking my party right now.
I'm afraid I do not.
Regrettably not, no.
Elemi is gonna cross his arms, saying he's going to ask one of the archivists. Do any of you know somebody that knows counterspell?
Yes, many people do.
I need some.
After all,
Many people
are you
do.
perhaps
I
looking-
just said that I do.
Are you perhaps looking for a scroll or some item with counterspell inside of it?
Yes, I need somebody. I need either a scroll or somebody who can do it for me, because I need to catch up to that wolf. And if he's going to keep doing that, it's going to take a while before he runs out of spell slot.
To be fair, he's only
True
got
enough.
3 more castings of it.
Elamin doesn't know that.
Well, I mean, I could easily chase him down if I knew where he was.
We can track him down with a Marten, but if he can just dimension door away every time we get near him, I need a way to counter that.
Oh, we can just be patient and continue to do so. They can't do it forever, and if we rush it, we'll spook them more, if anything.
Exactly.
Generally, the House of Archives is for storage, but we do have need. If you would be willing to barter just a bit.
I am willing to barter. Yes.
We do have scrolls of counterspell, specific and other defensive measures for the specific sake of preserving our archives should something come to pass.
That makes sense. Would it be okay if I get a few of them?
Of course.
How much would you sell them for?
300 each.
Gold?
Yes.
Okay, that sounds good.
The owl just kind of pauses to look at Element before remembering that they are with Nim, who paid an
An
excess
exorbitant amount of money. That would roughly translate to 30 platinum, unless you have them written down as gold.
Cordan does
So
not
how many
understand the concept of money, so this just goes over his head.
So, how many scrolls will you end up buying, as this is a house with many papers?
4.
Alright.
So that will
1,200 gold. For
Or-
4 spells, or 4 scrolls of counterspell.
or 120 platinum, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go with the 120 platinum. I already deducted it from my thing.
They meticulously count the coins before confirming that this is correct and handing you your scrolls.
Yay.
Good day to you.
Thank you, and sorry for the inconvenience.
Simply more to write down.
You're very
Now.
resourceful.
Now, I suppose we shall get back to it.
Mm-hmm. And Element is going to assist Martin again to lead him to where Nim is.
You are given a new set of directions. Nim, are you blindly running again?
Yep.
Oh boy. Where does Nim end up now? Do you get on wagons or are you just running? Because there are limits. Damn it. Admittedly, hiding in that Golgari building gave you quite the breather, but they didn't really have refreshments available.
This is Nim. He has refreshments with him.
You are correct.
That is true.
He is going to get onto the back of a wagon.
All right.
Actually, no. He's going to fly up onto a building.
Fair enough. You take wing.
Or, try and get up there.
Good luck.
Nothing seems to be stopping you as people seem to regard you with the same oddity that you would regard a seagull in a suburban area. Silver desperately tries to follow along, attempting to scramble up some walls and not succeeding.
Can't Silver fly?
No,
Not
No,
yet.
he doesn't have
Oh,
wings.
that's right, yeah.
but the next visit to Room to Lucard will solve that.
Hopefully.
So, when we catch this guy, am I supposed to do it without hurting him?
Oh yes, please don't harm him. I don't. He's not. Well, I can't call him not a criminal at this point, but he's my friend.
Oh, do be mindful and very
He's my friend.
attentive.
My criminal friend.
Be very attentive. They are prone to magic, it sounds, though I'm not sure how they are without element metering.
Just be careful. If he feels threatened, he will attack you. Sadly.
Hence my insistence on just simply giving him time and patience. Maybe talking him down a little as you encounter him.
That is not going to work. Nim is a very stubborn. Nim is a very stubborn fellow.
Lovely. Alright, well, we'll see. Are you doing alright still? You were a little stiff earlier.
Yes, that nice long walk has worked out every kink, says, just flexing his arm around a bit.
Fantastic. Well, onward we go.
All right, Martin, lead the way.
Can you, Martin, tell how quickly they're moving? Are they tired yet? I imagine not, considering I saw them cooking. They can go for a while, so I'm just curious is all. It appears to be moving faster than normal now.
That wouldn't be an overestimation,
Oh no.
as he does have faster fly speed than he does walk speed.
Oh, poor Silver.
Silver is having a very difficult time.
Um,
But if they get farther than 1 mile from him, they do teleport to his side.
so it's just be as close as possible to. Got it.
Silver is also worried about him.
He just
What?
instant transmissions near Nim whenever he gets out of range.
Instant transmission.
Okay, well, let's keep going and. Any chance the Marten would give a location update of, or that we might encounter that they've just like gone over some otherwise walking impassable location yet?
They are certainly giving up-to-date information as he continues moving.
Lovely. Okay. How often do you have to do this, anyways? Might as well ask.
How often do I have to do what?
Track them down. This is unusual, but I'm mildly curious now if this is the first or many of times.
Well, names sometimes can get lost, but this is the first time that basically the first time that he has actively just run away from me like this. I have no idea what's gotten into him.
All right, we'll see. May you be correct in that they can be reasoned with. Well, as much as you permit, despite what you said earlier. But yes. Oh.
Nin can certainly be reasoned with. It's just difficult because his common sense is different from a regular person.
Okay. Well,
He sometimes can take things very literally, if you know what I mean.
do you think we have to run after them, or we're just gonna continue at a leisurely pace?
He will probably find a spot to lie down as soon as he gets tired.
No, yeah, I can live with that.
So I am not in a specific hurry to find him. I just want to find him so I can have a talk with him.
Fair enough.
A very firm talk, possibly with your sword. Or at least that's what's going on in his head.
Oh, poor Nim. Meanwhile, in Nim's mind, they know.
And roll perception to see if you can detect them before they detect you. These traitors, Martens.
Oh, he's got no idea that the Marten is telling them exactly where he is.
Yes.
You do.
After he got up onto the roof, he did stop for a bit. And as soon as he detects them again, he's taking off running. Across the rooftops this time. Doing little flapping glides when he comes to a...
The Marten's position is suddenly very different. It is very much on the move. It needs to update its coordinates drastically.
Oh, he must have seen us.
The owl looks around, seeing if any of the passerbys or any bystanders happen to be looking in any particular direction or such.
They do seem to be. Some of them do seem to be looking upwards.
Wait. Oh, of course. He has gone on top. He has gone on top of the roofs.
How good did you two get with flying, just to make sure if I need to be ready to heal them later or not?
I am not sure. It's not like
Okay.
it's not like I have a metric on how good I am at flying. I
No,
am
no, that's fair. That's fair. I just
No,
know you guys.
Remember the age-old saying, fear gives. This is fear gives.
Okay.
How high up are the roofs?
Pretty high up. Like 3 stories.
Kind of roughly in feet.
The owl will give a quick.
28 feet, 27 perhaps.
Oh, that's very doable.
Cirrus would.
He's got a feature, so to say.
Cirrus would take to a quick bound up a few very quiet flaps just to peek over the roofs for a quick swivel around, just in case they're in line of sight before descending back down. Whether or not they are
Rank
staying
up.
the night.
Hold the line. This hamlet
Oh.
shall not fall.
A lot of people today.
Share and Place
Yes,
Games rated
yeah.
my stream with 24 viewers.
Cherum, hello there, and thank you very much for that raid. Welcome on in, everybody. Let me get you a shout out. I know you were doing the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Pokeroll campaign tonight. Oh, nice, Neon, nice. But welcome on in, everybody. Welcome. I am Razim, and we are doing Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons. We do a lot of games here on the channel, all sorts of things, such as, D&D, Pathfinder, World of Darkness, both Werewolf and Mage. We also have an Exalted tabletop campaign. We've got our own Mystery Dungeon, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon campaign coming in the near future, so look forward to that. Actually, our first pseudo session is tomorrow, which I am thinking of streaming that. So do come on by for that.
Unwavering purpose.
Thank you again, everybody, so much for coming by. Thank you for those follows, Merle and Wolf Mage. We also do variety gaming here. Things like recently I've been doing Brain Died, 2 Point Campus, as well as Hard Space Shipbreaker, and we've got Phasmo as a regular feature on the channel. But for now, I'm gonna be in the chat with all of you here. Everybody, do go check out Cherum. He's a really great guy. So do consider supporting his channel as well, giving him a follow and following through on that. Share the love, y'all. But yeah, thank you, and I'll be in the chat. Where were we on the game?
Chasing you as you were flying and trying to determine
yes.
if you can jump on top of buildings.
Yes.
And giving a good fly up to see if a quick glance about shows you perchance.
Considering that Nim is capable of flight, but is probably more focused on a distance for the time being. And he has one partner that is having a much more difficult time going from rooftop to rooftop.
Our
It's
modest
not
fellowship
too
expands.
hard to spot
Praise the sub.
one of them.
Merle_2009 just subscribed.
Well, very nice. Thank you.
Oh,
And welcome.
why don't I chase
What?
Silver?
What did... Oh, I was about to ask, what distance
A
about would
prudent
you say
choice.
they're out?
This distance. I'd say
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Nim is probably some
Shinkido
200 feet
gifted
away.
Christ Dubstep Shadox a subscription. Shinkido gifted a tier 1 sub to Chris the Dubstep Shadox. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
I really need
modest
to
fellowship
adjust the
expands.
gift sub thing.
Praise the sub.
It repeats the same thing
Shinkido
like
gifted
3 times for
Dark
some
Legend Sitting
reason.
Tier a subscription. Shinkido gifted a tier 1 sub to Dark Legend Sitting Tier. They have given 2 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you so much for those gift subs, Shin. For some reason, I still don't understand why it does that. I've tried to adjust it. Sorry for the interruption to the game, but, you know, we have
By
a
all
hype
means.
train close, so we might be a little distracted for a bit longer here. Holy crap. There's a lot going on.
By all means.
Yeah. Can I chase down Silver now that I realize
Here's
that
to
he
new
couldn't
beginnings.
possibly be on top of the roof?
Yes. Silver's rooftop speed is varying. However, leaping from rooftop to rooftop is certainly not their forte, as these rooftops are smooth, not a lot to dig into, and slanted. Whereas
Sorry.
Nim has his wings to the mountain.
And sorry again, but how far was Silver then?
Probably about 40 feet, whereas Nim is some 200 feet and rapidly increasing distance.
Then the owl would like to cast Hunter's Mark on Silver, just for a little bit of extra tracking and sense of where they are. Nothing fancy, just
His
little-
cats.
just a bonus action and 90 feet range to initiate.
The Hunter's Mark is affixed to Silver.
With that, I come back down and just simply settle alongside Element and continue along, a little more fixated on the direction they're in and paying much closer attention for any indications of them. Listening and watching well.
We can keep going near him, but if he spots us, he's just going to run away again. We need to get near. We need to get near him somehow without him spotting us. I am not exactly good at that kind of stealth, though.
No worries, just...
I have something I can do about that.
Huh?
Oh?
Well, just go to that beauty salon over there, and I'm making that up. Where's a beauty salon?
In the
Golgari
Golgari
district?
Yes. Oh, like, you know, they fix up corpses so they look nice. A mortuary. That would be a place where I can get my hands on makeup.
Why do you need makeup? Nim has never seen you in the first place. Unless you're going to prepare the others.
I'm going to prepare the others, and I'm going to use my ability of disguise kit to make them look like completely different people.
Actually,
That would normally work. But you'll also need quite the perfume.
yeah,
I
Elemi,
also have perfume.
yeah, Elemi is going to point out if Nim sees more from his nose than from his eyes, if you know what I
Yeah.
mean.
I not only have perfume, but if we're going to a mortuary, they have perfume specifically made to disguise the scent of being dead and decaying. So
You are correct.
That is fair.
That is true. That could work, honestly.
To a mortuary, then.
Okay. Onward to more shenanigans.
To the Golgari Beauty Salon.
I mean, what
Our
else
modest
do you
fellowship
call it?
expands.
Yes.
Praise
Oh
the
my.
sub.
Shinkido gifted Noel Moogle a subscription. Shinkido gifted a tier 1 sub to Noel Moogle. They have given 3 gift subs in the channel.
How pleasant.
Thank you again, Shin. Nim will be taking a moment to rest as soon as he's certain that they're not following. He is going down from the rooftops to regather up with Silver, and they're going to get on a wagon now. To rest, but still keep moving.
Alright.
The fastest one he can find.
There does seem to be one that is leaving in quite the hurry. However, it is a garbage collections wagon.
Okay, yeah, he would not want that.
He may be panicked, but maybe not that panicked.
Yeah, it would be a very severe problem for his nose.
Yes. I was about to say, yeah.
That is so offensive. Well, no. They're leaving to begin their dump runs, but the smell of former garbage still lingers in the wagon.
Still probably too much.
For Nim, yes.
Yes.
The next wagon seems more palatable, as it seems to be carrying actual passengers. Very large wagon.
Well, then that's the one he shall ride on.
And so he hops aboard the palatable wagon. Silver gratefully hopping aboard, or joining you aboard it.
Nim is going to bring out some, probably panting a little bit. He's going to bring out some, what do we got here? Lizard skewers for them to eat.
A pastime favorite. How
Yes.
could Silver refuse?
Everyone was interested.
Everyone liked this. Everyone involved, anyway.
Luke, how long of this will this idea of yours take? I know we were trying to catch up and all, but also,
Sorry, continue.
no, I just don't want to drag it on too long. And if it would save time, I think Element here will be the one who will need it most.
Well, I'm knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, mortuary assistant.
Oh dear.
The door opens. Ah, yes. Are you here to see your dearly beloved?
No. Today we're here to sample your wares and determine if a future in your mortuary is in our best interest. Can you take us to where you prepare the corpses?
Oh, is perhaps cannibalism a family tradition? Sorry, we weren't expecting anyone of the sort today.
Not that kind of prepare. Prepare in the sense of makeup and perfumes and embalming and
Oh.
oils.
Of course, right this way.
All right.
We all just giving a small chuckle at that in exchange.
All right. Here is 50 gold.
Oh.
And and you leave us in there for like 5-10 minutes, and then you come get us. Is that all right?
Would you are you requesting a corpse?
No. I just need to use your equipment.
Ah, very good then. Then by all means. And they
No.
will pass you the room after clearing up the assumptions.
I might be stretching this a bit, but can I just... Oh, I have a disguise kit the whole time. I have two
Yes.
of them.
Yeah, you do.
I just...
Amazing.
Which is
Whatever.
why I was like making this a little extra joke-ish at your expense.
Oh, I thought that was the one thing I forgot to add to my character sheet. Whatever, 50,
No.
and I take their special perfumes that are meant to disguise your scent, and
It's very good quality, I'll give you that.
and I start applying them, and then I take another that's like a different scent, just in case we need to use that to disguise ourselves again.
Alright.
And I know perfumes, so I know it's working.
You do. You really know your perfumes.
Perfumes.
Perfect. Also, here, take these black hoodies. Sorry, I don't know what. Take these.
Cloaks, perhaps?
Sure, black cloaks,
Cloaks, robes,
robes.
cassock.
Yeah, take these
I-
robes and disguise yourself physically.
Are you okay, Loot? Are you feeling alright?
Just a little flustered.
No worries.
We didn't loot at him. We didn't loot.
I don't usually go to mortuaries.
Cordance
No
just
worry.
looking at the robe you've handed him in confusion. Just
And because you see me, I'll change very quickly into a completely different set of exaggerated clothing. Perfume. Okay, let's go going. Woo.
Alright. Time to track down Nim one more time.
Also, can I at least have stolen some of their perfumes?
I'll allow it.
Well, I
Considering you gave them
Praise the
50
sun.
gold, that's pretty acceptable.
Shinkido just subscribed.
stolen is such a harsh word. Acquired.
Can you just ask him to buy it? Remember
Well-
you have a borrower fighting you.
Oh, okay. Hey, I took 4 of these vials of perfume. Just telling you on the way out. Bye.
Oh. Well, alright then. I'll make a note
Joke.
to replace them.
Well, he did pearl for them, so that's fine.
It is so difficult to be considered. You know it. No, I'm not even gonna ask. Okay, onward. And
We're in a time crunch.
yes, I know.
Otherwise, I
Onward.
would charm the pants off him.
Oh.
My. All right. Well, either way, let's
Oh,
get
no.
going.
Not in that sense.
You will sure charm the non-existent clothes off that dog. You will.
Wolf?
Wolf.
Off that canine.
Ah, yes.
Element is giving his Martin another strawberry for the extended guiding that he has been doing for him.
Hmm. And perhaps if they're stationary, it might help to approach from, well, downwind rather than upwind. Just a small note.
I am not planning on flying towards him. He'll probably know it is me if I do.
Okay. And still keeping a general track as best possible, just keeping a sense of that. Onward and wayward we go.
On and on you go.
Up you go.
You are taken away.
Along the wagon trail.
Oregon Trail.
This time, you end up oh Nim. Oh Nim, oh Nim, oh Nim.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's encouraging.
You're back in the Azorius district.
Is he truly aware of this?
You start to become aware when you notice all the very fancy structures.
He is going to jump off the wagon and try to find a different exit from this district.
You're not too far from the center, if it helps.
He's going there and running somewhere else.
I have made a huge mistake.
What is that?
No, I was saying it. I think that I'm just saying that what I think name
Nim
is
probably
thinking.
feels that.
Yeah, when he realizes where he is.
Do what now?
I'm thinking name was probably thinking I have made a huge mistake when he realizes that he's back at the workshop.
No, Azorius.
Sorry.
Well, at least they've got some stamina about them. Or they're...
Well, there is a sudden change in direction as you're almost at the Azorius. Now you're veering sharply back to the center.
Oh.
Element raises an eyebrow. Huh.
Oh,
He
it's
was-
just...
He was going to the Azores, but now heading back to the center. That's odd.
Well, I'd suggest to go ahead and see if we can head them off a little bit then.
Yes.
Curious, so...
ITO.
Hmm.
What did you said, Loot?
Rightio.
Mm-hmm.
Ah. Briefly thought I heard Mighty Owl for a second. I was confused as all.
Mighty Owl.
I'm actually like a Sailor Scout. Mighty Owl 4. Power Ranger armor forms around me.
Form of owl.
That can be arranged.
I mean, Wolstein isn't Wolstein from the Ranger class? I mean,
Yes.
Cyrus, if Cyrus.
Our ranger owl.
Onwards to Nim. Oh no.
I'm getting my 1,000 steps in today.
What? Okay, fair.
How many more hours of being cursed to death do I have left at this point?
Probably 3.
Well, then the owl rather disappointedly has lost the hunter's mark by this point then.
This is becoming quite the chase, yes.
Disappointingly so. But no matter, we'll just catch up to him eventually.
You
Give
always
another-
have the Marten GPS, thankfully.
Yes, thankfully.
If Element didn't have this, he wouldn't even be bothering with this.
Don't worry. If he asks how we found him, just say I tracked him down or something. Don't worry if I get burned or whatever.
You can
he
say
does.
that Nim has a very unique scent. That'll probably help you bond.
Does it smell like
Nim's smell is
seam sauce.
unmistakable.
Sus.
I will be right back, but yeah, Nim is just running, and he's gonna jump on another wagon that looks like it is heading away from the Azurius. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, but you know.
There is a more bus-like wagon that does appear to be going towards Boros, if Nim would like that one.
He will get on.
Such happy music. Let us continue to pursue them until we do.
I thought this one was one of your party. Why are we chasing him again?
Because he ran away from me the moment I started asking him about the events yesterday.
Ah, the burning, right?
Right.
Yes.
Although I have this inkling that he's actually running away from me for something else because he doesn't actually seem to remember the burning yesterday.
Oh? All
Yes.
right.
Hmm.
Or he's lying. But either way, we can figure out when we work that out.
Yeah. Also, I'm gonna ask the master something. Hey Martin, I know you can track where Nim Martin is, right?
Yes.
Can you is it possible you could tell me what the general location of where he is right now looks like?
Yes?
Okay, what is his surroundings looking like right now?
He is sitting on a bus.
A bus. Can you give me a little bit more detail? Like what the bus looks like?
Next stop.
They
No.
they do begin giving details. However, they say that there are quite a number of soldiers aboard, and it seems to be heading in the general direction of the Boros.
That'd be nuts. Okay, that's good. All right, we should take some form of ride ourselves. Nim is heading to the Boros now.
I can appreciate the break. Not exactly the shortest tracking, but by no means, it's also appreciated.
And wherever that element is going to try to find some sort of fast vehicle for that to take them to the Boros.
Yeah.
A fast vehicle to take you to the Boros.
Mm-hmm. Or
Well-
whatever is the general vicinity.
There are smaller vehicles that are much more like taxis than buses. Or there are smaller wagons that are more like taxis than buses. You could encourage one to go fast and say you'll give them permission.
To be fair, a bus would probably be making a few stops along the way.
Oh,
Yeah.
very much so.
So.
Yeah, but yeah, element is going to basically say that. He's going to find one of those taxis and tell him to hurry up. So long as they don't hit anybody.
They'll ask if you'll give them part.
Huh?
I mean, this is a Boros telling them to do this, so surely they're not doing anything wrong, right? If they go very fast.
It doesn't need to be breakneck speed. I just need a fast way to head back to the Boros. Right now, I am in the middle of a chase. And I know my query is heading there, so I'm trying to intercept them.
They'll nod and take you there at a very quick speed, making some very sharp turns that may make some of the other party members uncertain.
The owl sits ready to bail.
Gordon just kind of wedges himself in a corner and just braces.
Element isn't afraid, but Element isn't afraid of this speed, but he is concerned. But this was his request, though, so he can't really complain.
No, Lute's fairly certain that his allies could protect him if they got into a car accident.
Yes, I will be your fluffy airbag. No.
You say that.
No.
And the truth of the matter is, it's very likely that if you did use him for cushioning, then yes, he'd be very good cushion.
No kidding.
Gordon would not be good cushioning. There's a lot of pointy
Not
metal
at
things under his
all.
robe.
Cirrus does a concern. Oh, well, hopefully, I'm sure.
Cirrus does one single concern.
Just the one.
Just one.
Gordon's more like hunkering it down and keeping himself secure to avoid rattling around and hurting others. As himself, he's pretty fine by himself. He's just like, if I move around, I might break something.
Hey, Elliman,
Yes.
would there be any anyone else we could perhaps ask to assist us that you could contact?
Pray, maybe?
I could call Cray, but actually, yeah, that might be a good idea. Cray, Cray is the person that Nim listens to the most.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Because, just saying, at this rate, it might actually be handy to have more. And since it sounds like the rest of those around you can handle whatever Nick throws. So,
Yeah. Let me do that then. Lemming is gonna call Cray.
On the Marten.
Of course. Where else?
Just making sure. I'm waiting.
I mean, Sim is stepping away, so
That's right.
so.
I am back.
We can-
Sorry about that.
Oh, there we go. Speak of the devil.
Back.
Bring up the Marten phone song.
The Marten phone song?
Ring.
Marten. It's a Duke element. It's a Duke.
Cray just lets it go and vibrate.
Ugh.
No, he'll pick it up.
Hey there, Cray. Are you there?
Yes,
Are you busy right now?
not terribly. Why?
I'd like to ask you a favor.
Go ahead.
Yes, at the moment I am in pursuit of Nim because he ran away from me. And every time I get near him, he seems to keep running away from me. I have no idea what's going on with him. So I need people to help me. Basically stop him from running away. I know the next place where he's going though. He's going to the Boros.
Okay.
Yeah, I like it.
And Cray's just going to like try to dial in Nip.
Name is being called.
Don't tell him I'm here.
It takes Nim a few moments to realize that the Marten is ringing. And as soon as he does not answer, but he jumps off of the bus and starts running.
Okay.
Again, in a random direction.
Silver groans and follows.
hopefully they don't tumble off the moving vehicle.
Roll acrobatics to see if you...
Leap. Boy, adrenaline. Adrenaline, more adrenaline. Nim has to be out of adrenaline at some point.
Lute looks at his swords and is just like, I shouldn't use these, but it's starting to become more tempting.
This damn dog.
Did
Because he doesn't know that Nim's proper pronunciation is.
Pray did he answer?
Nope. I don't know what you did, and I really don't know how to necessarily help you.
I want you to basically come to the Boros to be there. To be there so you can help me find him. he listens to you more than he listens to me.
All right, I can make my way up. He just hangs up the phone.
Element does too.
Are you still checking in with the Marten?
Of course I am.
All right. His coordinates have stopped approaching you.
Hmm? Oh no. He's going. Where is he going now?
Let's find out.
Goes back into the Omar district.
Oh, the Celestia.
Element is gonna ask the rider to stop.
Aren't you trying to head someone off?
He has gone to a different location now. Apparently, he's now going to the Celestia.
He seems confused. Is there some secret Boros information thing that happened while I wasn't looking?
I have somebody informing me about his location telepathically.
Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Okay. So where now?
Well, just take me to the Celestia. Take us to the Celestia, please. I will pay for the extra. No worries.
All right. As he turns around and
Nim is going, realizing the Selesnya is where
Graham.
Municipal Card is, right?
No.
No, that's
Oh.
Simic.
Nim is going to start running to Municipal Card's lab.
Fair enough. He veers again. He veers. This time, arching for the Simic. Going with another turn, Element has Wagon Man.
How many hours left of living?
Have
do I
you-
have left?
You 3.5.
But you said three. You said three. You said three last time. The timing
In
three.
time.
You're
gained
going so
time.
fast, you went back in time.
We are now ahead of Nim.
All right, now, all right, 2.5. But this wagon ride has been very difficult on your more delicate partners. Basically racing down the streets.
The owl is not delicate. The owl is fine.
I more meant loot. I more
Ah.
I guess I could sit on my bedroll.
Certainly wish I had this so that I could be able to just help track down a little more directly, but no. Oh well. Well, hopefully we're closing in.
Well, if anything, loot, this wagon is certainly making your stomach feel like death, so maybe there is some merit to that. Or
I wanted
perhaps
to-
it simply makes you wish for the sweet release of death.
No, I think this endless chase makes him want to wish for the sweet taste of death.
It's like, oh, I get it. Oh, how devious. It makes me want it.
You're trying to kill me, but not by
Wait.
your hand, by my own.
I see. The true curse was the friends we made along the way.
Oh no, someone would betray me. That person's myself. But how do I flay myself?
Lute,
How do
are
I
you
rob
okay there?
myself? How do I rob?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
So Nim changed directions again, right? He was going to the
Yes.
Celestia, so now where's the Marten telling Element where he's going?
The Civic in this.
Nim Element rubs his temple for a moment before he realizes, oh, okay, I know. I think I know where he's going. If we're fast enough, we could actually be there before he gets there.
Nim is heading there with the thought that nobody would think to look for him there.
Nim is a very simple boy.
Element, just make sure you have those tools ready.
I have them out of my backpack already. I have them in my hand.
Just making sure.
Yeah, and Element is gonna give a quick call to Cray just to let him know where Nim is headed, because Element is pretty sure he knows where he's going.
Nim is filled with desires. Desires for wings.
Yes. Okay. So I told Cray, and I also tell the the taxi driver where to. This time in a specific location.
All right. I haven't heard the call yet, so I assume Cray gets it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm pretty.
Yes. Sorry, I am working on about a dozen things at once right now. We
Yeah.
literally just completely
We'll
adjusted
skip
everything.
the call this one time.
I mean, there wasn't a name for the Marten ring. I was just saying that I'm calling Cray real quick just to update on the situation.
All right.
And to tell him to please don't call him again.
Nope, he doesn't.
Yeah.
Now, let's see who gets there first. Because Nim sort of knows the way there, and Element, this cab driver's horse, having sped around so much, is getting perhaps a little winded. See. Nim, you arrived first. Hello, friend! Nim, hello! What can the road Sybil do for you?
I need you to hide me.
Okay.
Also, I need wings for Nim, or for Silver. But I need you to hide me.
Okay. Do you want them now? I can do the operation.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Do you have a
basement?
secret? Do you have a secret lab hidden somewhere that we could hide in?
Not a lab, but a very well concealed basement.
Can you do the operation down there?
Okay. No. Okay. I will move my tape. I will move my equipment down to the base.
I'll help. Crash, crash, crunch.
As he is just not questioning anything. Like, okay. He's run before. He knows when questions aren't wired.
You pay good money, yes? Yes, okay, let's go.
They have paid good money. They've even gotten him some very good. This party, members of this party are basically his patrons.
Thank you for your praise.
The owl, no longer running about or walking about, is just going to try focusing on that little trick that Element claims he was up to earlier.
What trick?
The owl is attempting to hide themselves in the cart.
Oh, that one.
And just kind of simply mirages off a little bit.
They certainly have a lot less presence than they did for some reason all of a sudden.
Meanwhile, the owl is just kind of giggling a little bit at this new capacity. Okay, yay.
And down in the basement, Runcible Card is setting himself up because this is also where well, the party might remember.
Oh, I know that, but Nim is not thinking about that right now.
Of course.
What is it that we were supposed to remember?
Runcible's basement for when he needs to hide and do work at the same time.
Ah.
So he thinks it's hidden, but the party probably knows about it. Granted, he was also hiding there when the Demir came to say hello.
Oh, then Element does know about it. Because Element was there.
Yep. Anyway, Runcible will begin his operations as the party arrives at his studio apartment that is full of medical things. The loud, chipper halfling does not greet them at the door.
Element is gonna pay the taxi driver all the money that he deserves for taking them basically 33% across Ravnica.
He will be taking 2 gold. He will be taking 2 gold.
Okay. Hopefully we can actually corner him before he notices up. I'm pretty sure I know where.
Curiously enough, the Marten is giving you a Z-axis as well, which means that they are on a different elevation.
Element blinks. And things from when. Oh. Okay, I see. They're probably in that one in that basement where that guy hit himself.
Runcible Card.
Yeah, when Runcible Card hit himself. None of you were there when that happened, but I was.
Gray is on his way. He's leisurely taking his time. This isn't really his problem, but he'll partake in its solving.
I appreciate that.
All right, Element, before we go in, just point where you want me to stand ready.
Okay. Since they're in the basement, the only way Nim will be able to get out would be through the basement door or through dimension doors. So I need to get inside the basement without making a sound.
You are still disguised and perfumed.
Yeah. The Nim could still hear us coming if we're not careful.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Okay. If that guy is not reading, then that means he's probably in there with them. Actually, hey, Cyrus.
Yes.
How are I noticed you did that thing that I told you about earlier, where you disguise your. Remember?
Yes. I'm gonna call it camouflage.
How silent do you think you would be while you're camouflage?
Probably about the same as I am, but that's decently
Well,
so.
mhm. Well, I would like you to go ahead of us. And here, let me give you one of the scrolls of what
Counterspell.
of counterspell, just in case Nin spots you somehow. I'd like you to go in ahead of us, try to go in discreetly and see if you can find him.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And quick question as well. Would I know how to use this scroll?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I mean, as far as I know, scrolls are just open them up and use the spell bound to them, right?
That is correct. The 5e simplifies things a lot.
Yay. Well, then the owl certainly takes point, taking up a miraged image as they proceed along. Not only of a minimal scent, but further suppressed with the perfume. Pausing a moment for Element to point out the entrance, but beyond that, happy to proceed down very carefully and exercising the greatest of cautions.
The basement door, however, is not a quiet one. It is quite heavy and requires a crank to turn. It requires turning of a crank. But down when they hear the basement door opening, Rutzeville pauses and just looks upwards like, "Uh-oh."
Is Gray here?
That's not. Cray has probably arrived at this point. Uh-oh.
Hello.
Probably giving everyone else quite the start.
The start?
Startle.
Startling them.
Oh. He just, steps in from the shadows. Hello.
Oh. You surprised me.
The
What's so
owls
surprising?
Okay, so I was curious because about the ruling on that. Technically, no. You guys would not be able to use the spell unless it is on your class's spell list. However, I am a-okay with, just ruling it that they can for now. But keep that in mind in the future. It has to be in your class. Like, you don't have to actually know the spell, have it in your spell book or anything like that. But you have to have it as an option that your class could cast at some point.
Unless it's a bard.
Unless it is a general scroll. There are spell scrolls and then there are spell scrolls.
Very clear, thank you for that.
Yes.
There are spell scrolls for spells from the various spell lists, and then there are spell scrolls that are like a scroll of protection that has something that cannot be replicated with a spell from one of the classes. And so if it's one of those that is not tied to a class, then anyone can use it. And yet they're both called spell scrolls, so I have no idea how we're supposed to... Well, I mean, obviously we look it up and be like, okay, this is on this class's spell list. But still. Yeah, I looked it up, and there were a few posts of people being like, okay, this is saying that they can, this is saying that they can't unless it's on their spell list. This is saying, I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm confused about too. And finally found an answer where they're like, this is referring to these types of spell scrolls, which are different from these spell scrolls.
I sort of assumed that since it was basically a spell on a scroll that was basically ready to, it had already been cast and was just basically waiting for whatever was the trigger of the scroll.
Yes, but you need to be able to understand how that magic works to use it. Because, you know, it's kind of like, sure, a chemist could look at a chemical formula and be like, yeah, that I know exactly what that is. Somebody else that's not trained in chemistry will look at that and be like, I know that's a chemical formula. If they even go, even if they even recognize that.
All right.
So this,
I suppose I understand.
So scrolls are basically so you can use spells that are not in your spell books at that moment, or you don't have attuned to at that moment.
Yeah, or if you run, it's a great way to have more castings of a spell if you run out of spell slots.
Ah, they're much more restricted than I thought they were. That's a shame.
Me too.
Lessons were learned.
Anyway, we'll give it a pass for now and make a note of it in the future.
There are special scrolls that they gave us because they didn't know if we could cast spells.
Funny thing is, a paladin is apparently capable of using counterspell. It's just that it's just that it's relegated to certain oaths, and my oath doesn't have it. But would that mean that I'd be able to?
No, if it's relegated to specific oaths, then you would not be able to use it.
Fair.
Unless because those oaths add those spells to your class's spell list.
Fair.
That is the specific wording of it. So unless you have that oath, it is not added to your spell list.
Fair.
Anyway. So, what is happening now, then?
Ray has arrived. Element is behind the owl. The owl is standing at the entrance to the stairs down. And we have Lute and Coradon, but with Element. And the owl is just doing a little shimmer. Not really discernible as the owl right now.
Yes.
Element,
So,
you should
Chris.
tell me what's going on.
Cray, they are all wearing cloaks, have makeup, and smell of perfume.
Oh, yes, we're all disguised. Yes, yes.
So, how do you explain this one to Cray? Or do you just leave him to guess?
No, Element will tell
Can I
him.
stumble into a drag party?
No.
Which
We're not wearing that kind of makeup. We're cloak.
The owl didn't accept much anyways.
Element will explain the situation to Cray the moment he sees him.
All right, go ahead, sir. Explain.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Nim is down there in the basement.
That's the situation.
Well, you were there at the tail end of the lemonade party, right? You saw when Nim burned a person to basically death. They actually
I
had to
believe
revive.
I believe he had the consent of the party goer, but yes. I'm sorry, the party host.
I mean,
And
even
their parent.
even with consent, he kind of went too far. And when I saw him doing that, he had a sadistic grin on it, that doesn't look like Nim at all. Which is why I wanted to try and talk with him about it earlier when we were at your house. But the moment I pressed him about it, he began speaking as if I was accusing him of something. But when I told him about the party, he didn't even remember that part. So he thought I think he might be thinking that I'm accusing him of something else, and I have no idea. So he's been running away. He's been running away from me, and I've been trying to track him like from 3 other districts now.
Gives a soft hum. And then he walks over to the door, opens it, and walks inside.
He all takes this time just to remove some of the makeup and whatnot and the cloak.
Gordon struggled to get into this cloak. He's keeping the cloak on.
Element is staying out of sight for now as he sees Cray going in. He knows Nim will probably not run away from Cray, but he's staying away just to make sure that Nim doesn't run away immediately.
The owl is just going to stage near the door and just cloak in a little bit, settle down, and just watch both in and out.
Luke's just hanging back. This is inter-party situation. He's technically not part of the party yet.
Yeah. I am really sorry about this wild goose chase I've been taking, you Loot.
It's okay. I've had harder days at work.
Hey, this is crazy, and I just met you. My party member's running away, but will you chase him with me?
Hey, this is Cray. Yeah, Cray's just walking on down, just like nothing's wrong. Just steppy, 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 steppy.
So Cray basically swoosed in there.
No, he just walks.
All
No
right.
swoosh, just walking, just like, it's a normal day at the office.
Runcible has been continuing with the operation, but people in the basement are very aware that the door opened. And Nim, you're probably just staring ready, because
Nim,
at the moment you're kind of cornered and Silver is incapacitated.
Cray, I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Why strength?
That's what the spell requires.
Spell requires strength, okay.
I am not sure if you have the +4 from me because I'm trying to stay away. So to keep that in mind.
Uh, 15.
The DC was 17.
Okay.
Nim immediately casts Maximilian's Earthen Grasp as soon as he sees movement there at 3rd level. Which means Cray will take... Oh, okay, never mind. Not at 3rd level, just normal, because I guess I can't actually upgrade this one. Wow. Either way, Cray, you are taking 2d6 bludgeoning damage, and you are now restrained as an earthen rock hand reaches up from the ground and grabs you.
Hopefully not disturbing the procedure.
I would assume that it's only a 5-foot square that the hand pops up in.
Oh.
So I would assume that the basement has more space than that.
Yes, it is a very sizable basement.
Okay.
That's good.
Element can't see this right now, right?
Unless you have followed them down, no.
Can Cyrus see it?
You were intending to go down, right, Cyrus?
Unfortunately, I am at the entryway, but I am not down. Just listening and watching very carefully.
I mean, if
You can probably hear the spell being cast because I can't imagine a stone hand is quiet.
Well, with that, the owl gives a gesture to the basement entryway.
Element is approaching and going to see what's happening.
Question. Important question, too. Question number 1. How well lit is this basement?
It's pretty well lit because he still needs to be capable of doing operations down here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably lit up enough for surgery, so...
Okay, more important question then is where I am specifically standing well lit.
The entryway? Also, yes.
Okay. I have seen surgery rooms that do have a spot well lit, but then like the rest is just dark. Alright then.
I mean, there are shadows. This is still a basement.
Right. Question 2 is irrelevant then.
If I get closer, can I see the guy who was Maximilian grasped?
Cray's just going to go, hello, Nim.
I didn't... Oh! Cray! What are you doing here?
I was asked to find you. Now, what is this silliness that you're up to?
I didn't steal it!
You didn't.
No!
Would you care to explain?
The mana made me!
The mana made you.
Yeah!
Made you steal it.
Yeah!
Can we hear this conversation going? By the way.
Sure. You are aware that things are going on down there, and you've probably approached the entrance.
Yeah.
The owl is just listening very well.
I'm staying away enough so that Nim can't see me. But if I can hear Cray, I can probably hear Nim.
I have super hearing.
Nim is definitely not being quiet. And I would assume that there would be enough echo that it would be audible enough.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we're just listening. We're just listening in then.
Do you still have it, Nim?
No. I put it somewhere safe.
Okay. And you're certain it's safe?
Yeah.
Would you mind if I asked you where you put it?
He is kind of gonna shuffle around. I don't know.
Just generally. Just where did you put it generally, so that I know it's safe?
Mole Master?
Oh, okay. Well then, yes, it's probably pretty damn safe then. Is this hand really necessary?
Oh, right. He dismisses it.
Okay. Cray just, rolls his shoulders a bit, a little sore from that, and then he just kind of just casually starts walking over. So what's this? What's with you in all this running? Why did you not feel as though you could have spoken to us about this?
Element's never really been particularly understanding of things.
So you're running from Element?
I thought he was going to arrest me. But I took
In
it
a
so I
rare
could
moment
help
of
you guys.
Understanding the law.
What was that,
In a rare moment of Nim understanding the law.
He kind of had it somewhat explained to him by the angel. At least, okay, he probably wouldn't say arrest, but he thought he would be in trouble if Element got him.
Yes, fair enough. Probably the importance of the item also emphasizes this.
Exactly. Also, you are very faint and far away.
Sorry about that.
Would you be willing to talk to him if I promised he wouldn't arrest you?
You'll do your thing that got me out of trouble last time, right?
You have to keep in mind, Nim, when I get people out of trouble, generally it's because they weren't in trouble to begin. Now, as far as I can tell, you're not in trouble yet, but we definitely need to sit down and have a discussion. And I will try to keep you from trouble.
Oh, okay.
But I need to understand everything that happened. Once I understand everything that happened, and I do mean everything, every little detail, because every detail can be important. The smallest detail can change whether or not you have done something wrong.
Okay. I can talk about it.
Alright, he just turns around. Element!
Here's to new beginnings.
Element begins walking down the stairs.
Element's here, he won't do you any harm, and I'll make sure he does not.
Runes of Ulysses Cap. Hey, do you have to do this here? I kind of need to focus.
Well, I can bring Nim upstairs.
No,
if
I don't
really
want to be
so.
in trouble. And he backs up into the corner.
You're not being in trouble, we're just moving away so that Silver can have his surgery.
You don't want things to go wrong again, do you?
No.
Okay, then let's go somewhere where we don't disturb Silver and the Runcible.
And we will
Okay.
just talk. That's all we're doing is talk.
Him will step forward, making sure to give both the table a wide berth as well as Element.
Is Gray, does he allow Gray to get, at least a little close to him?
Yes.
Okay. Gray is going to try to, just very casually pat him to reassure him.
I didn't mean to take it.
Element is they're upstairs. They're all upstairs now, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Listen, Nim, why don't you
Alright.
start from the beginning and again give us just tell us everything, and everything will be fine. Just start from the beginning.
Yes, please.
Don't
I-
really know how it happened. Silver said I was acting weird, and I guess I walked into the court thing and made people not stop me from taking a letter opener thing. Mammon told me it was a true artifact.
LM's eyes go wide for a moment. A what?
Gray just like kind of holds up his hand, like almost like one finger extended, just like hold on, shush you. Go on, Nim.
It lets me know if people are telling the truth or lying, and I thought it would be good for us to keep us all safe when trying to deal with the bad guys.
And you said you hid this in Mole Master.
Uh-huh.
And you said Mammon was there.
Yeah, they told me nobody would know that I took it.
So Mammon told you to take it?
No, the Mammon said I was mana possessed.
LM tilts his head. Mana possess?
I don't really know. I don't really remember any of it.
So where was this court?
The Senate.
You were at the Azuria Senate.
Yeah.
And from the Azuria Senate you took a letter opener, and this letter opener tells you if someone is lying?
Yeah.
Then after you took it, you brought it to Mole Master. Mammon at some point appeared to you and told you that you could take it.
That I could keep it, yeah. And Mammon made sure that Mammon said nobody would know I took it.
A few things are being excluded, but I don't believe, I believe that this would be how Nim would recount it.
Yeah.
Nim would definitely don't remember all the details.
Especially not after he has been running frantically through half the city for all day.
You know, I might be able to help here.
Hmm?
Well, as you know, I'm a famous courtier. I have connections all over the city. I could have the letter opener returned quietly, with rumors of its theft being mulled over as just mere rumors.
Mammon offered to do that, but they also said that I could keep it and it would be helpful to us.
How helpful is it now that you're running all around town?
He just kind of squints at this person. And who are you? Some kind of Demir?
Hello, I am Lute Tutor. I am a famous courtier and just here along for the ride.
Never heard of you. What guild do you belong to?
Oh, I don't belong to any guild. It would ruin the... It would make my job particularly difficult if I was held down to any particular guild.
Somebody a guild is with a job. You don't hear that every day.
Indeed. What do you do?
Well, my particular business is I speak to important people, interesting conversation, food, and I usually play an instrument or dance for them.
You know, when you said I speak to, I was really tempted to say the trees at the end.
So what I'm understanding is that you're a con man.
No. They literally pay me to be I'm like an entertainer, only to specific high-end individuals.
And why would you not be able to do the same sort of business with the Radcliffes?
The Rakdos?
Yes, that's where the majority of bards and other performers exist.
Because if I did it with the Rakdos and say another guild needed my services, well, now I'm in Rakdos's pocket, and anything they say to me goes to them. You see,
Yes, but you get more commissions, you get more jobs, you actually get paid some of that.
no. The important part of my job is that whatever they say to me goes in one ear and out the other.
Prey's going to blink at that, and then he's going to look over to Elemen. He's going to slowly walk over to him. He's going to lean in, and he's just going to say, Elemen, why are you walking around with a slut?
Element blinks at that question. What?
I said, why are you walking around with a slut?
Now, Element, I'm going to ask you to make a history check because Tanya also gave you quite the look and very deliberately said, like, well, I'm not one to judge what company you keep. Now, let's see if you figure it out.
Prey's just staring at him for a response.
You're starting to get the implication that Tanya may have also suspected that you had perhaps hired them to come along with you.
Element closes his eyes. Oh, I see now. No, you misunderstand. I haven't hired this person. I encountered this individual after I was doing a job for Tanya.
The one time I hope I fail a roll.
I believe you failed that roll.
Prey just sort of leans forward and raises a brow. It's that kind of like, I don't believe you look.
Yeah, no, you think that Element might be full of shit.
Element crosses his arm. Cray, Rick, what the heck are you thinking in the head of yours?
No, I'm right here, unless you're still whispering.
Oh, I'm whispering this.
Okay, this is just.
I don't know if Element's whispering, but I'm whispering this.
Of course, I'm whispering.
The owl is still off to the side, making themselves unnoticed and just keeping an eye on everyone.
Listen, Element, I don't
Fireball!
care what you do.
The owl's presence vanishes entirely.
Okay, what were you saying?
Listen, Element, I don't care what you do in your free time, but it isn't generally in your character to do this sort of thing, so should I be concerned or...
Do you want do you want me to slap you?
Do you want me to slap you?
No. So can we
No, that's what he hired the courtier for. That's
can we move away from this line of questioning?
All right, maybe whenever you're more comfortable to talk about this.
Element grits his teeth. No.
Fine, I won't press into your personal matters. He just leans away.
Wait,
Element rubs his
Element's
temple.
going around with a slut? What's a slut?
What?
Did Nim hear that?
Did you forget how good his hearing is? I mean, I
And
can't
also
roll.
have-
Oh,
and
actually-
I also have super hearing.
No, actually, you're right. Yes.
The owl
Were
is still
you
listening
trying to
from the
listen
side.
in?
Yes, because Nim is especially paranoid right now, so yes, he would be listening in.
All right.
Prey just going to pat his head soft and says, "That's not something to be worried about, right?" All right, so is that the full story of everything that happened?
Well, Mammon showed up, What is a slut?
What is a mammon?
No, no, no! Don't say it like that.
It's not something to be worried about right now. Please proceed with Mammon.
You know this is your fault, right, Cray?
How so?
You are the one that brought it up.
Did you guys forget about what happened when, you know, one of the other party members asked Nim if they had consummated their marriage yet?
Yes.
Well, when Nim and Shenzi got married, they didn't understand anything like that. They thought they were just, promising to be best friends forever. And one of the other players asked, so did you consummate your marriage yet? And Nim and Shenzi proceeded to go all around town asking people to help them consummate their marriage. Because they both thought, oh wait, our feast was interrupted. Consummate? Consume? Yeah, we need to have our feast. Yeah, that entire session was just completely derailed by that one little comment.
Excellent.
I see.
But anyways, ma'am and, I started running away from the Senate and saw Mammon in an alley, and Mammon said the mana possession thing, it made me go in and made them not attack me, and I could keep it or they could return it, and they said it would be useful for us, but I plan to give it back as soon as we're done with it.
Using it for.
Element tilts his head. You know, this doesn't sound like something an angel would do. What kind of angel is Mama that she would aid you when it comes to stealing something? I suppose she is unusual, but still.
It is possible that this item might have needed to be stolen for something we are about to face, and perhaps Mammon had prior knowledge of it. After all, we've seen that Mammon potentially has various powers that we don't understand.
True enough. So this is the reason why you've been running away from me all the time. What wasn't?
Yeah?
Nim, would you believe me if I told you that I didn't even knew that you stole something?
Oh! You didn't?
No.
Oh.
None of us did. You just told us all that.
Your conscience has been nagging at you, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see that your conscience is in the right place.
The main reason why I've been running around the place looking for you is because I wanted to talk with you. Talk with you about the whole incident at the party. Even though you had the consent of that guy's father, you ended up burning somebody to death. But then you told me that you don't remember that happening. But me and Cray were both there. We saw it happen. And
Oh, indeed,
Cyrus
it did very much happen.
Yeah.
I quite enjoyed it.
I was kind of stunned just because.
I did what?
You burned a man to death because he gave us horrid lemonade. Absolutely horrid.
Nice.
No, I didn't.
No, you very much did.
You,
Both myself and Elman were there. We both saw it.
Cyrus was there too, and so was damn it! I keep forgetting his name.
Cordan.
Cordan.
You said there was
He's just been standing in the corner this entire time.
Yeah, you said there was a head person there. Who was it?
Head person where? A head person where?
The one who told them to Nim.
Mammon.
Mammon told Nim to fry the guy.
No.
The boy's father told Nim to fry his son.
Yeah.
Some rich noble, he was going to have him revived.
And whose party was it?
Lord
His-
Remington's.
Yeah, that's it, Lord Remington.
Yeah, thank you for informing me. It just might be important later.
No problem. Still though. So you don't remember actually doing that?
This probably connects back to that mana possession he mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing once he mentioned that. So what is this mana possession? Can you did Mammon explain it to you? She seemed to have told you a bit of.
Didn't really get it.
Understandable.
What was the last thing you remember before the lemonade competition?
I remember stuff during the lemonade competition.
But at some point you just don't have any recollection?
No.
What's the absolute last thing you remember?
Trying the first lemonade?
Just the first one.
Nim nods.
None of the other umpteen lemonades. There were many, many lemonades.
Nim shakes his head.
The first one. What was the first one, if you recall?
The first one?
What was that, Cray?
What was the first lemonade? What did it taste like? What was it?
Okay, out of character, I don't remember that.
It was a relatively normal lemonade. Subpar.
Could have also been the second lemonade.
Well, Nim will
No,
relay
that was
that.
That was the mineral carbonate.
Damn, Wolfsan remembers all the lemonades.
I think Wostein was the one that found the video list of all the.
That was Foxbart.
Oh, okay.
Oh no,
I just took
that
notes.
that was for that video covered the first party. This was another party.
Ah.
Fair.
I just took notes.
Fair.
You can say it inspired. You can say
You
The
fire
owl
me.
was, for all intents and purposes, trying to keep track of things to be honest and fair. Either way. Homie, remember your first lemonade.
that's not concerning at all. He said, lying.
I don't know. I'm sure
That-
there's a few people in the group that are like, God damn it, you lucky bastard.
Not true, but
So you were under this mana possession for the entirety of the party. And you
Mammon didn't think I was under it that long.
huh?
But
But
there's
the-
only you only remember. What's
I mean,
what do you
A
remember after the
resplendent
party?
offering.
oh my god.
Jaffa Roshak tipped $70.
Jaffer, thank you so much for the donation. The donation goal has been completed.
Incredible.
Yay, Jaffer!
I think that's our first donation goal completed in a few weeks.
Oh
Yay.
my.
I feel like, well, no, that's true.
With this game. Well, there was one Toshime completed, but most of them haven't been completed recently.
That's just
But-
how it is.
Yeah. And I super hugely appreciate the support, Jaffer, so much. Thank you. Right, Nim says, Mammon did say I need to go and get my mana pieces.
Your mana pieces?
For my colors?
Oh, your own colors. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. You still have that piece of the white mana, don't you?
Yeah, that's what caused it.
Oh. Do you still have it with you?
Yeah, Mammon thinks I mastered it now, at least. At least I think I
Are you
remember Mammon saying that.
You said that it would not consume you.
Ah, it won't consume me anymore.
But it
Listen,
seemed the owl was very concerned.
listen, would you mind giving me the white piece?
I don't think that would be safe for you.
Why not? White is one of my colors. It shouldn't affect me like it affected you.
Did you not hear them mention?
If I remember right, Mammon did say that Nim is, because he's a planeswalker, he is able to handle it, but others would not.
That is correct.
Nim will relay that.
Ah, I see. Then you should probably get rid of it, or rather return it to one of the guilds. One of the
Wait,
guilds.
does Nim- Hold on. Does Nim have a piece of white mana?
Yes.
He's had it for a very long
Cray
time.
has known about that.
When did he know about that?
When Nim got it.
Yeah, back at the cart when they'd taken down Felix, Tanya was basically taking the mana pieces and like carefully placing them in a bag, and then got mad when one of them went missing and looked over at Nim. But then, Terracona tried to assuage her with flirting when she was about to when she was about to do something very drastic to Nim because he wouldn't admit that he took it or
Yes.
give it back.
So at what point
And-
does my character know that Nim actually took it?
He has shown it off in front of, or not really shown it off, but brought it out multiple times in front of Cray.
Okay. I do not recall that, but I guess I just have to go with it. For the longest time, I thought Cray just did not know.
No, Cray
Oh, no, he
definitely
is
would have known.
Well, if you don't need my help with the knife, I could help with the mana.
Cray's just going to slowly look over. Are you a fucking planeswalker?
Me?
Did you even know what a planeswalker is?
No, I know what it. And I meant I don't have to use it.
Just
For the
holding
record,
that. Just hold. Just.
For the record, planeswalkers are very unknown.
Yeah.
Like, only the upper elite even know what planeswalkers are. Nim didn't even know he was one until it was explained to the group as a whole.
Yeah. We
yes.
just.
So
So,
I guess
Corridon
wouldn't let-
and Loot would most
yeah.
likely have no idea what we're talking about. Cyrus, too.
yeah. So I guess Loot wouldn't let on.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely not something that a guild list would have found out.
Speaking of which, Loot.
Mhm.
Nim, are you talking about it or do you take it out?
Who? Me?
No, Nim. Right? Do you take out the piece to show Cray that you have it?
No.
Good.
Anyways, are you a fucking planeswalker?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Cray just kind of cocks his head at him. Was that a bluff, or were you being genuine?
At 7, I don't think you can tell.
Not, well, I mean, if you were bluffing, you need to roll. Because I rolled insight.
Okay.
Roll deception if you were bluffing.
I won't say whether or not I'm doing it, so how do I do it secretly?
Just
I
roll
guess
deception in
roll.
the chat.
Oh my god, fine.
Or you could just roll in the dice tower. There's a dice tower.
Yeah, then only I, the GM, will see. However, you will then have to tell me. Do you know how to roll in the dice? Yes. All right.
Yeah, I did.
Cray, you really can't tell. They seem to be maintaining a very neutral stance.
He squints at him, but says nothing.
A generous bestowal.
Oh.
Raharu, thank you very much for that donation.
Raharu95 tipped $20.
You're welcome.
Way to go, Raharu!
Yay.
Raharu! Raharu! Oh, he's scared. Okay. I don't need to cheer him.
Yeah, it's me.
I cannot get over these animations. I don't think I ever will, no matter how many times I see them. I love them so much.
If the problem is simply contact with the substance is dangerous. I could get a safe.
A safe
a
word?
box.
Well, you did that, Nim. Reads him.
Tell you what, friend, I'm sure that whatever you were asked to do here is more than well done. You can see yourself out. Just kind of does that sort of like hand opening and closing, like dismissing, sort of like, like run along.
Like
Me?
waving off with fingertips.
Yeah, like the hand down, and you just keep opening and closing your hand at them,
How much
shooing them
time
away.
left till I die?
What do you said?
How much time left until I die?
2 hours.
Well, I would leave, but I only have 2 hours left to live.
Oh, I can make it less if you'd like.
The prophecy is
Ah.
true.
Craig, could I explain the situation to you real quick?
You may.
Okay, so I got a call from Tanya earlier today that one of the ensemble members, that guy with the jester mask, his name is Oswald. He was alone outside when he's not supposed to be, and he ended up causing ruckus. In what district was it again?
Doors off.
At the Orso district. He was doing tricks, but the tricks that come from that guy are not ones that regular people can appreciate. Let's say. So I went to investigate him. I went to investigate him after getting where he is from the border because people complain about him, and that's when I met this person. He was the first one that spotted the clown, and he led me to him, and apparently he may or may not have been cursed. That Oswald gave him a balloon that told him that he has 7 hours to live. So I told him to stay with us until then, just to make sure the curse wasn't hogwash or anything. If that makes sense.
So the ensemble member.
Yes,
Why don't you just ask the ensemble to take care of this?
because Tanya left, and I didn't ask her before she did. And at
There are other ensemble members.
At that point, I was just worried. I was just worried about going to chase Nim. I wasn't thinking about the other stuff.
Wasn't thinking about the other stuff. Has hauled an escort all across Ravnica in a day.
Because I was chasing Nim.
I assure you, I have not been paid a cent, nor was I expecting to be.
I really don't care
Why
about what
would
kind
you
of
be
transaction
paid
you have going
anything?
Woohoo!
Because they seem to think my job is something else.
What would your job be?
My current job?
Oh, what they think
talk-
you do, or...
Oh, what they think I do.
Oh, wait, are you the slut?
I'm not. That's what they think I do.
Oh. Is Corridan the slot?
I don't know. I don't know him that well, but maybe.
Who's Corridan?
Corridan, are you the slot?
Element points at Corridan. He's
You don't get any intelligible reply. You get an irate chittering from behind his mask.
Corridan is that one dimensional traveler that appear on us.
Right, the scientist.
Yeah, after Markov's failed portal experiment.
Indeed.
I
Curiosity.
After all this, I need to go visit Raylo to see if he has seen Markov or anything. I'm kind of worried where he's gone.
Well, after this, you need to go back to the ensemble and figure out whatever kind of curse is going on with this person.
Correct.
In fact, why don't you take them now, before we start speaking more about things that should not be spoken about?
You're the one that brought this conversation to begin with, and we haven't even finished talking about the thing that Nim stole.
I brought up this conversation to begin with because you wanted to speak to Nim.
Yes. No, you know what I mean when I said this conversation.
No, I do not know what you mean when you said this conversation. This conversation is about what's going on with Nim and where we are and what we're doing here.
Wait, Cirrus. Are you a slut?
The owl remains silent, absent from all senses.
You can't even see the owl right now. He's camouflage.
Nim
From
can
what
smell.
seems to be
Real or imagined, the owl heard fireball, and the owl is
consent
fully...
seems to be muted. However, from basically a void pocket, Ruvikin comes out like a gerbil that half exists and says, "No, it's exclusive."
Huh?
That moment when Nim suddenly smells a hamster from nowhere.
Nim, let me ask you a question so we can move on from this topic.
The owl carefully repositions after having position given away.
You see a box move with two little talons at the bottom of it.
As Nim is just shocked at sudden hamster and everyone. Which is fair.
Sudden hamster is a lot to take in.
Yeah.
Oh yes, especially for everyone who may or may not have not seen the owl, not sensed the owl, and the owl is without scent. The owl is absent to the world for the moment.
This is a strange pocket of nothing.
And Nim, you're going to keep asking that question until you find an answer, aren't you?
Well, if nobody's gonna answer me, then I guess I'll just go ask someone else.
No, I'll tell you. Do you know what sex, Nim?
We can go ahead and skip past it, fade to black, assume you did explain it.
Yes.
Nim has turned as pale as silver. Nim has...
Basically.
Element, please, we can have this conversation later.
Just fade to black. Element is just done. He just wants to move on from that topic, so he's going to explain it to Nim very thoroughly.
I want to move on from this topic, so I am going to go in detail about this topic.
Yes.
Luke's just there, and his eyes are wide, and he's like, "What the heck are you talking about?"
At some point during this conversation, Gray is just going to leave.
Oh. So this new person is your best friend forever.
No. I barely even know him.
He explained what sex was, not what marriage was.
No.
Nim is aware of things like that happening thanks to Tato.
Okay.
But unfortunately, now thinks that everybody that does that is married and stuff.
Fair enough. And let me shake his head. No. Either way, though. There, I explained it to you.
Okay. You know, I love how one of the automatically scheduled ad breaks popped up during that whole thing there.
That was perfect.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. Good timing.
And that's how babies are made.
So, Nim, I need to ask this right now. Can you return what you stole from the Azorians?
Wait, so hold
I
on.
don't-
Just for clarity, you also explained what a slut was during that conversation too, yes?
Say that again?
You also explained what a slut was too during that conversation, yes?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So, right. I don't think I can without Mammon.
Ah,
But Mammon made
But
sure
it-
that it wouldn't be traced.
How well hidden am I?
I heard that.
Dang.
At
Cyrus?
this point,
Cyrus, we can hear you, but we can't see you. But I knew where you are because Rubigan just flipped out of your pocket.
Cirrus finally drops the cloaking, seeing as Nim is no longer seemingly as threatening as prior imaginations set out to be. Which hopefully doesn't cause too much trouble if the owl is suddenly visual and able to be sent
Fireball!
dropping to the ground.
you don't have that. You have a very.
I know. Which is why I shouted out of character.
There.
You can't return it without Mammon, you say?
I don't think I should, because at least not yet. Mammon said
What do
it
you
could be
mean?
useful, that we might need it.
Listen, Nim, even if it is useful to us, you said that thing was a true artifact, right?
Okay, would anybody else know what a true artifact is?
Not really, but it sounds important.
It has
Yeah.
been described as something discerning truth and the like from the party that handles law and order. It is probably quite important, at least.
Alright, just wanted
A
to make
gratitude
sure that was
result.
clarified for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know it was that, but Mammon said that we would probably need it.
I may not be familiar with the term, but these kinds of things have important things for a reason. Whatever you took from the Azurus is probably very important then. To the point it could jeopardize their operations.
If it's
Even-
as described,
it-
it could probably be rather vital for just, innocence and guilt and all.
Yeah.
I know,
If
but
Just be swift about it if you wish.
if it is you, if it,
the safety
even
of
if
the
it-
entire plane of existence versus the well-being of a few.
what?
We're literally dealing with something that could destroy everything.
What?
Yes.
So, if we have something that we need to fight that, I think some people can deal with being inconvenienced for a little bit.
Nim, you do realize that all of the guilds are fighting this threat their own way. Most of the
Everything
higher
I've
ups.
heard is that most of them don't even believe any of us.
That's not true, Nim. Most of the higher ups of the guilds are aware of what's going on. We just haven't been dealt with the intruder because, sadly, the guilds are in conflict whether we want to or not. That's an inevitability. But at the same time, they have their own ways to deal with things. If you weaken one of the guilds, it's going to throw the entire world into balance, and that's going to cause much more trouble than it would help us. Into disarray.
Mammon told me that it would be okay. And Mammon seems to know what's going to happen.
Did she told you that it would be okay? Did she told you it would be okay for certain, or did she said that it is possible to be okay?
If I remember correctly, out of character here, she said that we would have a much better chance of winning if Nim kept it. Right, Digi?
Oh. She said that it would certainly keep the immediate party from falling into things such as traps, but it would probably take the Zurius out of the running during the final confrontation, or at least they would be less useful during the final confrontation.
They would be infiltrated and sabotaged by the Seekers. So it was
Fine,
choice
if you
of...
want it, I will get it, and you can take it back. And Nim is going to planeswalk off to Mulmaster.
He left to get whatever he stole.
Nim, are you sure about that?
No. But Element
No.
is doing Element things, and...
No, I meant about the planeswalking. Because Silver is in the basement being operated on.
Right.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, you can't do that right now.
Good point.
Like,
Nim would have thought of that.
Yes, because, as I said, are you sure about that? Because as worked up as Nim might be, he would never forget about Silver.
Yeah. I spaced it for a moment because, everything going on, but...
Right. Okay.
Fine, I will
I'm
get
glad-
it when I can.
Okay, that's better. But we'd have to think of a way to return it without it being traced back to you. Finding Mammon to do that for us I'm not sure if we can do that reliably. So Wonder if there's any other way to do that. Maybe I can ask one of the ensemble to help for the help.
I don't know.
Listen, I understand you decided to keep it because you are worried about us. I understand that. I honestly think it will be more of a detriment for us for you to keep it rather than give it than give it back.
Fine. And Nim is going to go down back into the basement, kicking the door shut with a hind paw on his way through the door.
The cranking door.
He's mad. Element is going to say, he's mad at me, isn't he? Like,
Yes, go to the arms of your slut for comfort.
Unfortunately, such happens when you are an enforcer of the law.
okay. So, loot, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so we need to get you to see somebody to see if you're actually cursed or not.
All right. Have
I
about
think
Um,
an hour.
Yeah, I think I might know somebody that can help us with that.
All
Element,
right.
yeah. Element is going to call Pluto.
Hello.
Oh wait, no. Does Pluto have his own Marten phone?
I wouldn't
or-
be surprised if he did. After all, it's all about paperwork in the end.
That is true.
I'm gonna leave it up for a moment to fix something,
Okay.
but go ahead and continue. I think that's mostly centered.
Pardon the question, but what is this about a greater threat? What am I being brought into?
Ah, I haven't told you. I haven't told you about it, have I?
No, the closest I have found so far was Cray's friend.
Well, it's not like I want you. It's not like I wanted you to get deeply involved into all of this, but since
And yet,
it all
knowing your company, you
it all got
continue.
it all got brought up. I could tell you right now, or I could keep you in the dark if you prefer.
I could tell you right now, but I'd have to kill you.
I don't even really know. So I'm gonna leave this one for you to run by Cray, just as they seem to have a bit of a higher sight of things, just to make sure if this is something I should know, and I will try to.
It is probably for the best.
Not to mention if I believe you all at this rate, but who knows? Who knows?
I don't want you to be in any more danger than you have already been by being near me.
Yeah,
And
you know what?
I'm
I'm gonna go ahead and just go. I've got things to prepare for. I know I've still got to go ahead and make sure we've got the flight training for you too, though. I'm starting to wonder how necessary that even is. And oh yes, what was his name? Yes, Cray also wanted to request some special teeth. So that's gonna be a fun test.
Okay, sounds good.
Yes, and you wanted wow, what am I thinking? Yeah, and I've also got to help you with your recruits. Oh,
Cyrus, realizing how deeply involved he is in everything.
You should just join the group officially. You basically already have.
it's right. It is. You know what? Yes, because this impression of Nim has been positive enough. Do-do-do-do-do!
Okay,
Does
the
he go
mic.
do out loud?
As the owl is only having a slight breakdown again. Yes.
We're joining up.
I don't know. I've just been hanging around him long enough at this point.
Cyrus, are you okay? Do you need me to use heroics on you again?
No, I am fine. Totally fine. Just getting in over my head is all. Probably. Maybe. I don't
Anyway,
really know.
Pluto answered his Marten.
Ah, there we go. Pluto, are you there?
Yes, hello.
I am calling you because I need somebody with knowledge on curses.
Very well.
Yes.
Hold still. And loot a black bone skeleton in fancy attire. A very similar suit to the clown shows up. So, whom do I need to see to? He has a top hat and a golden monocle.
Yeah, for some reason, this doesn't shake loot up as much as you might be expecting. Anyway, right here.
He had an encounter with Oswald there, and he touched a balloon that said he will die in 7 hours. Oswald himself said that was just Raktos humor, but I am concerned that it may not be.
Also, for loot's sake, here he is.
Ooh. Oh, that's cool.
Don't hide it just yet. Give me a moment.
Alright, go ahead.
You know,
The owl barely flinches before recognizing and just giving a small wave. And sits down.
He
I
is
wanted
pretty
to
cool,
bring it up
honestly.
for the stream, but was in the middle of something here.
I got you.
No worries.
There you go.
He's pretty cool, honestly.
A very pleasant fellow.
He is very well mannered when he's not blackmailing you.
Admittedly, one of the few that the owl is fine with. Yay.
So, what can I do for you?
Well, I just explained the thing
yes.
out loud.
The curse. So, Oost is under the effects then?
Pointing at loot.
May.
Aha. I see. Adjusts monocle. Well, I have good news for you then. Your friend does not seem to be suffering under any afflictions,
Oh, okay, that's good. That's wonderful.
other than intense stress.
Oh.
Gee, I wonder why. Y'all just kind of leans to the side and back up every so often.
And you are suffering under reluctant acceptance.
Oh, yes, I'm past the stress. Oh, no, I'm not past the stress. I'm not past the stress. Scratch that.
Cyrus, are you sure you don't want me to use heroics on you?
No, this time I'm going to try to process it. Maybe. Not yet.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry if I just called you for nothing. It's just that we had an encounter with Oswald earlier, and this fellow over here held a balloon that told him he was going to die in 7 hours. Now, Oswald himself said that was just Rakta's humor, but I just wanted to make sure that was actually the case.
Reasonable doubt with this party and Nim's favorite phrase that it is safe to die.
Still, I must say, I haven't seen their kind in quite some time. What is an... Now, Loot, I'm going to allow you to make an insight check.
Alright.
Good luck.
Oh, nice one.
Alright. I'm going to DM you something.
I mean, I would hope
Luck
so. You've
delivered.
been DMing for us all night.
Ho ho ho.
Luck delivered. That'll be 1 gold. No.
What do you want to do?
With... Oh gosh, what can I do is a question. Give me a second. I'm looking through my abilities. There's nothing here.
Information updated. Processing. Establishing new directive.
Ew.
I am going to like dive back into Pluto's like stomach as if I was trying to lean on him, but I do it a little too hard.
He's very firm, and he doesn't... Well, roll a strength check, why not? Maybe you can.
Well, I could jump.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
So can I do an acrobatics?
I'll allow it.
The owl just watches in great concern.
Element tilts his head.
Did it send or did I?
It did not.
Alright.
Roll it on the... Yeah, there.
Ooh, it's even better.
Alright, it is now a contested check. Strength save. Ah. Just barely, actually.
I say, yeah, I'm one of a kind. Thanks for noticing.
Um,
Wink.
he takes the sudden unexpected blow and like is for a moment knocked on his ass like what?
Huh?
This is before picking up his fallen hat and standing himself up again.
Sorry about that, I got a little excited.
I see.
What just happened?
That's cool. Well, if you come see my show, one of my shows, you see that move a little bit more often.
Quite the bone-shattering hip check, if you call it that.
Hip check.
Technically, it was a back check with a flip.
The owl just turns her head around to the wall behind him and just kind of rests it against the wall for a moment.
But here, let me help you up as he helps Pluto back to his feet. And
He does seem a bit confused, but accepts the help up. Like, well, all right. I suppose it's fine for the time being. Though you may want to practice your subtlety a bit more. That was very abrupt. This was
Look, I don't want people to know my other kind of business. It's very private. And they've been making fun of it for a very long time.
Of course. 1,000 pardons then. Well, if no one else needs anything, I'll be on my way then.
Thanks for the help, Pluto.
Not a problem at all.
Thank you very much. I'm happy I'm not going to die in 30 minutes.
Don't worry, you've got Nim if need be. Muffled against the wall.
Well, as much as I like to wait for Nim for Nim to be done with whatever they're doing down there, they're probably giving wings to Silver right now. I do have some business to take care of back at the Boros. Not that this whole thing is settled.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. I guess that'll do.
Yeah. So I have been with your group for a little bit of the time.
Hey, Element. Are
What?
you gonna make sure your company has somewhere to stay?
What do you mean?
Well, loot. Or are you departing at this time?
No, Lou was officially going to say that you guys need me, so clearly I need to stick around and help.
Element tells his head. What do I need? What do I need you? What do we need you for?
Well, you're dealing. Well, for one, your organization was a little off.
Well, you're not wrong. This group of ours isn't the most organized.
I'm a random pickup.
And besides, I have a few talents of my own I can extend to you.
Like?
That is an unfortunate phrasing, considering your concern, but okay.
Another loyal devotee.
Ooh.
What? Yeah, what talents are you speaking of? If you don't mind? What talents are you speaking of? If you don't mind me asking.
I
Elemi says skeptically.
Well, I can dance
Okay.
really well.
Okay. Anything else?
I have connections
Mm-hmm.
extensively with people you don't have connections to, which is kind of clear.
Hmm.
I'm laughing if it turns out they know half or more of the people.
Like,
The
let's
owl
say,
finally turns their head back again.
yeah, let's say you needed to meet the head of the Azuril Guild. I could help you there.
The
I want to correct you, but I feel like it would be hilarious in character you calling it the Azuril Guild.
Azuril Guild.
Yeah, I can help you with that guild I don't know the name of.
I imagine in character that you know the name.
Yes, in character, I would know the name.
Elemi was about to question.
Oh my god. I know the name of that guild I can't pronounce. I know the I know.
Elemi is not convinced.
Not convinced?
It doesn't help that Cray is a member of that guild.
Oh,
He-
well, I could any guild master really, but I guess the last thing is I can do a little fighting, but it's not my specialty. And I like let go of my sword and it just stands there floating. I'm like, do a spin, and it spins like a discus.
Oh, Cray, here we go.
You may
It's a
You
good
may-
thing Cray's not there right now.
yeah.
So,
Oh.
I'm gonna tell you right now. The other bird that was here earlier, you see, they gave me one of those things to sell earlier. They don't appreciate those very much. Good
He
luck
does-
on asking why, but,
I make them.
He is going to hate you. I'm sorry, I gotta go.
Is it
Wait,
just
can you make-
swords?
Can you make anything other than swords?
Yes, I can turn any weapon into a flying weapon.
Hmm.
And I like Yeah.
Ooh, I am intrigued.
Actually, I think that Cray hates all flying weapons, wasn't it?
No, just
it was
swords.
specifically
Okay.
flying swords.
And the owl is certainly intrigued now.
So he'd have no problem with loading axes or spears.
But yeah. I can also cheer you on really well.
Let me rush his chin. I am sorry, Lud, but I don't think I have a need for you.
In what way?
At the moment, I am not entirely sure how to feel about all this at the moment. I actually need to go and cool my head a bit after all the things we've been discussing today.
All right.
Maybe we can meet up some other time.
Well, if you ever need my connections, just come see me, and I give them the list of where I work. Just say that a tutor sent you.
Okay, that sounds good.
And I leave.
Element, what has been today?
Today has been a day.
I know that. I was not aware of your obliviousness on that. But that's fair. You were focused on Nim, so that's fair enough.
I'm gonna be honest. I do have problems with my perception at times. I had no idea until it was pointed out to me.
No worries.
I am
No
not.
worries. So you might want to work on the perception to spot things a little bit sooner.
Yes,
Oh,
I
that's
am.
fair.
I feel stupid if I be honest.
Eh,
Oh, don't worry, you
no
are.
matter.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Get wrecked,
Right.
apparently.
Do you think Silver is going to need flying lessons or no?
Probably.
And I can't believe I'm even having to ask, but is there what are they doing the same as Nim, or do you have any idea? Just so I can prepare better.
Oh no, Silver. Oh no, Silver is definitely different from Nim. He's much. I wouldn't say he's more calm, but for once he can't speak common, and for two he doesn't have magic, as far as I know, or at least not as strong as Nim, so he wouldn't be able to do the stuff that Nim does. He just follows Nim around.
Right. I apologize for not being clear. I meant by the wings. I kind
So,
you know,
sorry, what?
I'm just
Sorry, what?
gonna make my way down and check, I suppose.
Sorry,
The
sorry,
owl
what?
being dri-
Sorry, what did you said before?
Oh, I had stated that I meant the wings, if they are different or the same.
Oh, that's what you mean. I don't know. I would imagine him would like Silver to have the same ways as him, but I don't know.
Well, if I die here in a moment, you mind telling them to revive me? Then start cranking open the door to make my way on down. Trying to be quiet about it. Respectful.
Element is staying above.
Does Nim take issue with this?
No.
Okay.
Are the wings visible? And the owl is probably not scarred by whatever sights may be found.
I mean, he's in the middle of an operation. If Cirrus is queasy at all, that would probably affect him.
No. The owl has dealt with worse. Anyways. Just a minor check of what variety of wings that Silver might have.
It seems that the wings Silver has been procured, or that are being grafted onto Silver, are indeed very strikingly similar to Nim's, save in color. Principal has had a lot of time to prepare for this because this was completely expected.
And is it the double or single wings?
Just one pair.
Okay. The owl gives a nod that all seems to be well and resumes heading back up the stairs. And with no further interruptions, if there's any time of the day, y'all was just going to go back and rest a little bit and try to prepare for the mess of things that the owl has accidentally gotten into. Yay!
You have encountered some very powerful people that don't seem to really belong to a guild today. In black suits, even.
Yes.
They're
One
the
of them
men.
was actually not all that bad.
They're the men in black.
And the other one, Pluto, has already been encountered while addressing Rubicon.
Very
True.
true.
So, Cyrus has met now Oswald, Tanya. I believe he has seen Greta. Or no, maybe not.
Probably not by any memorable fashion, if
No.
at all.
No, probably not. He has seen Ren because he was the first that he met.
Oh yes, the lovely fella who let me into Cray's place.
Yes, and almost got you killed.
It was a show. A good show.
I'm sure they were well entertained.
Okay, so it's Oswald, Tanya, Pluto, and Ren. Fair enough. He's met almost half of them.
Very well connected.
Yes. Aware of Ren, the one who plays potential life or death pranks, apparently. Or is trying to be overly helpful. Tanya, the one who is terrifyingly akin to Markov. Oswald, who seems to be in his own world and so far has not given outstanding reason for concern. And Pluto, who is very amiable and well-spoken and is what I'm certainly terrified of upsetting, but yes, I'm sure all is well.
Thumbs up. Well, hey, Cardan, are you okay? You're just being on the corner this entire time.
I've been listening and observing and learning.
What did you think of this entire conversation?
It is a wonder you have made it thus far.
Element looks at the wall. You know, you're right. I need to get stronger. Still, though, well.
No, never mind.
This realm contains a great many wonders and a great many overly powerful individuals. I think you've done rather well thus far.
I did used to see one of those very powerful individuals on a daily basis back when I was a rookie, like 1 month ago. So it's not an odd sight to me, although it never stops being intimidating. Well, I am heading back home. Do you want to come to my house again, Cardan? If you don't have anywhere else to go.
The offer is greatly appreciated, and I believe I shall be taking you up on it once again.
Okay. Without further ado, Element is going to go back to his house. How what time is it in the game now?
Well, it is approaching 6 p.m.
Okay, yeah, it's late. I'm gonna have to deal with my trainees the next session, the next day.
Yes. Probably with Cirrus to help observe them.
Yes.
These are your errant trainees, aren't they?
Sorry, say that again.
These are your young errants, aren't they? Your
Yeah.
rookies, your...
Yeah, my rookies.
Hmm. If you require any assistance, I shall also be extending any offer of help.
Oh, honestly, I appreciate that. Right now, I just want to sit and to see what the heck is it that they do that they just seem to be getting into trouble. I haven't been able to cost him properly because I've been busy when it comes to my other business, sadly. But I really do want to work on.
There is always that one group of interns that just needs a little extra push in the right direction.
Yeah. They were about to be deemed lost causes before I took my exam to become a representative. They pretty much let me have them under my wing. Mm. I'm not sure how much potential I'm not sure how much potential they have, but they certainly can be better. They're not a lost cause, I don't think.
All have the potential to improve.
Well, I will be worrying about that tomorrow. For now, I need to rest. It's been a day today, quite a day.
It's quite the entertaining chase, however.
Well, I'm glad you were entertained.
Meanwhile,
Hey, someone had a good time.
And okay, I am heading to it because it is almost 3 in the morning for me.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Good
Good night.
How's everyone else doing?
I'm fine.
You know, it's coming up to 8 a.m.
I'm
Steady as we go.
All right.
I'm okay, but I don't know how I'm going to end up back in this session at this point.
Oh, don't worry.
Digi is
I
very
have
good
something
about that.
just in mind.
Okay.
I got this group together. I can fit you in there. I
was supposed to be a stand-in for one session or two.
Once upon a time.
Why did you persist? Why didn't you just die?
He didn't need to die. He just needed to not follow me.
He didn't need to die. He just needed to not exist anymore.
Very different. You see, very different.
Owl engages absent to the world. Permanence.
Okay. Good night, guys. I'll see you guys
Good
later.
Love you.
Rest well, Owen.
Night night.
Night night.
Right then.
I am just happy that I have managed to get everything set up for the new borders for all the groups. So that is all done and I don't have to worry about it again. Except for the fact
Make
that
sure
I've
you
decided
save.
I'm going... Thankfully, it automatically saves.
Oh, okay, good.
But I'm also worried because I got the idea to maybe get custom borders made for each individual group. And
See how this works first.
One step at a time.
I mean, so far it's working great. I mean, look at it.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is
Just
very... Compared to where it was before, I think this is a very nice design.
It's got a nice layout. Yeah, it's neatly ordered. It's got a nice style to it, a decent layout. You can see everything.
Next week, in the bottom left there, where I currently have our Discord icons, we will have the talking icons. For those that don't have art yet, I'll have you guys just use your class icons that I've given you on the program. Biddies!
Biddies.
Thank you, Jaffer.
Hurrah for the biddies.
But yeah, next week we'll have talking icons for the group, and so that way we can start moving away from using the Discord voice widget and instead use more biddies.
Additional
Making
biddies.
it rain, Jeffrey.
No, these are from Wostein.
Oh.
And I just realized a slight problem. The chat box, for some reason, is in front of the notification or the alerts.
Oh.
That should be fixed.
Well, testing complete.
We require more Vespine gas.
Oh no.
There we go.
What the heck is thespian gas?
Vespine.
That's what I said, thespian.
I understand. You're terrible.
More biddies!
Even
Yay!
It's when you fart in
Biddies.
a British accent.
Hmm?
Nothing.
Did I hear something British accent?
When you
Yes.
fart in a high British accent.
Ah,
Wow.
What is a high British accent?
Way
Is
to
it
be
like-
absolutely
do you
freaking-
mean the ultra posh British accent?
Ultra.
Oh,
posh.
I thought you meant like British, but the high, like sir.
Oh yeah.
Is there why is there a freaking why are we having a biddy war in the chat?
Why not?
I
We're
do.
feeding
do.
the Marten.
Yeah, because they.
Oh,
want
you're feeding the
to-
Marten. Okay.
Yeah, and they want to like give me some ethereal influence to.
Oh no, trust me. I'm not gonna support you any. I'm in this now. Plus, you don't want my ethereal influence.
I want your ethereal influence.
I don't think.
Ah, yeah,
they're
that is true.
in
No,
ethereal
he's not a
influence.
dragon rolling around in bits. He's a Marten rolling around in packing peanuts.
No, I'm rolling around in eggy biddies. That is what I call them.
I
Eggy
used to
bitties.
say I'm high out of my knackers and it's absolutely smashing.
Ah.
Why are
Been
you
a
being
while since I thought
offensive?
of Nigel Thornberry.
Who's being offensive?
You!
Why is that offensive?
It's a
It's
bit
just Nigel Thornberry.
Exactly. I'm literally doing Nigel Thornberry. That-
Oh, we've summoned the one and only ethereal influence.
I'm literally.
Oh, the ethereal influence.
Who's doing ethereal influence?
What an honor.
No, we summoned ethereal influence to the chat.
What do you mean? What the heck?
Whomever,
You mean
whomever
the-
is here to deliver us the Tome of Hilarious Deaths.
Oh, is this
Yes.
the person that's actually named that in chat?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, there's someone who's named that in chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Them's the joke.
Who went out of their way to make an account for that?
Not me.
Not me.
It's someone here. It's one of the
Not
culprits.
me.
You're in the room.
I know who it is. They are not in the room. They are not
Okay.
one of the players in this game.
Sus.
The DM.
I
So, how is Silver's surgery going?
It's going very well.
Is he have to roll Constitution mods?
Not at all.
Reparation.
Very well. Very cleanly.
That's weird. It wasn't going this well before.
And
Here's
with a
to
lot of
That's
practice.
because Neon, were you not followed before? Oh no, Arkenforge. Okay. I saw the Cobot message there because Neon's Pokemon jumped up and hit the star when Arken followed, and I was like, wait, Neon, have you not been following this entire time? What was I gonna say? Before I got distracted.
Oh, that'll be pretty
Oh, nice.
Oh, right. There was a very large number of game-breaking influences redeemed. Okay, by a very large, I mean like 3 of them that ensured that
That's very
Silver's
large.
surgery would go completely without hitch and be
Gotcha.
a
No problems
resounding success.
whatsoever. Everything would go well. Which is really convenient for all that happened.
I used. Oh wait, I'm not.
Now,
Oh no, I need to mute myself.
Nim,
I just want to say we are being graced by a very important guest. Hello there, Tiger Too Cute.
Ah, yes, Tiger Too Cute.
Thank you for joining us.
Tiger!
Now join the session.
Hello, welcome to the pain.
you'd be recruited.
Oh,
Hello, Tiger.
on call can't hear. Okay.
Oh.
Anyways, carrying on.
Nim, I'd like you to make an insight check.
What is he inciting?
We're about to see.
Checking if he notices something.
Ah.
All right. Under one of your wings is a scroll you really don't recall being there before.
Hmm.
He's gonna pull it out and give it a sniff.
It smells like that archiving place that you got to sit in for a while.
He will look at it.
It has a title. The Golgari's record of hilarious deaths, page 1. Volume 7.
Why would the Golgari keep that?
They've been
They're the-
handling the bodies and all.
Well, yeah,
the
but
things.
the Radcos, like they still do a whole bunch of killings, and they would find probably the most joy in like, oh hey, this guy died really funny. Let's put that in the scrapbook.
You'd
I
think that,
mean,
but the Rakdos also don't care to remember people.
part of the show and on to the next.
Basically. Now,
He is tilting his head, confused at this.
Is this just a book that's in Runeable Cards collection?
no.
He got it from the office with all the skeletons that he hid in first.
Archivists.
All the tasty bone
Are you-
men.
Now,
Archivists, okay.
the first entry reads of a Boros soldier who's found a gruel dagger. He didn't really have anywhere to put it though, so he put it inside his armor's chest piece. Then, upon accidentally tripping and falling, he was stabbed to death by the dagger he put in his own chest.
Well, okay then.
Huh.
Nim, as well as myself, is feeling more confused than anything else at this.
Next, the story of seemingly a Simic who wanted to challenge his superiority to his avian brethren. He had been working on his body for a very long time, it seems. Bodybuilder, so to say, in a general aspect. And therefore was upset that someone who seemed so much less powerful than him could do feats that he could not. Therefore, he, believing in his own might, leaped off a building and claimed that his strength would propel him, only to fall to his death at 5 stories.
Well, that's just dumb.
Third, a man who seemed to believe he would develop tolerance to heat with repeated exposure to heat, bathed in lava. There was a man who truly did believe that one could acquire resistance to anything through repeated exposure to smaller amounts of that thing, burning himself with matches, and then eventually prodding himself with branding irons, effectively killing most of his pain receptors, until he truly believed that he had regained tolerance to heat, and then tested his final theory with magma itself. Onlookers could only describe his final moments.
He was on fire, yep.
Sure did burn. Next, someone who tied balloons to their lawn chair and truly believed that they could attain easy flight. They inflated balloon after balloon after balloon, tying them to their lawn chair until they truly did take off. However, it doesn't seem that they had a very solid return plan, as they didn't have anything to cut the balloons one after another and simply drifted away. they died of oxygen deprivation as they were eventually retrieved when the numerous balloons helium lost its effectiveness. And lastly, well, on this first excerpt of the page, an undead is featured on this one. Pretty fly for a dead guy. This one seems to be another attempt at flight, but he believed that he could fly farther than anyone else if he aimed himself properly as he launched himself from a catapult. And true, his velocity was very impressive. So much so that he fell apart before he even reached his destined landing point, torn apart by sheer velocity.
Okay. Nim is still thoroughly confused. Also, there is influence.
Influence.
Jaffer has sent it to you.
I don't know how to implement that. It is very sudden.
So, denying?
I suppose so. As fun as it would be, I don't have a good way to do it.
Alright. Unfortunately, Jaffer, that has been denied.
So, Nim has the first page of the Tome of Hilarious Sets, page 1, volume 7. Or page 1 of volume 7. Admittedly, this is probably very confusing for Nim, as this is very morbid humor.
And he doesn't understand a lot of those concepts. Nim doesn't know what a balloon is, for example.
Fair enough. I wonder how the rest of the party would think of this. Well, should Nim ever share the page.
He probably would.
However, the operation goes well into the night.
He stays awake the entire time.
Before concluding successfully, "It's finished! Why, I do say this is the best operation I've had ever. It was like I was possessed by the god of surgery. Were there one to exist? But hey, perhaps that just means there's a spot open. Eh?
The only thing that came to my mind there was, and this is where I would put my trophy, if I had one!
I was possessed by a god of surgery. If there was one!
So, anyways, How's he doing?
He is doing very well. However, he will need his recovery period. But this fancy jacket he's been wearing is very nice. It seems to have healing magics that will help it go so much faster, actually. So, I estimate 3 days.
Okay. We will take it easy for 3 days.
Good man. Thank you for your patronage. Runcible card will always favor you. Runcible card.
Now Nim is going to misinterpret what "take it easy" means.
Oh no, Nim understands. Nim just doesn't care so much about himself as he does about Silver. And his
Okay.
other
A
friends.
wise decision.
So he will legitimately have Silver take it easy for 3 days.
And himself as well, because, you know, if he goes more than a mile away from Silver, Silver gets dragged along.
Okay. I just imagine Dim running through a dungeon, fighting enemies, and then Silver just ragdolling behind.
No, Silver's doing that thing
Music's
that
popping in a Gary's Mod game.
no, Silver's doing that thing that Minecraft dogs do. When you get too far away, they just materialize next to you.
And to be fair, there was a thing done where Nim will not, or Silver has this soft cloud thing that appears if he's not able to if he's not conscious or something to follow Nim, then he just floats along on the cloud. It was done by Domino.
Ah. Very nice.
Did you forget?
I think I did forget.
It was with
Yeah,
the one noble that Nim ripped the throat out of.
That's right.
Yeah.
The Rector.
Funny how Nim's murder hobo thing is
Oh,
what
no,
you
Minnie.
remember.
Minnie did that.
Nim definitely attacked him and got a crit, and
Yep, you certainly did eviscerate him. And no one was upset with you.
yeah. So what did Minnie do?
I believe that she was basically the one that gave everyone a free pass. Said like, oh no, whoever could have done this,
Oh,
and
right.
basically took over, raised the heir to be a good-hearted capitalist. However, she finagled that, but she's still getting the noble out of them. You remember how they talked. Or at least I assume you do.
Yes.
Yeah, Minnie's still got a ways to go.
Yeah. Where they were sounding like they were pompous and despicable, but like their tone of voice was that, but what they were saying was actually good.
Yes, those children will get their just desserts, as well as 3 square meals a day.
Yes. Anyways, shall we move on? Perhaps what Cray's been doing all this time, since he's not gotten much in the spotlight here.
Very,
Cray is at home.
very much so.
Cray is now at home again, sipping tea.
He is a simple person. He needs not much simple relaxation and his own privacy. Does he have any thoughts about the white piece, however? That is still in the party's possession?
Sorry, what?
Does he have any thoughts about the white piece that is still within the party's possession?
Well,
Specifically
apparently I
him?
was supposed to know about this for a while, so I really don't know how to like.
Well,
I had plans for when Cray found out, but apparently Cray's known for longer than I thought he has, so I really don't know how to play that up now.
I'm just saying, like, out of sight, out of mind. You got other things to think about, like mother and all these connections, and then these new people that are just happening, and then Locket vanishing to somewhere.
Well, you can do your plans now.
What plans?
You said you had all these plans for when you found out.
Well, yeah, but that was going to be an interaction between Cray and Nim. And Cray was going to be like, "Oh, I'm surprised you have that. What?" And then you were like, "No, I've shown this to you on several occasions." And I was like, "Oh, okay." Like it was going to be a character interaction, but then that just kind of fell flat. And then Elman described what sex was to Nim, and at that point, Cray was just like, "I'm done here," and he left.
Done
Fair
here.
enough.
I don't need this.
I need to recover my peace of mind.
I'm not going to sit here and
Peace.
listen to this. This is information I don't need, and I don't need to make sure he does it right either.
This is some shit, and I shall not put up with it. Goodbye.
I do not suffer fools lightly. And my god, everyone here is a fool, and there's a slut over there in the corner that I just don't want to deal with.
I'm a fool.
Great, it's not suffer fools lightly.
I mean, I survived despite the very precarious position, so yay. I'm sure all was well. Well,
Yep.
and well, and well, and well.
That being how it is, then. Let's see. How is Cyrus doing?
Cyrus has returned home and is attempting to accept fate and try to resume some sense of normality by delving into the abnormalities.
Go
But-
on.
Oh. Well, certainly aware of the different intricacies of flight and the like. It wouldn't do to just simply throw Nim or Element or Silver off of anything and just hope they fly. So a little bit of practice and arranging with Ruvikin for some unique forms to get a sense of things, and having a stable hand on standby to make sure no one tried to attack the owl in the process. Because after all, I'm pretty sure people would be a little bit concerned about, say, a giant bat, or giant eagle, or giant wasp just buzzing about. But hey, whatever helps make sure that I have a very solid understanding of what I'm about to teach Nim, Silver, and Element. After all, the wing structures are about the same, should work fine. Make sure they are well understood of what they will be given.
Fair enough.
So the owl will probably spend the next day goofing around with that a touch. Also, a little relaxing to have something to focus on rather than all of the chaos. Yes.
Yeah, that probably does help.
Now, if anyone wants to bother to check on the owl, that's on them. But, well, I do have a sneaking suspicion that the owl is going to be left to their own devices.
It's a pretty good idea. That may be just the case.
Because unfortunately, I don't think Cirrus has expressed this to anyone. So small regrets. Small regrets.
Very well then.
Except, of course, for telling Cray of the whole, "Hey, can you give me an item to turn me into this?" I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Oh yeah, that was the thing.
Many things are other things.
I love
Hey,
how
when
I
is-
mentioned this twice.
When is Cyrus coming back to the house?
Oh, as expressed the first time and left on a, well, I suppose the note might have been left, but no, Cyrus was only staying there for just the one more day until the house is reconstructed again.
Right.
Workers have been building on it for a while.
So when
And
is he
then
coming back?
Unfortunately, the owl is just simply at their own place this time. And, well, unfortunately, might not drop by for a moment because, well, preoccupations. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll get around to that.
You tease. He very clearly wants something from you.
Well, unfortunately for them, the owl has priorities, and unfortunately, Cray has asked this second to the flight training requests. And the owl has finally gotten a day where they're not requested to do something. This is going to be done.
He's taking a me day, in other words. And no one can interfere with the me day.
Ah, yes, Rubikin probably just casually sitting atop the giant wasp bat or eagle, just enjoying the view and making sure they don't fumble anything, probably.
He does like being in the air. He does like. Speaking of which, I'm surprised you're not asking him more about what happened before. Or perhaps asking more about him.
Ah, yes, but to whom is that addressed?
To you, Cyrus.
Ah, as great as that would be, the owl did only get kidnapped a day or so ago, and that's gonna just sit on a side topic for later.
Fair enough. Thanks to the potion, Ruvikin has recovered from his exhaustion, so he is free to just enjoy this time as well.
Now, don't mind the odd sight, or do mind if you're one of the people who's just gonna stop and stare and watch for a bit. Hell,
Ruvikin couldn't give less of a shit about other people.
all as the owl just practices with takeoff, landing, gliding, and flying, just to get a sense of things to pass on to Element, Nim, and Silver when they're ready. All in due time.
All in due time, indeed.
After all, I'm sure Nim is certainly interested, but once Silver's recovered.
Now, might I ask, What's Loot doing?
Well, after Loot was asked to leave, in no uncertain terms, he went back to his abode, but he's going to be carousing a bit, talking to some people around town, maybe going to a party.
As long as he avoids lemonade, he shall be safe.
It's always good to keep your contacts in order.
Is he looking for anything in particular or just browsing?
Just carousing, just popping in to say hi. I'm still here and
Still alive, all good.
Yeah, it's part of my job. In fact, I'll roll performance to see how good of a job I do,
Of course.
if that's allowed.
I just.
This is the third time in a row I got 18.
Perhaps it's a lucky number for you now.
Anyway, 31.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I
Oh, that's very good.
I'm famous for a reason.
You do get some information, actually.
Ooh. Was so ticked after being rejected that this might be good news.
It seems that curious people have been showing up, and there seems to be, supposedly, some secret recruitment that will just give powers to those willing to kneel.
That's vague, but
A generous bestowal.
Oh my god.
Waffle Dad tipped $10.06.
Thank you so much for the support, Waffle. I really appreciate it.
Waffle.
Waffle.
Thank you, Daddy.
Oh my.
Oh, his name was Waffle Dad, right?
No, Waffle Durg.
Oh, I heard Waffle Dad.
Ooh.
Wow.
I could
Man.
use someone who makes waffles.
I'm sorry, you're no longer my daddy.
Eh. Okay.
Everyone has their mind in the gutter for some reason, as if there's some sort of...
No, I heard when it said the donation goal, I heard Waffle Dad. I heard Dad. And I'm just like, oh, he likes being called Dad. Sure, why not? He paid money for this.
I accept this reasoning.
Okay, so there's a group
Those
that will just
completely-
give you power. Are they the group I was just with, you know, the Nim?
It does seem that, however, people do return stronger than they were before, but a few days later, they seem to vanish completely,
That's,
never seen again.
that seems like important information that I don't have anything to do with.
You get lost.
I mean, I guess I could use this to leverage to
Your
the
usefulness.
yeah, leverage my usefulness. So I guess I'll send the party some letters since I know their names, so I know where they live.
That's not how that works.
That doesn't sound creepy at
It
all.
works when you're with me.
To be fair, there's a soft truth to that, but
You can probably put some. You can probably ask enough questions to figure out who to ask for this information.
Who would know their address? Says. Yeah, so I guess I carouse until I get their locations, and then I mail them a letter asking them to come to my place of work.
Considering you got a 31, yeah. Sure.
Meanwhile, as Cray received messages at work, Nin receives messages at the restaurant, and the owl receives them in some unknown location off in the wilderness.
Oh, I don't work in the wilderness.
I'm poking fun because the owl's only recently arrived here.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Is like a period of time passing? Are we assuming that time is passing here?
Oh, I'm just going back and seeing what everyone was doing because Nim stayed there the entire time. Prey's relaxing. Cyrus is spending some time practicing his flying, and Loot is carousing.
So, as long as one of his contacts wasn't the poor bloke who had his mansion burned down, all is well.
So now that we're all doing something, does like time progress to the point of which this person has sent their letters?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And they're all perfumed.
Cray sends a letter back that tells them to meet them at the library.
The Cirrus library.
I'm fine with that. As long as he... Yeah, so I guess I go to the library. Wait, just the library?
The Azurius library. The Azurius run all libraries, though.
You can probably direct him to the one you work at.
Yes. You're given an address. It is to an Azurius public library. It should be stated that Azurius libraries are like grand things. They're not just like, oh hey, this is like the little library downtown. No, this is like you're walking into this hall of knowledge that's maintained by scholars and legal professionals.
It is like a church to knowledge.
Yeah.
You are essentially walking into that big government archive that we have in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, and I'm impressed. I don't get to go to libraries very often or at all.
Your work does not often take you here now.
No. Not a lot of people want to carouse and have entertainment done in a library.
Yeah, I imagine there's plenty of noise complaints.
Back in my crazy outfit. Barefoot.
Well, what's going on then?
Oh, okay. So are we actually all together now?
You have met Cray at the library.
Okay.
You and Cray. Cirrus is off to the unknown.
Okay. So, I'm going to...
What?
Okay. Hello, Cray.
As Cray approaches you, he's wearing these fancy Azurius robes. They're not the same robes he was wearing the other day. These are like very official robes. Basically, he is in government worker attire, but like, you know, one that has like some presence and command to it, so to speak.
Yeah. So, I'm here to possibly pitch my resume once more.
He furrows his brow at you. Who are you?
Loot Tudor. Loot tutor, rather.
Okay, why? That's a name. Who are you? What do you care for me?
I'm trying to get in with the crowd as
You're a
it
bit
is.
quiet, Neon. It sounds like you're far from your mic.
Nah, it's because I'm getting quieter because it's late at night and I'm starting to get self-conscious.
Oh,
I want to get into your groups as it is. But my last attempt, they kind of coldly rejected me, so I'm hoping that a little bit of information might prove that perhaps you need me.
What are you, a Demir?
Hmm?
What are you, Demir?
Demir? No. I told you I am neutral.
We spoke before.
Yes.
Ah. When?
When you called me a slut. Several
Quite
times.
I don't quite recall.
Uh-oh.
he's expunged it from his memory.
Okay. All right, then how about this? You let me into that group you hang around with. That I assume you do.
Why are you speaking as though it's some exclusive thing? They're just work associates.
Okay, I have a feeling I know what's going on. All right, no, thank you for your time. I'm going to go now.
He raises a brow. He's just like very confused.
Yeah, Luke kind of catches on to what's going on. It's like he's not going to get anywhere if the person he's speaking to has no memory whatsoever.
Oh no, Cray absolutely knows.
Oh, he's just
Roll
pretending.
insight. He's just fucking with you. He's just like this. Don't worry about it.
I almost think that I shouldn't roll insight because I role played it so perfectly that I didn't know.
I also kind of gotta point out, you are kind of playing a character that you have introduced yourself as a dancer.
Oh, yeah, I
We
am
go
the
into
dancer.
combat. We have no... a dancer is not going to be helpful.
And a singer will.
Who's the singer?
Well, if you had a bard, that would be him.
I mean, bards can cast
be-
magic. That's very common knowledge.
Yes.
For all
I mean, to
we
be
know,
fair-
you are a random civilian, like, peasant that just happens to dance.
Well, just test me, is all.
But you haven't asked us to do that.
And, well, I'm now talking to the person who I might be able to ask that to. You're not here. Okay, so does 70 make me know?
It's enough to give you an inkling that he probably remembers you, but like legitimately does not care for you.
Oh, okay. Uh-huh. So you probably don't want this information about people going missing.
People go missing all the time. What makes it of great interest to me?
Just the circumstances around it. Tell you what, if I tell you the information, you have to give me a shot. Put any sort of test in front of me. Whether it be combat, social engagement, maybe puzzle or two.
I mean, if it wasn't for the implications, Yao would have happily asked for a demonstration, but not with that time.
I do have standards.
As we all.
Why don't you look at joining a guild?
As I said, my work requires me to remain neutral to the guilds.
No, it doesn't require you to remain neutral. You simply want to remain neutral.
If I join a guild, I have to go to a slightly different kind of job.
No, you don't.
And what guild would you suggest I be joining?
Well, that depends on your personal values. I know nothing about you. Who are you? And I don't mean that as your name. I could care less for a name. Who are you?
I'm someone who believes in the greater good.
Someone who believes in the greater good. Well, there's many ways you can go about the greater good.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Azorius, the Lawkeepers, there's the Boros, soldiers of the city, the Silesians, somewhat religious, but greater generally have a belief and a general pacifist nature of them. There are lots of feel-good sorts. The Simic in their own nature do plenty of good, though many argue against it due to the abominations they make. Heck, I could even argue that the Demir have some good tendencies about them, despite their secretive nature, to the fact that they've only been recently regarded as a guild.
Demir rarely do business with me.
Rarely. That implies they've done business with you at all.
And but extensively.
Then you have the Orzhov, which are a more gray area. After all, they manage all the money. There's a lot of greed that goes around there. The Golgari themselves, while generally being frowned upon as a guild, actually do more good than people give them credit for.
And collectively, they all work to protect the city.
And despite the demons of the Red Coast, they do have quite a few people who genuinely like to try to make life easier for people and better in simpler ways, such as music, song, dance. Many of them make very, very good chefs. The Red Coast is truly about passion, really. A lot of people just see the demons and are immediately turned off. The demons and the murderers, really. The murderers, they have a lot of passionate murderers.
Yeah.
But those kinds of stigmas are why the Red Coast generally have stigma. Let's see.
Understandable.
Then there's the Gruul, of course, but the Gruul are, you know, they're in the strange middle ground, as they don't really take part in the city, more nature overgrowing areas that they have quote unquote conquered. They themselves are only barely regarded as a guild, thanks to the Guild Pact. Let's see, I feel like I'm missing one. Ah, yes, the Izzet. The Inventors. They do a great deal of good. Of course, most of their inquiries are overseen by Niv Mizzet, so who knows what you'll be doing there. Depends on what strengths you wish to play on and who you are as a person that you wish to help the world.
I try more to play with a full deck.
Oh, that's rather ironic, coming from someone who's clearly only playing with half a deck. Surely by now you must have seen how difficult things are for people who are guildless.
I get by all right.
I'm sure you do, but the majority of the guilds won't even give the time of day to a guildless individual. And most guildless individuals, well, from what I've seen, the majority of their work is hard labor.
Yes, though I have avoided that until now. Well,
Indeed.
to an
I'm
extent.
curious as to how, he says clearly sarcastically.
Well, have you ever been to my place of business?
I'm insulted you feel the requirement to ask that.
Everyone needs something, and the guilds just often don't work together.
Depends on the guilds.
Does depend on the guilds, but let's say Rakdos needs something from Azerol,
Azurius.
Azurius, but there is a problem with infighting between both groups.
Depends on what they want. If something is caused by infighting, especially with the Azurius, it's probably because it's not legal.
Yes, but let's say that one group wants the fighting to end, but wants to save face. That's where I step in. A few conversations and everything goes smoothly.
You're a negotiator,
Among other things.
among other things.
One cannot work simply as an entertainer and expect to be unharassed in the city. I'll be honest. I know your group quite well at this point. They keep coming up in my clientele's mutterings.
Indeed, they're not exactly discreet. But they do indeed make good money.
Yes. And money is ephemeral for me, really, at this point.
Ephemeral.
Valueless. Just the concept. I could make as much money as I realistically wanted. Sure, you know the experience.
Which experience are you speaking of?
Just being in a situation where you can get anything you want. Just for a short period of time.
I'm struggling to see where you're going with this.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm just saying that my motivations aren't economy.
They're not economically based, I understand. I would expect such from a harlot.
The Guild Tales D&D. I do believe we might be off for just a moment.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Glancing at the Guild Tales chat, they may be away for just a moment.
Who?
Neon.
Oh, okay. Well, alright then. Yeah, that happened.
Meanwhile, little just loops and dashes with the owl off at their little air show. Oh, never mind, they're back.
Sorry about that.
You can speak up and say, hey, I need to step away. For the record.
Sorry. Anyway. Half my clients want your group murdered, and the other half want them kept tabs on, and I'm not even of an opinion that either of those really need to happen.
Oh, people can try, and maybe perhaps they will succeed. But I'm not exactly in the habit of letting anyone make an easy job of that.
No. But still, I firmly believe you need me. And that's the one thing that I like most of all.
Need is a strong word.
It is. It tastes all the sweeter. To be needed, that is.
Tell you what. What kind of person are you? Tell me that. You say you like to do good, and you sit with all these conversations, you take all these secrets. What do you do?
What do I do with them?
Yes.
I make sure the city can run correctly. That the infighting stops. Whether it needs to be done legally or illegally. And though you might be surprised, much of what happens in the city that makes it run is done off the books.
Tell you what. I'll go ahead and I shall give you an opportunity. He extends his hand to you.
Oh, he extends his hand out as well.
He just kind of like looks at you and then like just like grasping hand. No, the letter. Whatever information you have.
All right. Huh. As you know, there is a group out there who is promising people great power.
So I was already aware of that.
Yes. However, anyone who deals with them ends up going missing a few days later.
This
I-
doesn't necessarily sound like new knowledge to me.
On a side note, do I have anything he doesn't know? Or sorry, anything I haven't said?
You do have a location about where 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 people would go,
Ah.
were they willing to check the rumored
Yeah.
power?
Okay. And I have the meeting place. Where it all goes down.
I see. Do you have this place written down?
I have it in my head.
That's well enough. I'll go ahead and give you an address. You'll meet there.
Mm-hmm.
As for your opportunity, you'll know it when it happens.
Very well. He takes the address, half expecting it to be fake, and goes there.
You actually recognize the address. It is the address of Gray's house.
Gray's house?
Gray's house.
He wouldn't know that, I don't think.
Well, no, he would know Gray's house because he had to send a letter there.
Yeah.
So he got the address before.
Oh, yeah. So I guess he goes to Cray's house, unless there's like a time written on it as well.
However, well, does he go there like right away after like as Craze to like at the library?
Well, yes. And he'll do a street performance.
Right.
Oh no! In a very well-to-do neighborhood.
Oh boy.
I should state that Craze house is in a very, it's in the center of Ravnica. The center is it's like this region of Ravnica that's in the middle of the 10 districts. That's kind of like
Neutral
the ritzy
territory.
neutral ritzy upper class territory. Yeah. It's almost like being in like New York, and so like anyone who actually like owns a house there is like stupidly rich.
Okay, but for the sake of it, before he leaves he asks when he should arrive.
All right.
Meet there at dusk. I should be done with work by then, and we'll have your opportunity prepared.
And if you're wondering if I can wear less ostentatious clothing, surprisingly, no. But I assure you, you'll find out why.
I don't think I wish to find.
Oh, you do. You do, as he fades out.
And at that, Cray will go back to work, and he will actually go home a little bit early that day. And when he does so, he will consult the orb. Oh yeah, Cray would have also asked for your name if you did not sign any of your papers.
My name?
Yes, your name.
Loot Tudor.
Right. Yes, you've said that several times, and for some odd reason, that just didn't stick in my head.
For a second, I thought you were doing that
Because it sounds like a title or
No, this is me out of character, the player, being stupid.
I honestly thought when you said that you were like, because that's clearly not your real name.
No. If that's the name that you are going by and that you are introducing yourself to people as.
Hi, I'm Luke Tudor. So yes, I got an in, maybe. Yes.
So I consult the orb.
All right. Who are you speaking with first?
Calling up praise. We're gonna go with the mother.
All right. The orb flickers on.
Hello.
Hello. I assume there's been a development.
Several developments. We may have a location as to where crap, what's the I'm just blanking on the name of the people who are the bad guys.
Seeker meetings?
Yeah, the Seekers. We have a potential lead onto as to where the Seeker meetings are, and I have a new potential recruit.
Ah. Really? You?
Indeed.
I didn't think you'd be the one to indict people into your little gatherings. But fair enough.
You know I already have done so previously with, I believe it was Morax.
Yes. I'm just saying it's not often that you do. You usually leave it to one partner.
I don't understand what you mean.
No, never mind me. Make as many friends as you like.
Friend is a strong word for it. I found someone who may have a skill set that is useful, that may already be working in an environment that is conductive to our own, and may indeed even have the aptitude for such.
I praise. Considering the audience.
Simple observations. I have no praise for them yet, just curiosity, let's say.
Fair enough. So whomst might they be?
Loot Tudor.
Root Tutor. Not a name I'm familiar with.
Interesting. They claim to be famous.
Perhaps in their own circles.
Perhaps. They are guiltless currently, as most of our recruits are.
Guiltless.
So they claim. I'm going to be disappointed if this turns out to be an alias.
Very well then. I'll see what I can dig up on.
You do some digging and give them an opportunity.
Of course.
I'd like to see what they do.
Will that be all then?
If you don't. Have you gotten a recent shipment of tea yet?
I have actually.
Ah. What kind?
Curiously enough, I found that, well, a new blend has presented itself to my table. A blueberry and dragon fruit tea.
Interesting.
I'm eager to try it.
You'll have to send me some packets.
I think I'll do just that.
I'd appreciate it. Anyways, let me know if you need any investigations of your own. After all,
Well,
I've been asking much of you. You haven't seemed to be having much need of me recently. Not that I'm complaining.
there are other
individuals
agents
can-
and you have your own assignments. However, the Azorius
I have
been
no
a bit-
assignments currently.
No? No.
None that I'm aware of.
Well, your own
None,
project.
none
with
of your
anyway.
assignment. No.
No. Like, you have your own work to do within your group. I assume you're keeping busy one way or another.
Consistently, yes. Though I'm capable of multitasking if there's something that becomes urgent and requires my attention. You understand I can operate discreetly.
I am aware of this. So, there has been quite the amount of activity within the Azorius' high ranking. The judges, the High Council, the ones who review the judges when the cases and trials are done. What happened? It's very hard to get information out of the Azorius without leaving something.
Without leaving what?
Without leaving some trace. They're very particular about the details.
Was information from the Azorius not the reason I've been brought around?
Not incorrect, but I prefer to leave my questions few so that you don't need to probe too much. This, however, is warranting attention. What happened?
What happened to what?
What happened in the Azores very recently to cause such a reaction amongst the highest chain of command?
I assume you're not talking about the ensemble revealing themselves.
No. This was recent. Very recent.
This may not be something I'm aware of then. I may need to do some investigations.
Do that.
Do you have any details about it, or is it just a simple stirring? I'd assume there'd be some direction for the stir.
There does seem to be. From what I've gathered, there is one last check when trials are done. The Council of Elders goes over them meticulously and thoroughly before deciding if the trial was just and fair and without duplicity. That has stopped. They're letting the cases pile up. As if something else has stolen all the complete attention of the elders.
I see. I can probably solve this with some simple inquiries.
I'm counting on you then.
I shall look into it. And he's going to give a bow to the orb and turn it off.
Yep. It ends without incident.
And from there, Cray will prepare tea. He will check his mail to see if the blueberry dragonfruit tea gets there express.
It seems to already be present. It's
Excellent.
express indeed. Express.
He's going to make himself some of that tea, and he is going to then go out to his little patio on the side of the house. He's going to look out of the hammock as he drinks tea, and simply waits. At which point, Tudor could potentially show up.
Yes. Loot?
Yes. Okay, I guess I show up at the bottom of the stairs and I ring the doorbell. Ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring.
Will Cray answer the door, or will he ask Cord to get it?
Well, he's out on the patio right now, so he'll actually
Fair enough.
walk around
Cray
the
is
side of the
outside the
building.
house.
To be fair, he's on like the side of the house.
Yes.
You
he
can
might
share
not
the
see
map
him.
if you want to,
Oh yeah, the map.
because there's a map of the house.
It's a very nice map.
It's a very nice map. I spent a lot of time making it.
One sec, I'll be right back. Yep.
Duke, 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 Duke. Oh, I'll just run the ad early. We'll be right back.
Cray.
At time.
And here I am sitting wondering, does the owl feel up to wandering over to Cray's, or after all the flying, is it just another time to rest? Decisions. Yay.
Ooh, you got a pillow room.
Hold up.
Cray has many pillows.
Hold up.
Ooh, map. Ooh, pillows.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Computer was lagging really bad for a moment there. Alright, it looks like it's recovered.
Here's something I found on the
Computer,
web.
stop. Not you. Why are you so loud? Oh, right. Okay, we're good.
You could create an epic pillow fort in this house.
His house is
Yeah.
an epic pillow fort.
Owl was not aware of this. This is amusing.
Wait, does he have a bridge across his pillows?
You would have to ask Cray that.
Yeah, Gray, is that like a literal bridge across your pillows, or is that a pillow bridge across your pillows?
It is it's more like mattresses, so to speak. Like there are some firmer pillows specifically made for walking, and then there's just the pillows. Right, I should probably like put my foot
The
down.
pillows.
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 Put our tokens on? Sure.
Sure. Do you know how to do that?
We cannot, at least not
Oh,
actually put it on. You have to do that. But I don't think it's really necessary.
Okay. Well, Gray would be out on that sort of porch to the right side.
Yeah.
And depending on not really depending on from which way you approach, because there is like a wall. So I did include there's a wall. You can see the road and the sidewalk to the very south, and then there's a wall, and then that wall kind of goes to where Gray's little walkway to the front porch and side walkways made of gravel are.
Guess I'll roll perception to see if I notice you. I do.
You take enough time to realize that Cray is out on his deck. He's sitting at the end of that long ass table, and he's got with him a kettle and a small cup that he is periodically pouring and then
I'm putting you on the map.
sipping.
It is not required, but it is fun.
Yes, that is where Cray is, sitting in a chair.
Yeah, and that's where I ended up.
Yep. You can move around your token as you please.
Greetings.
Ah, you've arrived. Rabbit.
Yes. That would be my species.
So, go ahead, divulge what information you will.
Is in the location.
Pardon?
It's in the location.
Yeah, if that's the information you will divulge.
Wouldn't it be smarter for me to simply withhold that and have me bring you there?
You could do that.
You probably wouldn't trust me very well if I did that. But so, and he writes on, well, I guess I don't have a piece of paper on me. So I guess he just says the address.
All right. I shall investigate that place. If it seems as though you are telling the truth, then good things shall come. This place in particular is where the other individuals of the party tend to come about.
Well, it is lovely, I'll say that.
You know, it is a 3-story stone house.
Yeah. Blute is like looking at the multicolored plants and flowers specifically when he says that.
Ray sips tea. The hammock has recently been vacated. You can feel free to make yourself comfortable there.
Oh, very well.
He gestures to it.
Deep
That's a pile of wood.
betrayal. Between the trees.
Sorry. Okay, that's a pile of wood. Whoops.
It's very different from him.
Oh
That's
wait, no.
between yes, my God. I don't understand what that required guesswork, but okay.
For some reason, I was thinking like patio chair.
No hammock.
I forgot what a hammock is. Give me a break.
All right. I guess it is pretty late. All things considered. I guess.
If someone else comes around, you should likely see them walking up the front path from there. Feel free to say hello to anyone else who enters.
I thank you.
If you do come inside, do not come to the 3rd floor.
Any particular reason why?
That's my chamber.
Ah,
This house is both physically and magically warded, so don't try anything.
I wouldn't dream of it.
Good. Can't tell you how many times I've had to have the wardings replaced. That's thanks to the Izzet.
Oh, this is a very well fortified location.
It doesn't look that way.
Yeah.
Recently, I had to look into some form of warding from artillery strikes. But that has more to do with Cake than it does any assassins.
True. I have heard good things about magical hedges.
I love
the
how
hedges
you
aren't
just
magical.
take that in stride, like that is perfectly normal and a reasonable explanation of what happened. Spoilers, it is not one.
With this party, yes.
I suggest looking into magical topiaries. They're actually starting to become big around the nobility. I mean, the high-end guilds.
I prefer the stone walls. They're more honest.
Yeah.
Takes another sip of tea. Do you drink tea?
Yes, on occasion.
Good, that's at least one favorable quality you have. He sets another little cup off of the tray by the seat next to him and pours a cup. You're quite fond of your mask.
Yes.
Is it something you wear often?
It doesn't come off.
Indeed.
Or at least would be something that I would have to pry off my skull.
Curious.
We're all entangled in something we don't want.
Not necessarily true. Some things are just as they should.
What about you? How are your unfortunate obligations going?
Fortunately, there's no misfortune to speak of.
To your good fortune, then. And lifts the tea and takes a sip.
Cray just continues to simply drink, ignoring the toast entirely. It's blueberry dragon fruit tea. Is anyone stopping by the house?
Nim would probably come by whenever Silver wakes up. He would have asked to stay the night at Runcible Cards to let Silver rest.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Perfectly
if this is
acceptable.
The next day.
Yeah,
So-
this is very much the next day.
Yeah. So after Silver wakes up, Nim would head over to the back to Cray's. So he could possibly be arriving about now.
Oh, that reminds me. There's a tree in the backyard. Just be careful around it.
Does it eat people?
Pardon?
Does it eat people?
Well, it eats life force, and we've been trying to mold out the ground with life magic so that it doesn't eat people. But I wouldn't do anything too strange with the tree. I forget if it still has a harpoon stabbed into it or not.
You'll probably fetch a fair price on the market.
The tree.
A tree that eats people.
Well, it doesn't. See, it's. I believe it's a dryad of sorts, and it's going to be growing fruit apparently. A healing fruit.
You touch the tree and Nim will kill you.
I don't.
Gray doesn't say that.
In fact, does Nim happen to be walking up right about now?
He could be.
I'll leave that up to you. I'll leave that
Just for the threat.
He's gonna be walking up right as that is being said, and he's just gonna stop on his way to the front door, or probably to the side door actually. You touch my tree and I will kill you. Before just walking inside.
Yes, yes, yes. I'll kill you too.
Uh-oh.
Cray's going to do a slight scoot in the opposite direction of Luke, as he already knows what's going down.
Could you add
Should
them
I
to
add
the...
you?
Oh, okay, they're already on the combat tracker. Perfect.
Yes, I did. Should I add you to the map just for the heck of it?
Nah, we don't need
Okay,
the
yeah,
I don't need the
me.
map.
All right.
Yeah, Cray scoots over, softly shifts the kettle over with one hand, and keeps a hand softly resting on it as he sips his tea.
Like,
Ah, yes, I know where this goes. Just don't spill the tea.
Meanwhile, they're all just off on their own, finishing up and probably gonna start on their way over in a bit.
Oh, how did you roll that saving throw? Normally I don't get to see that.
Nim immediately turns around and you just see a radiant ball of light coming at you, which then explodes in basically white fire.
What kind of save is this?
I
You already rolled.
I already rolled it, but it is a
Yeah,
dex
but it-
saving throw.
Dex saving throw. As it comes for me, I immediately like.
Oh no,
Take a
you
bow.
already rolled. You got a 27.
Yeah, I already rolled. I take a bow, and the bolt harmlessly goes away.
Oh, do you have evasion?
Yes, I have evasion.
That's right.
Okay.
I guess it's my turn. With my ability, can I tell if Nim is still trying to kill me? My
Or
ability.
rather,
to
is
read
Nim still
body language?
hostile? See,
Yeah, is Nim still hostile?
I have no idea what ability you're talking about. I don't know
I-
your class. You
No,
need
I
to
know,
explain your homebrew class for everybody to understand what you're doing.
I was asking the DM.
Which ability is it again?
It's the one where I can read body language to determine if someone's hostile, neutral, or
Nim
friendly.
is a feral. You don't deal with many of them, but you probably could determine that he might not be overtly hostile unless you seem to flippantly disregard his one more time.
So he's basically not going to attack me again.
I mean, that's for Nim to decide.
Oh, okay. Well, normal people don't take being attacked particularly well. So I guess Loot will start dancing.
So you have a thing that can read body language, right?
Yeah.
If you look at Cray, he's just like, this is normal.
Yeah.
He does not. Cray does not seem hostile or even surprised. He's just like, sip tea.
Normal Tuesday.
Where is
Now, Nim, I suppose I should ask you, are you going to continue hostilities? I know it depends on how he responds from here, but I suppose I should ask just to be sure.
It depends on how he responds.
Yep.
But there will be at least one more continued hostility.
Okay. Then there is. Yes.
And-
You're still in the fighting states.
Yep. Okay. Well, and because I have to like that's a good idea. There's like a way inside from here, right?
Nim is between you and it.
Okay, then I take the other door.
The front door.
Yes.
Great. Did you leave your
10,
front door unlocked?
15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 35, 50. Electric slide. 5.
Okay, again, explain what this is before you go doing it. You keep saying all of these names, you keep describing it,
movement
but you are
action
not
that-
actually saying anything of what
Okay,
it
okay,
is.
okay.
Yeah.
I was going to explain it, but first I was going to do my movement.
I want to know
But-
what this ability is before you're using it, because we don't have access to that. Okay, rather, I
Oh.
do, but the others do not.
You know, I could
All I'm aware of is extra actions, minor combat focus, sharing magical effects, and lots of speed.
25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. I need a little bit more movement to get away from him attacking. So I'm going to use... No, not that.
What was electric slide? Hold on. Like, go.
Yeah,
let's...
I told you
I
to
didn't use
explain
electric.
this.
I opted out and dashed instead.
Oh, you're just doing a dash action. Okay.
And I can also just do this for if I need to show off electric slide.
That
Uh,
doesn't work.
Oh, you can't
Yeah.
click on the head?
No.
So the thing is, for those things to work, we need to all have the same source of book. But because
Got it.
that's not a source of book, it's not. So you will
Okay.
need to physically read it off.
Okay, then I'm using Sensational Sway next. It's a bonus action. It lets, as part of it, I can move 15 feet, and I get to use the help action, but there's no valid target, so I'm just going to use it to move 15 feet as a bonus action. 5, 10, 15.
Also, you're probably gonna want to put Nim on the map. Wait, how much movement did you just do?
110 plus 15, 120,
Dancers are very mobile.
25.
Well, Nim, you might have the first person who's like actually faster than you, but we should probably put Nim on the map.
Yeah.
Nim is at the door, so at least I know where he is.
Well, for now.
Well, he was coming around to the side door, which is right behind this little outside bar thing,
Oh,
or at
yeah.
least near it.
Yes,
He would have
but they're
been.
not-
Would he be behind Cray or?
Well, see, there's
They're
there's a
not
way-
nearly far enough.
So the side door is. I drew a pointer from it. Here we go. The side door is right here. If you see my little blue arrow.
Yes, I do.
So because Nim was walking past, he would likely be somewhere in this general area. Can you see me moving the arrow around?
Yes, I can.
Okay, cool. It makes like a good cursor for me.
So like right here.
Okay,
then.
so the body language is up to the DM's discretion.
Yeah.
So how many sentient ferals have you encountered?
I mean, to be fair, it's Ravnica. They're not terribly rare.
It's still
And
a
to my
valid
knowledge,
question,
it doesn't
no?
say. To my knowledge, it doesn't say humanoids. I can do it on any
No,
creature that.
but it's up to the DM's discretion on whether you...
That's true, but how much different would your body expression be for hostility than a typical animal?
I mean, do smiles mean the same thing between folks?
A lot of people would interpret a wolf's smile as it baring its teeth in anger.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, the smile in and of itself isn't the only body language. There's also how they're looking at you. Is their tail wagging? Like, you know, there is a lot of body language. Like, even in just like a dog.
Animal handling.
That's a thing.
I'd give it a pass as Nim is not one to really hide his emotions. He very much wears his heart on sleeves, so to say.
I guess I should state I also might be biased. I once owned a dog, and I could very much tell its emotions. Yeah.
Fair.
Anyways, Nim, it's your turn, I believe. As he's done his dash action plus his little extra movement. There is a wall kind of surrounding the area. I think that wall would. Let's see. Is 10 feet or 15 feet normal for those like really high fancy walls?
I think 10 feet.
I'm gonna double check.
Unless it's really high.
10 feet might be. Here, I'm gonna do the Google. Because I know you have wings, so you might just fly over the wall. Assuming you want to
Good
even chase.
God, there are a lot of insanely powerful abilities here.
Oh, yes,
I've-
they have been edited.
Yeah, and I've used an updated version of that balances things out quite a bit.
Third level, you simply do not trigger traps.
I don't trigger specifically traps that trigger if you step on them. Like if there's a arcane eye still works, a
Pressure
thread
plates, in
across
other
the floor.
words.
Yeah, just pressure plates.
Hello, Twinkle Toes.
Like I
Yes,
said, we've gone over and edited them on a case by case.
This would be probably about a 10-foot wall.
And some of the other abilities that were broken were edited as well from the updated version that I sent.
And what is this electric slide?
It is a movement action that leaves hazardous terrain behind. However, you cannot pass through enemies with it, and it still leaves you open to attacks of opportunity if you exit someone's threat range.
Nim, it is your turn.
Okay.
He's just checking things out.
I know. Just
Nim is gonna fly.
What- I had a feeling. Loot Tudor is he ran south and just past.
And he is specifically at an angle up.
Gotcha.
So basically, he flew 45 degrees, 45 degree angle up, and in this
God.
direction.
This is going to require math. Because now the question is, do you have line of sight from there?
I will let the DM make that call.
It's a 10-foot wall. He's right next to the 10-foot wall. He's
Yeah.
He's at
So-
least 45 degrees in the air.
He is small sized, though.
Oh, he's small?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah,
that makes
I
it
was
worse.
shadowed and it's small again.
Small size doesn't really impact anything in 5th edition, except for certain weapons you can't use.
I mean, to be fair, like the height factor would probably play a part in line of sight in this case specifically. At least in my opinion. That's A squared plus
No,
B
I
squared.
am-
Thank you, Blue
I am-
Draconics.
I am agreeing with that. So,
Agreeing with what?
I am agreeing with Gray's point that as a smaller person, he is you may have to be higher to like, or basically be looking over the wall to see him.
I'm not saying that he can't necessarily see him. I'm just saying that if he is a small-sized creature, if he's literally physically shorter because of the height of the wall, that would necessarily impact this calculation. I'm not saying this calculation is not Nim, but at the same time, it definitely impacts it.
Yes, it does.
How specifically tall is your character?
3
He's,
foot
like-
6.
3 foot. Okay, he's about the third the size of the wall.
Yes.
You I don't even know what fucking mathematics. Okay, come on, hold on. If he's there,
So how high up is Nim right now?
so that's
Yes.
the main thing I need to figure. Nim, you have a fly speed of 60, right?
80. I am good
80.
with accepting that I cannot see.
Okay,
For this
hold-
turn, we'll say that.
but hold on. I do want to.
But that will be it for Nim's turn.
So now it's my turn.
Correct?
So if
That is
Yeah.
correct.
All right. Moving. 5, 10, 15.
Magic
20.
missile.
what?
As I said
you
to
see.
Digi, I said I would be casting Magic Missile at 4th level as soon as I saw him.
Okay. 5.
So... Okay.
Now, did that get applied? Yeah. Okay, then I'm changing my movement. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55.
Shall we
And
say for fairness, Nim would probably be about 40 feet in the air?
I am
Considering you were trying to try to spot him over the wall. Allow this.
Bonus action, command my dancing blade to go up to him.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Gray dislikes this.
But because the blade doesn't move yet, I just commanded it. I give myself and my blade a special ability.
You would be 55 feet in the air if you flew at a 45-degree angle, and if you flew your full 80 feet. 55 feet in the air.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
I just
Neat.
did the math. It technically comes out to like 57 and a decimal, but I figured I'd just round down to 55.
But my dancing blade can move 50 feet, so he just makes it thanks to reach. Or not reach, thanks to 5-foot reach.
You would be too short, though.
Nah, I just have to get beside you.
You
He's
wouldn't be
55
able to
feet
get...
in the air.
Yeah.
He's 55, and I'm right under him.
How are you? What? How?
No, the dancing blade is going 50 feet in the air. I guess
Oh!
he's
Straight up.
So, Yeah, no, technically, if we think about it in the form of a grid, he would be in the square directly next to Nim. and therefore able to attack.
Yes.
And I use Bully String Boldero. Yeah, which is an action, but I can do it. It allows me to move 30 feet, so I was going to make it no matter what. But I perform it, and me and every creature within 5 feet gets temporary hit points equal to my flare dice plus my charisma modifier until the start of my next turn.
Including Nim?
No, he's 55 feet in the air.
I guess he's giving it to himself.
I guess.
Myself and the sword.
Isn't that very high? Or is this before you threw
Yeah,
it?
the sword is not
just
next to you.
It's just before I threw it.
Okay.
Because on my turn, it goes straight up. I mean, at the end of my turn, it goes straight up. It acts at the end of
that's right, because you command it. It doesn't move on your turn.
Yeah. So then it's my Dancing Blade's turn.
Would be very unfortunate for an owl to wander on him.
Does the owl wander on it?
Oh my.
Is that a hit?
Shields.
Does shield block it?
Shield raises Nim's AC up. Wait, did you activate your war song?
Yes.
Okay. I keep asking because I just assume you did.
Well,
Is that something you need to specifically activate? Because if so, I don't recall you stating. I don't.
I
I
have
just don't
said
know
in
the
the
rules on
past
that.
that I automatically activate it, but either way, it only gives me a +1 to AC.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
So
I have no idea. I didn't know what it did. I wasn't aware of it. So just checking.
okay, that ends my turn.
So wait, hold on. Does shield raise your AC above 26?
my AC is
raises it to
24
30.
normally.
Your AC is 24 normally.
Yeah.
Okay, so with War Song that's 25, and whatever shield gives you, that would be 26. Yeah, you're right.
It's because of blade singing or something. And armor and dexterity.
He's got some very powerful magic armor, too.
Yes, that.
Well, let's see if a support class can go against this.
Nim is going to drop, unfurling his wings at the last moment before hitting the ground. And landing. And he is going to bite you.
All right.
And he is activating his blade song.
Miss.
All right. And Radiant Bolt.
The owl is running upon seeing Nim drop out of the sky.
Actually,
You know,
we've got a reroll.
considering that you had evasion, you shouldn't have had those 22 wounds from, right?
What?
Talking to
The
Luke.
22 wounds were from the magic missile.
Oh, right. I was saying.
Yeah.
Just a derp. We're all tired here.
It is almost 5 a.m. for me.
Yeah.
It is.
All right.
Pushing 4 a.m. here.
However, we
And
had a late start, and I am stubborn.
It is
As-
almost 10 a.m. over here.
I'd like to state that as this combat turn is going on, Cray's just going to look up from his tea as he just watches Nim bolt down. He's going to call out, "Are these theatrics necessary?" And not expecting an actual response, just sips his tea. Proceed.
As Cray is calling that out, a radiant bolt comes flying past Cray's head at Loot. From
Which he
Silver.
dodged.
Wait, hold on. Oh, from Silver. I see. I was like, how does it go past Cray's head if Nim's over there?
Silver may be taking it easy, but this is a cantrip.
Oh, you guys advantage.
Pack tactics.
Because
Somehow.
Nim is besides you.
Can I have him on the board, please?
Are you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead and put Silver in.
I have to do that. So you said behind Cray.
Yeah.
Yep. Makes sense. That was the direction they were walking.
I roll plus 9 is 16. No, it doesn't matter.
Silver would probably be back here still. And that'll be it.
Are you all out the front door right now?
Both the front and sword. Or, front and sword. The front and side.
Anyhow, no. Can't do that. Okay. First, I use Artful Dodge, preparing yourself to gracefully react to those around you. When you take the dodge action. It's a bonus action to use this. If I'm targeted by an opportunity attack before the start of my next turn, you get a penalty equal to my charisma modifier, which is 4.
You have to take the dodge action for this to work?
Yes. Well, no, it takes a dodge
Is-
action. It's a bonus action dodge.
What is the name of this?
It's in the updated. It's Artful Dodge.
So, it's your turn, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're using your bonus action to take a thing where if you get an attack of opportunity specifically on you, it's a -4 to attacks of opportunity.
Yeah. Next, I am going to use Saber Dance on Zim. It's an action. While using my movement, I can make an attack with a weapon that has a finesse property. And if it's a critical hit or 19 because of another ability I have, I get to add more dice to it.
More dice? What do you mean more dice?
I get to add my flare dice to it. But I didn't succeed, so 27.
Shield.
Would you like to confuse things further, Tiji, and include an owl at the bottom?
Of course.
Alright, next. As part of it, 5, you got an attack of opportunity.
No, because I use shield.
Oh yeah, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 30. Then I move 1, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50.
The front door is locked.
There is a doggy door.
Click, 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 click.
Oh wait, no,
Sure.
wait.
Oh,
Slide
no,
the
no, there
doggy
is
door.
not. Cray specific.
no. Right. There isn't a doggy door on the front door. Well, was there a doggy?
No,
I
there
forget if there's a dog.
as far as I'm aware, there is no doggy door on any of your doors.
Is there not? I could have sworn there was like a magic doggy
You
door.
were
on one of them. Maybe-
specifically against it.
Was that okay? I don't. Man.
Because it would
it's so long ago.
jeopardize the security of your house.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Cray would be against that.
And that's
I'm
why
sorry, it was
Nib
so
at
long
one
ago
point
that
climbed up
conversation
onto the
happened.
roof and went down the chimney. Until you made
Yes.
that not an option.
Yeah. Oh well. Alright. Alright. Then it's my rapier's turn. Because I used Saber Dance, it still gets its action.
But so, something you would see is that there is
Wait,
a barred
what?
window above the plants.
How
Can't
is
get
this
through a
all
barred
working?
window.
Okay. You've moved. And then you moved
Ah.
again.
Mm-hmm.
And you also attacked me.
Yes.
He attacked and he moved.
So the flying sword gets its own turn?
Yes. Specifically, if I use Saber Dance, it counts as the bonus action required to command it.
Where does it
I
say
thought
that?
I thought your bonus action was the disengage thing.
Yeah, your
or-
bonus
It was.
action was...
My bonus action was the disengage thing. Well, not disengage. It was dodge. And
Right.
then my action was Saber Dance, which as part of it, it allows me to move 30 feet. So I attacked, then moved 30 feet. And then I moved 55 feet. And because I use Saber Dance, it also lets me command the Dancing Blade.
Even though your bonus action had been used.
Where does it say this? Because I'm
Unless
looking
you
at this
command
doc,
it
it
as-
does not...
unless- You can command the Dancing Blade as either a bonus action or as part of the Saber Dance.
Right, looking up dancing on a document about dancer is probably a terrible idea to search for that when you're trying to look for something.
No, don't we just
It's called Dancing Blade.
Yeah, I found it. Weapon becomes a dancing blade imbued with a facsimile of life until it is reduced to 0 hit points. You die or you use this feature again. It is friendly to you and your companions and obeys your commands. In combat, the dancing blade shares your initiative count, but it takes its turn immediately after yours. It can move and use its reaction on its own, but the only action it takes on its turn is the dodge action unless you command it to take another action as a bonus action or as part of performing your Saber Dance flair. That action can be one in its stat block or some other action.
Okay, so I think that Saber Dance Flare is what he's doing.
This is worded strangely.
I'm eating broccoli.
Okay.
He's enjoying the show. Just as the owl is coming around the corner to see Nip relatively okay, though chaos is unfolding before the owl.
I mean, I'm okay with you getting an attack. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the blade goes down. to the ground. I also forgot it doesn't have temp HP anymore because the start of my turn already happened. And it will use an attack on Razim.
Who is
It could always
Razim?
against Nim.
Gonna say you're attacking the player? My god.
I'm getting really lucky with these rolls.
I mean, his shield was still active.
Yeah, but I could have
Oh.
gotten that 20s, which
How long is the shield active?
Until the start of Nim's next turn.
Oh.
Yeah. That ends my turn.
All right. Jumping up and flying to catch up.
Attack of opportunity.
25, 30. Go ahead. 35, 40, 45.
Oh wait, can I? Oh yeah, I can make a reaction as long as I use my reaction.
Yeah, if you want to use your reaction. Sure.
Actually, no, it doesn't say I can use. No, I don't think it gets a reaction. So, never mind.
One
Remember, I
moment.
used dodge.
Okay.
If it matters.
Wall of stone. Nim is going to box the two of us into a solid stone box.
With the roof, right?
Yep. And a floor for the record.
How old C's box?
Concern.
Random stone box now. And
Very sips tea.
that would be it for Nim's turn. For Silver, he is throwing a.
It's over.
He's up at the bar over there. He is throwing a whatever you call that. Oh, magic missile
There is a house which
at the dancing blade.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Wait a second, actually, hold on.
What?
Ray approves.
Hold on. Ray is gonna glance up from his tea. Is that a fucking flying sword?
Oh. Do you say that out loud?
Yes.
You hear an affirmative bark from Silver behind you.
I don't know if you noticed, but Gray rolled initiative.
I suppose we probably all should roll initiative at this point.
Owl is late to the party.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Hey, at least you don't have to worry about, being the one that's directing combat for a bunch of things.
I mean, I guess.
And for the record, the Wall of Stone, Nim did go with the stronger variation of it.
Lovely.
Yep, and there's no save against it, to my knowledge.
Nope. Well, actually,
If you place it on them. Well,
Yeah.
actually, no, I think you still get to dictate where they go, but who knows?
if you had your reaction, you would have a chance, but you did use that.
Okay, I use Artful Dodge and Bolstering Bolero. What do you mean, how?
You've already used
my
your
turn.
reaction.
On my turn, I mean. What are you
Oh.
doing against? I thought your turn was over, sorry.
You did not roll initiative yet.
Oh, okay.
More have become involved.
Yeah. So now it's better to have initiative go on. So I guess Cyrus would have a chance now.
The owl can't do anything.
You just see a random box of stone in front of Cray's front door and a sword dancing in the yard.
I mean, is the sword targetable?
It is. Though I don't know how much health it has. Or what it's at now. Can we get the sword added to the combat tracker? Since it does have its own HP and stuff.
Oh yeah, good point.
Because the owl is prepared to shoot, but the owl needs to know what is being shot at.
There we go.
It can be, you can set its
It has
initiative
10
to...
temporary HP, yes.
Neon?
Yeah? Is it my turn?
No, he asked you a question.
Oh, what was that?
Let's see. Your initiative is 26, so I'll say for the sake of it, it's 25 since it goes after you. Your dancing blade.
Okay, so it would have... $13 points of damage currently.
Sorry if I'm blind, but where is it on the combat tracker?
Way at the very top.
Ah,
Just under you.
Well, just under loot.
hey. Okay, I see it. The orange one.
The thing is, all of this could have been avoided except he made a threat against Nim by saying that he'd kill Nim. And apparently
That's
for no
sarcastic
reason.
tone.
Oh, no reason.
Oh, wait.
Shoots him twice. No
No,
reason.
this was before that.
Yeah, all Nim did was say, "I will kill you,"
If
and
you
he said,
touch
"Oh,
my
ha, ha,
tree.
ha, I'll kill you too." Ha, 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 ha.
He said,
And
if you
then
touch
you
my
died.
tree, I'll kill you. And then you just said, I'll kill you too.
It's like, well,
So
no,
Nim
I said,
took
"Ha,
that
ha,
as
ha."
a challenge and a threat.
And then in
Oh,
a duel,
boy.
your buddy joined. So this isn't a duel.
Do I attack?
Nim
just drop
doesn't. Nim doesn't really care. Nim doesn't care about a duel. This isn't some duel.
This is you threatened to kill him.
Yeah.
No, this is him literally executing me.
Because you threatened to kill him.
Yeah.
Which Cray is not stepping in the middle
Like, if
of
you
because he openly threatened them to Cray, so...
Oh no, Cray's stepping in because he saw a flying sword.
Oh no, I said wasn't stepping in until...
Oh.
Yeah.
So, just to check, do I just drag the attack roll dice over to the one I'm attacking? Or...
Yes.
Okay. Boop. Oh. Meh.
You didn't drop
you're
that on
attacking-
it.
If you're attacking the sword,
Yes.
Did I give it a command last turn?
You had
Yeah, I
it come
think so,
down
yeah.
and swing at Nim.
Yeah. So it hits.
The owl is very defensive at the moment. And wishes they could do more with him, but now they're in a box with the other.
Break open the box.
The owl's preoccupied with the sword now.
What is he doing with the sword?
The owl only has swords and bow. The owl's not going to burn them out on a stone wall that Nim put up. Probably. Maybe. Shoot. Well,
I will
too
say
late.
the wall of stone has each individual side of this wall has 180 HP.
Miraculous. How long does it last?
Well, that's the fun thing.
As long as Nim wants.
If I
It'll
maintain
tell
my
for some
concentration on it for its entire duration, permanent. The duration is 10 minutes. So Cray could wind up with a permanent stone box in front of his front door.
Well, semi-permanent, but...
Semi-permanent.
So it's my turn?
10 minutes is not
yes.
semi-permanent.
But if I maintain it for that full 10 minutes, it becomes permanent.
Oh, okay.
I guess I'll break it. Nonetheless. On to the fun.
If you maintain it for that full 10 minutes, I almost feel like you're going to suffocate.
I use Rising
That's a large
Windmill.
enough space.
You must make a dexterity saving throw or take bludgeoning damage equal to a roll of my flare dice.
By the way, what are these flare dice?
It's basically like... That's a fail.
I assume it's like Bardic Inspiration dice almost, but for other
Okay.
things.
Yeah.
I assume.
I didn't put this in, but just imagine, well, this would basically be the damage. And then I get to jump anywhere within 15 feet, but that's nowhere, so I just hop in one space. And then I use dodge.
One hop this time.
My special bonus action dodge, that is. And then ends my turn because I didn't give my saber a command, because I can't. It also will take a dodge.
What special dodge?
I use Artful Dodge as a bonus action.
And how often can you use these flare things?
I can use them as many times as I want.
I have not seen anything quite like that, but okay. All right.
Oh, yeah. Powerful dodge is like having a bonus action dodge. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, my turn's over.
Well, next up would be Cray then.
Hey, wait a minute. Could I? Never
Where's
mind.
the
It's over.
where's the dancing blade on the map? Because I don't see it.
I don't think Digi added it.
Digi, god damn it.
Is
Digi,
that right?
do your job. My god, Digi, what do we pay you for? Horrible, just horrible. I'm gonna berate you now.
Don't pay me.
You get paid. Don't lie to me. I've DM'd. You get paid.
If
But
the donation
you don't pay him.
Oh no, yeah, I don't pay him. I'm berating him on your behalf.
I have no problem with him not having added it yet.
So,
Zim, I'm trying to be a dick right now for comedic effect. Like, play with it.
No.
Oh.
I'm not gonna let you be a dick to an awesome DM like Digi.
But it makes me the bad guy and it makes people sympathize with him.
it's
Of their-
a drama. So,
It paints him in a better light.
so, where am I adding the sword's damage to?
No, add the sword to the map.
Ah, yes.
Because I don't know where it is.
Below the campfire last seen abouts.
I did tell him to meet me at dusk, so what's the lighting like?
Setting sun, probably.
Is
No, wait,
that-
dust.
I mean, it is basically sunsets. Maybe slightly. I don't. Is dusk after the sunsets?
Yes, I think so.
I assume Nim has dark vision, right?
Dusk is the time just before
Yes, he
night when the
does.
daylight has almost gone, but when it is not completely dark. I think it's that point where the sun is down, but like it's not dark.
It's still bright. Twilight.
I feel like I'd be able to reasonably state that there is a shadow I could jump to in that area. Is that fair?
With your walls, easily. With your walls and house, yes.
Did you?
Pardon?
Would I be able to shadow step to the sword?
Sure.
Okay.
Or sword that has taken an arrow. A single arrow at this time.
Shadow step and shadow step a bonus action. Yeah, that's a bonus action. So I can just do extra. Is extra attack a bonus? No, extra attack is just a free attack. So I can do 2 attacks on it.
Because the owl forgot to use the extra attack.
Ah, I missed that 20. Well, that probably misses.
It misses. You also have disadvantage to hit it.
Oh, why do I have disadvantage?
Because it dodged because I couldn't command it to do anything.
Ah, okay. Well then. Should I count those 2 as my disadvantage set and then roll disadvantage another time?
No, I'm fine with the second one being the second attack.
Okay, well then let me hit that with disadvantage. Does a 13 hit it?
No, it moves out of the way.
Okay.
It's
The
very
phrase.
small and nimble.
Frey is now frantically attacking it with his blade. And that's Cray's turn safe for movement, but I didn't do movement. Can you put a thing on the combat tracker so I can pass it to Nim?
Allow me some room to shoot at.
Nim, did you do a concentration check for your wall of stone?
I think you need to hit a certain amount of damage before he needs to.
No, it just any amount
Technically,
of damage.
no. Which I pass.
Yeah.
Is it DC 10?
hit
It's
damage is
based
DC 10.
on the damage.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. You have to do above 10 damage to start to get checks above 10.
Gotcha. Can you activate like the combat tracker or whatever so I can pass turn? Like, yeah, there you go.
Alright. You're gonna try and kill me with that pitiful damage? Really?
Disadvantage.
Why?
Because I've dodged.
I thought it was -4.
No, that's if he does an attack of opportunity on me after I...
Right.
Okay, which ability is giving you this dodge in addition to an action?
Artful Dodge. It's a bonus action dodge with an extra ability attached. The one you have is inaccurate. I don't get that AC boost anymore. The old version of me would be way harder to hit if I kept it like that.
Okay. Do I hit?
Well,
Yep.
the dice gods have spoken. Wait, your AC isn't 15?
My AC is 15 exactly.
Oh, okay, I see. Wait, doesn't... Ah, shit. Does Defender win on a tie?
No.
Okay.
The best way to think is the person who rolls beats the passive check.
Got okay, I see. I'm sorry, there's so many systems always swimming in my head at all times.
Confusion abounds.
Oof. That's a...
Another hit.
Yeah.
Like this rabbit off the side of the walls.
Wait, that's a... Isn't that in that one?
No, that's a 7.
What? It's a 7.
But you have a +9. Oh, I'm... Wait, what?
It's a disadvantage.
It's a disadvantage. That's why the
So,
dice is red. And if it's advantage, it's green.
Yeah.
I'm
Drop
confused.
15.
It's red on my screen, and usually when it's red, that means you rolled the lowest you possibly could.
No,
Oh,
red
no.
is with disadvantage.
Okay.
We don't usually have to roll with disadvantage very often.
Yeah, no, I guess not. My God, I'm done. I'm just ignore me.
Alright, and Silver is shooting a radiant bolt at the sword.
Poor sword.
And he does have a...
Why do you
me.
hate me so?
Does that hit?
Me has disadvantage, but you rolled advantage.
Pack tactics.
Okay, so you should be rolling straight.
Right.
That hits.
I realized why I thought red was the lowest
Because I have another game that I play on Foundry, and on Foundry, if a roll is green or red, that's either a nat 20 or a natural one. That's why I thought it was a 1.
I believe that it is either way on this, like both rolling disadvantage and rolling a nat 1 are both red.
Oh, you might be right too. Someone roll crit.
Sure, let me just pull that out of my back pocket.
Thanks. I know you keep one around. You got the DM in your pocket.
Since it has dodged, do I apply disadvantage or no? Just checking before I do any rolls.
What has dodge?
Yes, you would roll
The
it
sword.
with disadvantage.
Yeah.
Okay. Did I do? No, that did not. I am an idiot, pardon me.
Do not suffer fools lightly.
Yes, yes. I am dying inside just a little.
No, don't worry. You're allowed to.
So that is first attack, and I imagine that is a miss.
Yeah, it's a miss.
And second, and this time I think I applied disadvantage correctly.
You did.
That's
Yay.
it. Everyone kill that object that's just floating there menacingly.
Well, we can't hit you. So this next best thing, which I don't even know how much health this thing has. Until the owl can see a new target, the owl is just attacking the accursed sword. Mostly because it's floating outside Cray's house.
Or 3.
Well, back up to you, Loot.
Alright. I use Bolstering Boldero on myself. And give myself 13 temporary hit points. And then I use Artful Dodge, and I end my turn. And because I didn't give my saber a command, it of course takes a dodge action again.
So how long until it just falls to the ground? No.
Well, Cray's turn.
All right, so I'm having internet problems here. As you can probably already audibly hear, I'm using my phone right now. So did you go ahead and just do my short sword attacks on this thing?
All right.
Go ahead and spend some monk points so that I do the extra attacks.
All right.
I think I'll be doing 4 attacks total or 3 attacks total. I'm not certain.
I'm pretty sure it is 3.
Oh, I might hold on. I might have connection back. 1 second.
Oh, great.
Oh, heck.
Yeah, there we go.
Welcome back.
Okay, just I guess the internet wanted to die for like a solid minute, and it's fine now. I'm coming back in. I need to reopen Fantasy Grounds. So just take this time to consider what you're gonna do on your turns.
How do I pass turn?
You just say that you pass your turn,
Okay.
and basically just force at all your actions.
Just making sure if needed.
You can hold actions too if you want to be like, well, if something happens in this,
Yes.
you know,
You
regard,
can set a trigger for an action to happen.
Such
Basically.
as if the walls break down, seek next target.
Yes.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
I think is holding your initiative something in this game too.
I don't know.
No. But so basically, when holding an action, you have to specify a trigger and an exact action. So, like for Nim, the trigger was when I can see loot, and the action was casting magic missile at 4th level.
Oh, that misses. That misses.
There's the nat one.
Do we want to bother with crit cards?
Up to you.
For this
All right.
PvP encounter, I'd prefer.
Considering
Wait,
some of
what?
them can decapitate, yeah, we'll just not use them.
You roll a nat one, you chop your own head off with your hand.
Well, not in that. The critical hit ones can.
Yeah.
Just insta-death.
As we discovered with my shenanigans.
Does a 17 hit?
That's a 17 hit.
17 just hits.
All right, cool.
Stabby slashy joys. Doop doo.
Oh, screw you, damage.
It do be like that.
Right. And just to double check, that's my normal attack, my extra attack. And then does Key give me flurry blows immediately after you take your attack action, spend 1 key point to make 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action. And I have a thing that allows me to do that with a monk weapon as well. So I do get to make 1 more attack. And that's not going to hit, so pass turn. Why? It's still on Cirrus' turn.
Digi needs to move it up because of all the other people on the tracker.
You
Hey,
go to
yes.
next anyway.
Yeah, back to the top. Here we go.
Now you're going to move it down to Nim because that was my turn.
Oh, my mistake. Right. Pass.
I need you to put it back to the
Oof.
top after Cyrus's turn.
Right.
All right.
Good
That
God.
hits.
Drop to 20.
All right.
Nim is just biting and radiant bolting all over the place.
Just hearing noises from the cube.
I don't know who you are, but you are not going to come here and tell me you're going to kill me. And Silver is wrong die. That one. That should not have been at disadvantage. That hits.
Yeah. It disintegrates.
Okay.
I'll have to make another.
Just going to move a bit over and just not really much else can be done. Not much else can be done. Hey, what the fuck is going on? No.
This combat is reminding me of a video that I'm going to post in Guild Tales that y'all can watch later.
Oh, yay.
Iris is asking you a question, Cray.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was it?
Cray, what is going on?
Oh, the rabbit from the other day stopped by and wanted to help out, I assume. But
Help out. Okay, I'll be ready to shoot him if they come out, I guess. I don't even.
No, don't shoot him.
Who are you shooting?
Don't
Everyone's a
shoot.
villain in this situation.
Yeah, just kill the flying sword because it's a nuisance.
Just kill the
Okay.
flying sword because it's a nuisance and I hate it.
Okay. Fine. And
sword
pass
is
turn
dead.
with that. This little exchange.
Okay.
'Cause I'm not gonna bother chipping through that wall knowing that Nim can get out, so worst case scenario, in a little while we go ahead and kill whatever comes out. If it's not Nim.
I was just about to say.
Bolstering Boldero. Oops, didn't go to the right spot. I get 14 temporary hit points, and then I use Artful Dodge. And I end my turn.
Alright then.
Curious, is this bolstering Bolero infinite?
All of his abilities are infinite.
But at the start
Because
of
they
my
are
turn,
support.
it goes away.
I see.
It is still a lot more than any other class gets in those kinds of things. That and Artful Dodge.
It's because the other classes are self-sufficient.
Yes, as this poor bunny sits trapped in a box, slowly having its health chipped down. Godspeed.
You gotta pass your turn?
Loot.
Me? It's my turn again? Oh,
Digi didn't moved it up to you and didn't actually.
sorry.
Okay, so it's my turn.
Yes.
All right. So what's going on with the dancing blade now? That's
It is disintegrated.
it's disintegrated. Okay, cool. All right.
It is not merely disabled, it is falling apart.
Yes. Cray feels happy about that. Then he picks up his Marten phone and calls Nim.
Can I have a roll to see how much blood is caking the inside of this box at this point?
Poor rabbit.
Nim will answer. I'm a little busy.
Yeah, could you move that box off of the front door? It just, it's a bit nice.
Not really.
Why not?
Because he's trapped here.
Okay, why do we need to trap him?
Because he keeps running away.
Let him run.
But he threatened to kill me.
Well, he's clearly not going to.
Oh.
You have him trapped in a stone box.
Yeah, I guess he hasn't really been doing much. And the wall of stone is dismissed.
The owl has not had any indication or warning. The owl is prepared to take a shot still.
Okay, do it. I have dodge on.
So disadvantage, I imagine?
Yes.
Disadvantage.
Half apologies. Poor communication reigns. Ah.
It just comes towards me and I just snatch it out of the air.
No, he shoots Nim.
Sure, he shoots Nim.
I will draw a card because of this.
No!
Nim is impossible to hit through normally.
Well,
Yeah,
yes,
this is the
but
nat one, though.
this is not normal means.
This is a nat 1.
Bad form. If this attack was made with a bow, the bowstring strikes you in the forearm. Take a 1d6 penalty to your next 2 attack rolls.
Oh, okay.
Got flayed with the bowstring. Yeah, that's not good. You gotta wear those Van braces.
To be honest, like, getting hit with the bowstring would hurt a lot more than just...
Back you!
Yeah, apparently, like, the bowstring, like, if you're really unlucky, can just, like, cut right through you.
Oh, no,
yes.
it certainly can. So what I just mentioned, you gotta wear those Van braces. There were like these basically like forearm platings that people who, would shoot bows would wear just so that they didn't flay their own arms.
Bracers were primarily made for archers.
Yeah. The Van braces.
And the owl did take the second shot.
Oh, okay.
Did
Is
you
that
minus
Again,
one
again,
1d4?
this was not communicated verbally.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Wostein, you gotta roll the dice onto your target.
Yeah.
But
You
don't worry,
you drag and drop it onto the target. Whether, like, you can drop it onto loot on the combat tracker or his icon on the map for both attacks and damage, and it automatically applies that stuff.
Yeah. You notice that
Apologies.
Luke seems to dance as he fights, and when your arrow, like, sinks into him, he pulls it out as if it doesn't hurt one bit.
Yay, temp HP.
Well, assuming that Cray is ending his turn.
Yep.
Nim is going to snort. And then just turn around and walk away.
The owl is highly confused.
Cray, who is that guy?
Oh, that's Cirrus over there.
No, I know Cirrus. I mean the weird one in front of the door.
The loot one.
Right, I believe that is
Loot.
Tutor.
Yes.
Believe it or not, they actually want to help us.
Why did they threaten to kill me?
I believe he thought your threat was in what most people consider to be good fun.
I wasn't joking, though. If he touches my tree, I'll kill him.
He has yet to learn about the intentions behind our words. As I will be honest, Nim, with the candidness of which you say that, it sounds a lot more cheerful than one would expect.
Well, yeah, I'm not mad when they, I wasn't mad or anything.
True, but when one threatens the life of another, usually it's done with a tone of malice, to show seriousness.
Nim just tilts his head. Why?
It portrays a truthful threat, rather than what may be considered to be simple words. It shows that you have intention and meaning behind it.
To be
Are
fair,
my
I'm with
words-
Nim on assuming all threats are such.
Are my words not sufficient enough?
Depends on the person. Though, to portray a message more clearly to every individual, the way that you say your words highly affects the likelihood that they will have their intended effect.
Such as sarcasm exists.
And Nim still, and probably will forever, very much struggle with sarcasm.
Don't worry, it's all good. A lot of people are good at hiding actual threats behind them anyways.
So
Luke, this is...
he
Luke,
was
this is-
joking?
yes. Loot, this is Nim Otar Bone Chop. Please take everything they say at face value and do not try to do any clever wordplay that you may want.
Ah,
Also treat this individual with respect, as disrespect is treated in kind, as you have already said.
well, there's nothing to say to
So
that.
I'm not shooting them. Okay.
No, Cray says they're okay.
For now.
Yeah. All right. Do either of you need any patching up then?
That was a bad roll, but...
Why do I have damage? What hit me? Right, it was the stone grasp. That shouldn't be there anymore because it's tomorrow.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'm sitting here like, what did hit you?
So do I need to patch either of you two up now?
Oh, I'm good. As
And
Nim
you,
casts
Loot?
life transference on him and heals Loot.
I'll take that
So,
as a no.
bleeding.
Oh, and Loot, one more thing.
What?
And Cray is going to, like, level his blade to you as he points at you with it. Do not bring another flying sword onto this property.
You are aware that you're the... And he takes out his blade. The second person to threaten me in this short period of time.
This is not a threat, this is a warning.
Ah, it it's a warning, so you don't have anything to back it up.
Do you not understand the premise of a... I am now
I
understanding.
mean,
why
I
this
even
one,
understand what a warning is. I gave one to you. Don't touch my tree or I'll kill you. Or touch my tree and I'll kill you.
Also, dare I even ask about this tree while we're at it?
Oh, you haven't been told about the tree?
No, I was left... You do realize whoever it was that let me in, Ren was it, did just drop me off in your room without telling me that I am explicitly not supposed to be in there. Let alone telling me of any of the potential traps that you've supposedly had, let alone anything else. I am unaware of this tree.
Okay, so there's a giant, like really big tree in the backyard, so big that we changed
So
the
I've
wall.
seen.
It goes into the neighbor's backyard. Even technically I purchased part of their backyard because it was so
Wait, you
unburied.
purchased? Nim was gonna purchase.
Someone purchased it. It's part of this property now. Either way,
Nonetheless, is this something I should be concerned of and or wary of in my handling?
well, we did need to put a spell in the ground so that the tree has life force from which it can consume, and eventually it will be producing life fruits. However, there may be a spear of some sort in it. I don't know if the ham is still there. If you see a spear or ham, don't touch it. Did we get... No, we got rid of the ham, didn't we? He says as he looks over to Nim. I honestly haven't... I haven't done any...
Raylel went in and stabilized the ham.
Okay, yes.
Boy, this must sound wild without any context.
That's the
Alright,
fun part.
I don't have any words on this. I'm just going to assume do not touch the tree, do not go near the tree. And if the tree spawns spears or meat, do not touch either.
Correct.
Okay.
In fact,
No, you can go near the tree. In fact, the tree likes to talk to people. Come on, I'll introduce you both.
Pray, are they telling the truth?
You know what? At this point, I'm not even sure. I have been so disconnected from this tree growing in my backyard. I've just let it be. I've let it be Nim's thing. He's been growing it. It looks fine. I don't care. Go meet the tree. Actually, I haven't spoken to the tree myself. I think I'll join you.
Okay. I'm already trying everything, so why not? Loot, you're free to come along if you wish.
Oh, yippee! I get to go along with my murderers.
Oh, Luke, this is the group you wanted to be part of.
To be
Yes,
fair,
group
No
of-
fucking idea why, but you roped yourself into this.
to be fair, we're past the 7-hour mark. We've been past it for a couple dozen hours.
The 7-hour mark?
Oh, yes. This one was convinced that he would die after 7 hours of touching a balloon.
Oh, right.
Oswald's balloon, was it?
You know what? I'm taking this tea and I'm going on this hammock and I'm enjoying myself. You know what? I'm also taking some of this fruit too, and then I'm going on this hammock.
Okay, just don't touch this tree because you did give an express warning.
Which tree?
You're not gonna come see the tree?
You did warn them not to.
Yeah, you did say
I
if
said not
even
to touch it.
And if a part of it were to fall on me, you would say I touched it. Clearly,
no, then it's not
safe.
part of the tree anymore.
And if it was still connected to the tree and it fell and touched me,
Nim just
I
tilts
think
his
we
head
can-
in confusion.
I think we can judge from there. Just make an active effort not to touch it, I suppose. Or relax, that's up to you.
You
After
two-leggers are
all,
so weird.
Yeah, yes, I'm well aware, Nim. I'm well aware. Just
So
as
yeah.
I'm confused.
This is Tree.
Just- Greetings, Tree.
Nim goes up and marks it.
Ah.
I mean, what are you expecting from a wolf?
Nothing in a particular. I was just expecting more of a greeting than this is Tree.
Again, what are you expecting from a wolf?
When I was told that the tree would talk with me, I was expecting a little more. So
Nim
is
hasn't
this the
given-
point that you tell me that you speak for this tree?
No. Digi, are you there?
Yep, still here. However, they have to be very close to hearing. Characters other than you have to with the tree.
They have to what?
Make contact with the tree, the bark.
Ah.
But if they do that, he'll kill them.
So, Nim, what am I supposed to do here? Because I'm not getting anything.
Come touch it.
And you'll revive me if this kills me, right?
It won't kill you.
I just sigh and sigh.
Oh, right. That does remind me. It is safe to die now.
Ah, right. You know what? Screw it. And with that, the owl touches the tree. The owl is braced for existential horror as best as possible.
You touch the tree and it goes, "My name, Jeff."
Hello, not puppy.
Non-puppy? Hmm? Hello?
Yes, hello. Yes.
Tree, this is my friend Cyrus. Cyrus, this is Tree.
Pleasure to meet you.
You were killing him 2 minutes ago. Friend now?
Wait,
Oh no, he wasn't trying to kill me.
who what?
No, you, puppy.
Oh no, I wasn't trying to kill him. It was the other one that I was trying to kill. But that's because he said he was going to kill me. But I don't know if we're friends yet.
Okay.
But Cyrus is friend.
Other feathers good.
Okay. That is fair. I presume feathers would be Cray?
Yes,
The
I'll-
Kenku? Hmm,
That one is feathers. This is your other feathers.
fantastic.
bird.
I like this tree. Do you have a name?
No.
Fair enough.
Tree's name is Tree.
I'm tree now.
That is adorable. You know what? I like this tree very much. It's a good tree.
It's a good tree. Yeah, it's a good tree. It's a good tree.
Have you anything more to say before I wander off?
Meat fruit? Meat fruit.
Nim, care to elaborate on what meat fruit means?
Yes, beet fruit.
As in meeting fruit? Or actual
Will you share?
legitimate?
Will you share one of your beet fruits with him?
Okay. And one of the curiously pinkish apples question mark just like falls off the branch.
Ew, ham.
It is
This is
ham-like.
definitely curious.
Yeah. Do you want a
Nim,
apple?
is that
Try it.
safe? Is that safe to touch? You guys told me not to touch anything that fell off or spawned around.
Or you'll die.
Oh yeah, that's
Is
fine.
that-
I don't know what Cray was talking about. Tree is safe.
What do you mean what I was talking about?
You were the one trying to warn him about javelins and quantum ham and stuff.
Yeah, because the last Cray knew there's javelins and quantum ham. He hasn't dealt with the tree. The very last thing he dealt with the tree was when it was a magic quarantine in the backyard.
The owl looks for a moment. Does this need to be cooked before I eat this?
Good question. Bite it and
I
find
don't
out.
think that has ever actually been answered.
Bite it and find out, Cray says, eyes wide as he leans in.
Digi does it.
The
Bite it and find out.
The owl.
Oh, God.
The owl is just looking with a bit of concern between Nim and Cray, and just
Can we let Digi
With the
talk,
small-
please?
Now, this is ham.
Technically, when something
It
is ham,
can-
it comes pre-cooked.
However, it can be better if prepared, but it is safe to eat raw.
You can eat it. You can eat it raw. But like most things, it's better cooked.
The question is if you leave it out, do you get botulism or salmonella?
the owl just takes a small bite anyways, just out of mild curiosity at this point. And is probably unsurprisingly found as it's just uncooked meat. Yay or nay?
That's for Digi to answer.
The owl is testing all of the odd questions.
I was under the impression it's a lot better than simply raw meat.
It is better than raw meat because,
More akin to cured, then.
yes, I would say cured, but it tastes unseasoned.
I would say,
Raw
I think it would probably have like a faint apple taste to it.
Yes, along with a slight crispness that is generally not found in.
This
In
is unique.
Hey, these still restore HP, right?
The owl
Yes.
just continues nibbling at it.
Tree, can I have 2 more? Actually, make that 3, please.
The owl is still holding a hand against listening. The tree.
More fruits come down.
Nim will pick one up in his mouth, make the other disappear, and
You want
then
to
use
carry one of those?
Mage Hand to pick up the third.
Oh, okay.
He goes over, gives the extra one to Silver. And then the one with the Mage Hand, he goes over here and drops it on top of Loot.
Who no sells it. Like he doesn't even notice.
What?
They are
Is-
playing as though
is-
nothing happened. They have the meat on their chest, belly, or whatever. They're just laying there. They don't care.
That'll make you feel better.
No.
Nim drops the meat fruit to say that and then picks it back up. Going over to Silver again.
Eat the fruit.
Consume.
Consume the meat fruit.
I don't think I'd eat the hample.
The handle? No, it will be called the am.
The hamana?
Eat the am.
Yes, let's turn on the radio. Would you like to listen to Am or Fum?
Enjoy the.
No,
enjoy
is the
ham.
other fruit.
Hooray! Hample. Apple.
Ollie me.
Happen.
All right. Shall we go ahead and call it for this evening?
Hey,
I think so. I think we've been going for 9 hours.
8.5.
Okay, close enough.
No, let's. We gotta close at the 9.
Nope.
Congratulations.
I need
Congratulations
sleep.
on surviving, Loot.
I need.
Hey, Apple.
Yay, I survived my own party murdering me.
Welcome
Okay.
to the party.
Welcome to the party. This is a normal occurrence. Don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry. You didn't get to hear the owl's tales yet.
Where did I go wrong?
Did you? Where you went wrong was trying to introduce new people.
We introduced the owl. The owl nearly dies multiple times. And then nearly dies multiple times. And then nearly dies multiple times.
I mean, we haven't tried to kill Rob's character yet.
Not yet, but it'll come
True.
around. Everyone has their day.
Rob's character was fully prepared for like a fight to happen when we confronted Zim in the mortuary or the other place.
Hold on. I need to do like an actual recount here.
Sorry.
Nim has not fought. He's not fought Cray. He's fought Loot. He's fought. He's fought Cirrus.
He's confronted Cyrus and basically held him at gunpoint.
Okay. He's been
Fireball
aggressive
point.
towards Cyrus. I'm pretty sure he got into a fight with Graham.
Oh,
I
definitely.
think he's fought Elemen. He's definitely fought Markov. I don't think he's fought. Did he fight Rallis?
No, but there was plans for that to happen.
Okay.
Rallis will not be returning.
Okay.
Kurt will
That's
not be
a shame.
returning.
All right.
Any particular reason? I had a lot planned for him. Well,
A wise
that-
decision.
That just tends to happen, I guess.
Yeah. Amarok, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. we are about to wrap up for this evening, but I do hope you come by and join us for some of our other games. We have a lot of stuff here that we do.
I don't think any of Jaffer's characters fought with Mim.
Kind of? Oh, wait, no. They did not fight Nim, no.
No.
So we've had, I think, 2, debatably 3 members of our party who have, like, literally not actually fought Mim.
Nim is very aggressive.
Oh, definitely not.
I'm not sure if it's
Amara.
aggression and just missing
Please
social
don't burn
cues.
down my house. Please don't burn down my store.
Oh, wait, yeah, no. Yeah.
Most of the time, it is a disconnect between what is normal for a feral and what is normal for a two-legger.
And what they have been told to do and what they think they're supposed to do.
Exactly.
Actually, you know what Luke could do? Is he could, tell the authorities.
What authorities?
Of what?
Of the city? Go for it.
Assault.
Oh, no.
Legitimately.
I was threatened on friendly property.
No, I was
engaged in
grievously assaulted. Here are my scars and wounds that I still have from it, even after they tried to heal me to hide it.
You want to take this to court, eh?
Yeah.
We've done court before.
Prey is a lawyer.
I'm taking it to court, and I'm getting the best lawyer in town.
Ray turns down your offer.
Behold, legal eagle.
All right, time to Phoenix write things up. Actually, I think I'm more Edgeworth.
You would probably be Edgeworth.
Actually, technically, Edgeworth is the prosecutor, and Phoenix Wright is a defendant.
How the turntables have turned.
How the turning of the tables have. I'm Phoenix Wright, but I have the personality of Miles Edgeworth.
We have had a best lawyer be a Dragonborn before.
Oh.
He was basically Doug Dimmadome.
I see.
And that was the one that represented Nim in the case against Milta Didney.
Oh.
However, in Digi's games here, we typically have the legal eagle.
Hey, are you saying I have no case?
No, you don't have a case. All you have are scars and hearsay. You technically have no witnesses.
Well, no witness was willing to corroborate.
Nim does have a witness that you threatened to kill him.
Truthfully, there's like no evidence. This is all a matter of, well, he said, she said, and like this case purely exists based off of witness testimony.
I will be going to bed now. It is
all right.
6:20 a.m. My
Good
God.
night.
Fair enough.
Thank
I
you.
think this has been one of my longest sessions.
I'm just gonna pass.
No, we had one where it was almost 12 hours.
Oh yeah, that
It's
one.
11:20 a.m.
Where I literally had to cut it because YouTube would throw a fit with it being over 12 hours.
Fair.
Fair enough.
But anyways, thank you everybody so much for joining us for Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons. We will be back tomorrow. later today, depending on your time zone, with more streaming. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more there on the website, as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, donators, and subscribers. It is because of your support that I'm able to continue bringing these streams to you all. I really cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by simply sharing the stream around. But for now, thank you again for joining, and I bid you all the most fondest adieu.
Bye, guys.
Take care and have a grand day, night, or what have you.